Grenade's going to be lobbed around the corner, and Butters will... Oh, no! Crazy will get one, but Reed on the refract. Filthy one more on the call-out, and Filthy for another one. Okay, this is how you clear CCTV, I guess. Face check it.
I mean, it's Nash holding an angle and then just pushing in for the trade. It's not a bad position to be in, but Reed really trading it back.
Oh, that's
low health.
That's two. The Ash could barely survive, and another one for Reed. He's leaving everybody on red today, and no, cannot get the ace.
It's all on Worthy, but I don't know if this is going to happen. Tech's going to peek on in, gets hit by it. Oh, there's two for Worthy. Another one. 1 versus 1.
It'll go on Repel. It'll go probably reverse Repel. With the UMP, this is way more difficult. Goes for the runner, but he won't have enough time.
That was, yeah.
Hunter!
That's the definition of an impactless.
Was that even worth it? He can. He can.
Oh, man.
Oh, he can. This is going to be so close. Hunter's close to it. This is why Yuna couldn't get shot. There we go. Pulls it out. 4 seconds left. At 2 now. He's going to be able to do it. Oh, my God. Hunter. Oh, I can't believe it. Rip's trying to get info, and he does confirm that there's 2 players upstairs. Citizen, nice shot there. We didn't quite catch that. But X is off. Aces, though. Refrag onto Kendra. Aces solo. Aces, how does he keep doing this all on his own? And that's the smoke dead, which doesn't look great when there's a minute 45 left on this round.
Oh, here we go.
Rogue turning around the corner, and Aces able to get a 2K there. Taking out saves. Still on a 3v3. Definitely possible for the defense. Can he look around, and he gets it? Aces with the 3K. Citizen is dead. It's from Pi. Rips turns around the corner. This Nitro Cell out. Aces is looking for the ace all on his own. That's the quad kill now. Nello solo on HP. And Aces is going to stay calm. He turns around, and Aces with the ace. Here's Birthday Boy.
Ethan has a C4 he can utilize through the floor. Diesel fully flashed, but he sprays through the blindness. But 2 kills? Are you kidding me?
There's no, that is, you can't explain that. 2P gets one as well. Diesel gets a 3rd.
Clips on the main stairs. definitely unaware of Nyx, and he'll be eliminated nice and easy. That's the entry frag for Reciprocity, and it's going to put them in a really great spot. Big thing, though, is Dark Zero still has a roamer. That's inside of Archives. Makes most sense for that to be hot and cold, but I'm not quite sure by the silhouette. It looks mostly like a Legion. As you can hear the gun firing off, it is indeed Skies. No C4 on that Legion, but he can deny the plant with the impacts regardless. And he challenges Nyx and he'll die to him. Will this plant attempt be denied? The answer is no, as Nyx is right where he needs to be with a quad kill, all on Hyper now in the post plant. 3 bodies to find. Blacksing just barely gets away from that engagement. Sees the head of another. Believe that to be Nyx, and there's the ace for Nyx.
To the Luminosity is for sure. Oh, the pre-fire slash hits it. He's been playing extremely well here for Luminosity, and who can blame him? He's always been an excellent player, and he's definitely shining on the team. Exactly, and Slash now will collect NVK. That's 2 kills for him and 2 important kills. Your Spearhead and your Flank Watch are down.
Doesn't matter as much now without smokes available, but that definitely is a problem to deal with later on.
Oh!
Flash, though, the real problem to deal with. 3 for him.
Another one!
4. He could get the ace here.
Oh my god.
Just low Digga left.
He's just collecting them all. He goes in for the one last one at the top of the stairs.
He's feeling it.
He fires around. He wants the ace, and he fires in.
He gets
Slash! The ace to a flawless round from Luminosity.
Probably will be a bailout attempt for MIBR if they destroy the drop from below. And in fact, it might have already happened. No, Bullet's just challenging the window. Hugzord gets Lukid with a C4 in storage.
Team 1 in a 4v2 advantage with 20 seconds left, but the shotgun will eliminate the Nomad. Felipox takes down Na'Vi, so Hugzord will have to do all the rest of the work. He hears the shot through the barricade, losing the roof above him as cover. He's in trouble. Sees one, pulls out the shotgun, downs Felipox and finishes him off. It's Falls and Rise to try and get the diffuser down.
Oh,
Hugzord can come on in. Oh, he knows Rise is there. Is he going to get there in time? He sees the buck. Oh. He downs him. What's going to happen with the Ibana? Back up!
My God!
And MIBR with a massive clutch. He'll rotate on over. If somebody decides to go in through offices, he's got it in sight. But no, he'll miss the Nomad. Too many angles for him to cover. Here's the glass break. There goes an air jab in front of him, and he is basically inside of a sarcophagus. Lots of marks. He's in trouble. He knows it. You have to try and deny the plant. He'll do just that, but he gets swung on. Takes one out. He levels the other. All he needs to do is go on the Yokai drone, and he's got this. 1 second left. Unbelievable. Elevate somehow manages to win that round.
2/3 left in that diffuser. He has a really nice angle inside of Engine. Sinister are going to basically be forced to go above. He gets the first. The call-out should be at least there. He gets the second onto Vinny.
No way!
Onto Nico. It's now a 1-on-2. The diffuser is still there in position. Luna's going to get her head taken off as well. That's the quad kill. But the trade comes out there from Fisho. Will he have time, though, to get towards the diffuser? It's going to be super, super tight. He might just get it. It's going to be really close. He gets on it. 7-second counter defuse, of course. It's going to be really tight. That counter is going down. He might get it in.
No way!
No way!
The clutch!
Welcome to the Road to SI 2020, the largest esports event in Rainbow Six history The 2026 Invitational is approaching, and for the next 5 weeks, the entire Rainbow Six community is invited to join us in celebration for a Road to SI full of surprises. First, during every weekend leading up to the Six Invitational, you can play the all-new Road to SI in-game event featuring a new exclusive map, the Stadium. This unranked playlist will have the same rule set as a ranked playlist. Only this time, every operator is playable, even the ones you don't own. Next, it's time for the Road to SI Battle Pass. This Battle Pass will contain exclusive Road to SI 2020 rewards distributed through 35 tiers, which you will unlock by collecting battle points. This is the only place to earn items such as the SI 2020 Finisher Charm or Signature 6 20 weapon skins. Everyone will progress and collect rewards on the free track. You can access the premium track for 1,200 R6 credits, which will immediately grant you Sledge's SI Light Set. Upgrade to the premium bundle for 2,400 credits and skip ahead to immediately unlock Hibana and Caveira's full uniforms. Moreover, Year 4 pass holders receive a 30% discount on all Battle Pass prices and a 30% boost on battle points earned. To cap it all off, 30% of the revenue generated by the Battle Pass will go to the Six Invitational prize pool. Fight alongside all the operators in Rainbow Six. Collect battle points, level up your Battle Pass, earn unique rewards, and join us as we embark on the Road to SI 2020.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our third week of Pro League action, aka our fifth Playday, or at least starting our fifth Playday here in Europe. I'm Intero. I'm actually joined by Milos the Medic. As you might have seen on Thursday, we're switching some things up.
Yeah.
So we're all kind of rotating who we cast with, because why not?
Yeah, a lot of people have realized that the disparity between you and Kix, at least hair-wise, is a bit too much.
It's too much.
So I'm coming in here to kind of fill the gap in between.
Yeah, and then you get Kix and Emzo, and Emzo has like kind of the same length as yours, so it's
Yeah,
more of
but
like
he's getting
it's
old.
more of a pity pairing for my hair, essentially.
Yeah, we do pity you, Parker.
I pity myself. Well, we're about to get our third week underway. Like I said, starting with our fifth Playday here, and you might wonder what the standings look like. We'll bring them up on the right side of your screen, and heading into today, it's the Russian duos sitting in first and second. Well, would you look at that? Force is technically tied with G2 and Rogue, but Empire is going to sit alone atop these standings.
Yeah, so Force were able to defeat Empire in the last Playday, which obviously caught everybody by surprise, especially Empire, and I guess Force to some extent. 7-2 victory for them on that Clubhouse game. So beating Empire is one thing, beating them on Clubhouse is a completely different one. These are your top four teams. Now over to the second side. Chaos, Vitality, still surprising a lot of people. Chaos in a positive matter. Vitality kind of having their rough Mondays.
Yeah.
Even though it's not too early in the day.
We have 5 teams tied for second place.
It's insane.
5 teams tied for second, and less than a single victory behind them. You have 7th and 8th. Now, we need to remind you at the start of every single EU broadcast, NNA for that matter as well, but every single EU broadcast, they've announced that EU Pro League next season will be expanding to 10 teams, which means that there is no relegation this season. So if you're in one of those 2 final teams and you might be thinking to yourself, oh boy, if you're Na'Vi or if you're BDS, you don't really need to worry all that much because you're not going anywhere.
Exactly. You're just going to be ready for the next Pro League season, and that's really it. A lot of teams are trialing many things right now, and maybe with that, having a bit more time to focus on bigger events.
I think it's actually a major benefit for the teams that tend to be towards the lower end of the standings, because you don't need to make a panicked roster move at the last second in order to stay in Pro League. You know, if you finish the first half of the season, you're in dead last place, you think to yourself, we're going to get relegated if we don't start shaking things up. You have to make a short-term move, whereas now you realize we've got plenty of time. we can start to make moves for the future. But that's it for the standings. We got the schedule for you today because we got 4 exciting matches sitting ahead of us. The 2 newest teams to EU Pro League coming in last season through relegations, which, as we noted, aren't there, though there will be 2 new teams joining EU Pro League, so we'll have some we'll have some new friendly faces. But the newest faces and the freshest faces to EU Pro League, BDS and Fours will be starting things off with G2 versus Na'Vi in second place. That's going to be a hell of a match to watch. Empire versus Chaos. Chaos has been looking mighty good recently. The pickup of Shate and some of the changes they made to the strats, they've been pretty formidable. And then Rogue versus Vitality, the former French squad up against the other former French squad for the Battle of France, so you could say.
Honestly, it is, as usual, a very exciting day. I think between all 3 regions, we always have some cool matches, but between EU and North America, really been having bangers every single play day. And today, of course, is no different at all. I mean, you can look at it where our game of the day is G2 playing against Na'Vi, but for a lot of people, looking at BDS versus Fours represents a lot because these are the new coming team with talent on both sides that have experience in Pro League, so there's stories behind them. You look at Empire versus Chaos. It's Team Empire with all the panache that they have, given the fact that they also lost last play day against Fours. What can Chaos do to bring them down as they're playing so well recently? And then Rogue Vitality, that still, I guess to this day, you can count it as the big French rivalries because so far we haven't had the restart of the French season. It's huge for a lot of viewers if you look at it from their perspectives. So yeah, we got it all.
And on top of this, need we remind you that 5 of the 8 teams are tied for second place with 6 points, and then the 2 bottom teams are only 2 points away.
You're 3 points away between the last team and the first team, and the first team is only 1 point away from the second up to, of course, the 6th team, as you were saying. It's insane.
In theory, Na'Vi, who are currently 3 points behind Empire, are -5, whereas Empire are +5. Depending on what happens today, if Empire loses and Na'Vi wins, they could go from 8th to 1st place, conceivably. So when you think about this kind of thing, it's wild. And EU is just as much of a meat grinder as you'd expect. We'll start with the very first roster to throw up on your screen. It's going to be BDS. They're going to be at the 6 Invitational. You might have seen a nice intro video before we got into the actual production aspect here, showing off the Road to SI content that's been put in the game. BDS qualified through the European 6 Invitational qualifiers. RXWD, Shaiko, Renshiro, Rafal, and Alems. No panics on this squad. He was integral for that SI run. They had a big week last week, I think, silencing some critics, but still they got a ways to go to climb the ladder in EU.
Yeah, they're able to tie against Rogue, so that's a really big deal. But BDS, you know, they beat Vitality in the big run. You know, on Mondays, Vitality usually don't do their best, so 7-2 victory there. Before that, they lost to Empire 7-3, and then to G2 7-5. So it's an on and off day for BDS. And today, looking at everything, Fours is definitely a team to be afraid of. And we'll take a look at their team sheet just to remind you of all the players on it. It's WTG, Rask, Shockwave, Kama, and Pasha. I guess everybody on the team here has been playing excellently, but you could look at Rask and Pasha. Man, the 2 have been just on a roll. Rask, you can't even deal with this guy.
No.
He shreds people.
He has been the standout performer for this squad, and if you go back to Raleigh, when we saw them at the 6 Major, in August of last year, which was the first real performance that we saw from Fours on a big stage, because to a lot of people, they didn't really know who they were.
Oh.
They'd gone through a couple different identities. They come in through the qualifiers. They end up making it to Raleigh, which I think surprised a lot of people. And then from there, you have these 2 guys that seemingly clobber everybody. They're going up against the best fraggers in the game. They're going up against the best aimers in the game, and they are winning. And they're not just winning, they're crushing them. And the only real thing that changed on that squad to elevate them to the level that they're at right now was picking up Shockwave, the experience that came with it. Somebody who's a winner on Empire comes in, and he manages to boost that entire team's set of fortunes. We have the map veto for you as well. You've been casting an awful lot of Cafe. You mentioned it before, so we'll see where we go when it does pop up.
Last play day, we had 2 games on Cafe Dostoyevsky. So I'm really not sure where we're going to go on this time around. Let's pull this up. Let's see how many cafes or borders or whatever border we haven't really been getting much of. It's like every now and then. Of course, we have our pre-banned map. Some people ask, how does this happen? Well, if the 2 teams played this map in the play day before, one of them played it, then it's removed. The other one, of course, removed another. If they both played the same map, then it's a randomized automatic ban. And I'm actually going to play Cafe 3 out of the 5 games casted have been Cafe Dostoyevsky.
Deal with it.
I mean,
I like casting
I
Cafe. an
love
awful lot.
Cafe.
I
We had
really-
it on the very first playdate when it was
real like-
introduced.
Yeah, we did it all four
maps in EU.
All 4 maps on EU, the Russian map on European soil, and you and I, if I remember, we got to guess the whole thing.
It was great. Honestly, I just love the map so much. Almost as much as I love our Road to SI map, if you have played it. I've been playing a ton of it over the weekend. Of course, you know, over
It's
the
like,
weekend coming to SI.
It's like the Bride of Frankenstein. It's like you cobbled together like Oregon and Hereford base, and you just smash them together in the middle of a stadium
And it's great.
in Greece. We have the community vote for you here. It's a popularity contest. Is it? Is it not? We'll see. Who's going to win, BDS or Force? Oh boy, that is really
Spicy.
close.
That is the closest I think we have ever had it. Please, production, can you ask our social media specialist if this is exactly the one? Because I've never seen it.
I thought we had a dead draw where it was like 45,
Was it?
10, and 45 one day. I mean, you got to remember.
That's pretty.
You got to remember. We've been doing community votes now for like 3 seasons,
It's been a while.
and we have casted like 100, if not more, games. You expect us to have this, like perfect memory. This
Yeah.
photographic memory of every single community vote.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
You cast Pro League or what?
I mean, I do cast Pro League, allegedly. But at the same time, I don't have a memory for every single poll that we cast. Anyway,
If you can't remember that, I'm definitely not going to ask Michael.
polls are just numbers, and numbers don't lie. Let's get into the BDS 4's game on your favorite map, Cafe Dostoyevsky. And we'll start with the ban phase.
Yeah, we're just getting confirmation. This is the second time we get this exact same balance.
I was going to say, I think there was one with Rogue like 2 seasons ago, the North American Rogue. But Force's first ban is going to be Cappy Chow. And it's not really a surprise because, well, he's a very strong operator. And a lot of teams like to ban him, especially on Cafe. You think about the opportunities on every single floor where you can either shoot a fire arrow into the back bar, you can shoot a fire arrow over top of freezer on the main floor. You can do the same smoke off and shoot some fire arrows into reading, and of course through the windows. Capitao has a very profound impact in this particular map. He's joined by Thatcher, which, as we've seen many times, a Thatcher ban often allows a Mute and Mozzie combo to be exceedingly strong, and they both get run in tandem regularly when it comes to this map. So when you look at Cafe Dostoyevsky, you're going to see Mute and Mozzie an awful lot. A Thatcher ban means that, well, if you want to bounce back, you're going to have to ban either Mute or Mozzie, but you ban the Echo instead, and Mirror goes, that's just a formality. This is going to be really challenging for the attackers to be able to collect information, but are we going to see Fours run the Mute and the Mozzie? Well, they got Mozzie on the board. There we go. And a Valkyrie from Pasha. Maybe 6-picked onto the Mozzie. Who knows? We'll take a look.
I mean, right now, when you spot the IQ on the other side, then you can switch it over to the Mozzie if you want. Yeah, to the Vigil.
Oh, okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Works well with Mute and Mozzie, though, for information denial, because obviously you can't really drone out the Vigil when his gadget's active. You get a good idea of where he is, but when you consider the fact that your drones are getting stopped or taken by Mozzie, or they're getting stopped and disabled by Mute, a Vigil is going to be exceedingly powerful. In this case, Kama's running the Mute, so you don't have to worry about the Mozzie, but what you do have to worry about is the fact that you're going to basically need to, as we call it, face check the Vigil. You're going to have to go in with your own eyes. You're not going to have the assistance of a drone to be able to determine the location of Pasha. And in particular, Pasha is such a good fragger that he can do well with Vigil's kit, and he's also a major headache just as an operator in general.
Yeah, what I'd expect is Pasha to be playing by mining or train and then rotate from there into reading, disrupt things as much as he can. Usually you put Mozzie because on top of everything, he can also set up some holes for himself with a secondary shotgun, plus he has a Nitro cell, so you can snipe people as they're entering from Cigar into the piano area, so that all works very well. But with the Vigil, if you're expecting your opponents to come in and clear bottom up, then you can definitely face check them and force them to face check you, in which case you will have a pretty decent advantage. Having the Nomad is great in this case because it counters that play if you're able to hold on to the top floor, and because you're not going to be pressured by many Nitro cells because there's a maximum of 2 that are possible for the defense right now, then you'll be sitting pretty and you won't have to deal with too much on the attacker swinging your way later in the round. But as usual, in this case, Mute Mozzie is great, but if you don't want to bring the Mozzie for more firepower, that's fine. Mute's going to be more than enough to disrupt things. And actually, we see Pasha downstairs inside of the kitchen in the meantime, so he's really going deep downstairs.
If there's anybody who's going to be able to locate Pasha or at least be able to face check effectively, you've got to imagine that a team like BDS will do very, very well, especially with somebody like Shaiko, who's on Ash instead of a Hard Breacher. This is a bit of a rarity. There is only a Maverick as your singular Hard Breacher. Now, BDS banned out the Thatcher and is not running any other Hard Breachers because by removing Thatcher, you know that if there's a Kaid on the board, you know that if there's a Mute on the board, you're very limited as to what you can do to be able to take away that breach denial that comes from any of those two defenders or even a Bandit if you look hard enough.
One thing some teams are really good at is also bringing the Buck, just because you can nade over the wall that you're seeing there. And Shaiko, okay, he grabs 2 headshots to open up the game. That's now Shockwave and Kama down, and Shaiko is just not stopping. He's pressuring in. He's actually entering inside of the freezer and turns around to check. There you go. It's clear through there. Lebs has already gotten 1. He pre-fires into the Jaeger and finds the kill, and it's all down to Pasha now. Shaiko with the 3K to pretty much win the entire round right now for BDS. He's got impact grenades, but let's see what sort of impact he's going to have. None is your answer. Flawless from BDS. Shaiko grabbing 4 kills. He just steps in and wins them. Is this what Stokes looks up to? Because I get it.
I mean,
it's flashy.
Shaiko has very much cemented himself as, simply put, one of the most talented players and one of the best aimers, and that obviously extends to his fragging potential, or on support as well. Like, you think about the fact that he plays Hibana an awful lot. Shaiko has cemented himself as one of the best players, period, in all of Pro League right now, and if he keeps it up, he might be able to set an even greater legacy as to one of the best players that has ever played this game at a competitive level. Obviously, this being his return to competitive this season in particular, it might take some time for, you know, to, I guess, establish yourself yet again. But, anywho, the way that you saw BDS set up that execute is very similar to what we saw Latin America do and have done in the past when they provoke a Thatcher ban. And there's a Team Liquid matchup last week that did so exceptionally well on Villa. For people that actually watched that match, you will see that Liquid wanted to push on Villa attacks without a single hard breacher. BDS is doing something similar. Rafal as the Maestro is not going to be using his gadget to cut through reinforcements for easier access. Maverick is not exactly well suited for opening up ways into sites. It's usually simply holding angles or line of sights. And it's very clear that BDS is intending to use him that way. They dropped through Cocktail, or they dropped through Piano. They pushed on over to Cocktail. You could see Fours fall very far back. They had Pasha playing down below, assuming that BDS was going to clear that first and second floor. They did not, which is something that we don't see all that often. Teams will usually drone out first and second floor. BDS might have droned it out, but they certainly didn't effectively clear it the way we see a lot of teams do. So Pasha effectively ends up being a non-factor through most of that.
Exactly.
Round. It ends up being a 4v5, and then Shaiko just bursts through the cigar door, gets the 2 picks, and then the frag fest that BDS wanted goes according to plan. It is a 3v5, one of whom is downstairs. Shaiko does Shaiko things, and you don't need to worry about the utility that Force is bringing, because you completely go around it.
That's 100% it, and they were able to go around it because there was nothing to slow down BDS. Nothing scared them in that round, because the biggest thing that scares you on this map are Mozzie pests and Nitro cells. And when Mozzie's off, you don't have the sort of pressure that you can add. You see Shaiko constantly checking into mining on purpose because he knows that there might be a Nitro cell at any point in time, because you're always expecting a Mozzie there. Right now, though, Mozzie is sitting on white stairs, so they're still using him defensively, as I'm pretty sure, after that first round specifically, Forza are not too keen to blast their way through BDS. It's kind of difficult to do that with how the setup's been going so far. I like this position from Rask, but you definitely don't expect people to just walk on in through Cigar. Shaiko is just expending all of that ammunition. The man is feeding the military complex all on his own.
We actually did see the Maverick of Rafael open up a small hole, that little circle into the piano wall, and you can get through there. It's going to make very minimal noise. Now the rest of it is just being done to try and put pressure on this bar back store. An RXWD and a frag grenade primed and ready, but there might be an ADS on in. They'll get the call that you can toss it in, and there it goes. And it gets caught by an ADS that did not catch either flash grenade. That is particularly strange, as both the flash grenades might have been just outside of the range of that ADS, which will allow WTG to keep residency inside of that bar back store. So BDS is now just going to have to spring on in. Shaiko's unable to land the shots. 2 kills for Fours as they establish their dominance. Maestro is entrenched. Shaiko takes down 1, unable to connect onto Rask. So Fours now battling very effectively. Renshiro has switched spots with Kaid. He'll take out Rask. Oh, he snaps onto the Maestro, but he won't be able to get back into the bar storage room. And Pasha, much more of a factor in this round. He's going to do good work and get the very final kill.
I'm not sure there what happened with the ADS, if the flashbangs actually missed, or there was something where the Jaeger was around the corner and he was able to put an ADS at the last second and it caught it. I'm not sure it was in the range. Regardless, it just meant that you couldn't push the COD away, and that's the most important part of it. The angle pressure that freezer affords you is huge, and it is 100% part of the plan for BDS for them to run the Maverick without grabbing a Thermite or a Hibana or any of the sorts, because when you grab those, it means you want to open up the freezer fridge stock area completely. In this case, that's not what they want. They actually want to corner the defender still in that specific location, because retakes are very possible if they fail in their assault. So what do? You have to face check yourself. You prepare your grenades, which in the normal cases would be more than enough to dispatch anybody sitting inside of the freezer. And suddenly you just walk into site. You have to deal with a few operators, but there's pressure on white stairs. You just hold the flank, and you don't even need to really worry about that if you're swinging in hard from Cigar and bar itself. So in general, the plan was sound, but the anchor around which the entire defense holds on to, which is that freezer area, you could not dislodge it.
Yeah.
That lost you the round.
And the biggest difference was that the Mozzie got brought in place of the Vigil. The Mozzie gets brought, it means that the information that BDS had, which was more than what we saw in the second round, that first round, you don't have to deal with all the same nuisances and impediments that come with a Mute and Mozzie together, allowed Shaiko and the rest of that team to drone on in through Cigar all the way down to Cocktail.
Yep.
That was not something that we saw happen. Now, mind you, we might have missed it in regards to the spectator perspective, just because there's so much going on, but we didn't see the same information being held together. And that is what directed Fours to go from Cocktail, or to go from, I keep calling it Cocktail, I keep wanting to call it Cigar, but I keep calling it Cocktail, from Cigar and Piano over towards the White Stairs, because they knew that the lineup that we saw from the defenders was just as far back as it was in round number 1, but nobody was peeking. And nobody was peeking because nobody from BDS was going to take engagements. They didn't need to. Nobody from Force needed to answer them back. And BDS isn't going to be as confident and as cocky to take those fights, even though they all have a number, they have a number of good aimers. There's no point in them taking those fights because they don't have the information. They don't know where people are playing. We saw the Maestro sitting back in Cocktail with a single reinforcement. He wasn't peeking it. He was just simply sitting and waiting on his Maestro cams. Those Maestro cams are now way stronger because the only counters to them, other than the projectiles, are going to be Sledge's hammer.
Exactly.
There's no Thatcher to take it out, and you don't see BDS running a Twitch. So there's so many different pieces to this puzzle when you look at it. And BDS did not have the same confidence because they didn't have the same information to play off of that. And I don't even think Shaiko was a factor at all in that particular round. It ended up being, was it Rafael that was playing the IQ that was sitting inside of the back bar, just waiting, and he picked up some big kills, but I mean, you're in a 1v4 at that point, you're in a really tough spot. So it just goes to show you the power that comes in from that ban. Now, mind you, BDS was the one who banned Thatcher, so they were obviously confident enough that they could play around Mutant Mozzie enough on attack, or maybe they just thought, Cafe wins, the defenders win on Cafe a lot. Who cares if we lose most of those defending rounds? Or attacking rounds. We'll make it up when we go on to defense. We can probably play around it. Fours might not be prepared for it. Who knows?
I like how they went for the glass first and then 6-pick to the Ash. I don't think anybody would have been fooled by that, especially if it's Shaiko on the pick. but it does fool Force in thinking like, okay, are they going to bring a Hibana or will they be bringing Ashe? That's probably the mindset behind it if you want to dig deeper into that. That said, Goyo is in play right now, so I'm sure Emzo sitting at home getting all giddy right now, seeing the operator in play. One Vulcan has already been deployed, and you'll see the soft wall defense. This is something that's been way more common in that freezer area, where instead of double reinforcing and reinforcing the hatch on top, you'll reinforce one side, usually the right-hand side, because it affords you a bit more space in contesting all the way down into the stairs. You can put a smoke, a pulse, depends on what on your strategy. In this case, I assume one of the Goyo Vulcans will be set as well, right under those white stairs to protect any player defending by the Christmas tree. All of that, great bit of strategy. Those soft walls, especially if they're just breached a bit with shotguns, they really mess up attackers. It usually forces them to second guess a lot of their decision making, but in this case, this is starting to become the metagame for Kitchen, so people will have that in their heads going into it. Legion's got to be huge as well, just to give you a lot of information. And you see, RXWD has to go all the way around to cover now, instead of just walking on in through the wall with his through the door with his drone, because of that Mozzie. The pest is always there, and it really slows you down. There's Shaiko that goes for it. We've had so far around 30 seconds that have just been wasted thanks to that pest, and now you can see the effect that Mozzie has directly on the run by existing and just using his utility, not even counting the duo with the mute. This is something that usually is very difficult to spot.
And there's been quite a lot of chatter, actually, from a variety of different pros, people playing at the high level, and people playing at amateur levels, as well as the impact that a Thatcher ban has. And while it used to be mostly isolated to Latin America, we are starting to see Thatcher's pick rate creep, or ban rate rather, creep up outside of that region, in particular North America and Europe, and somewhat in APAC. Now down goes Shockwave early on. Not ideal. The pulse caught on the scanner as you see some destruction on that second floor, which leads to the IQ of Renshiro with his gadget out, and the game of cat and mouse that ensues whenever there's an IQ and a pulse in play at the same time. For those that might not be aware, when Pulse is on his scanner, you get spotted by IQ's gadget, and then that pistol does enough damage that you can take somebody out with it. Once again, the only single hard breacher that's being ran from BDS is going to be Maverick, so they are very clearly expecting to know how to play around the Thatcher ban by not, prompting a Thermite or Hibana. Shaiko will encounter the shot open wall as WTG is just down below, and you'll hear the rattles of the Vector not too far off. Inside of VIP, Shaiko's got his gadget out, ready to pick away. There's 3 members of Fours that can all engage to trade off Shaiko if something goes awry. He'll have to be very wary of Brown Stairs, which is where we saw Rask playing. There's going to be one air jab going off, and Pasha with the opening pick. That's a huge one, and a beautiful shot. Kama taking a significant amount of damage, and 20 seconds left, as BDS have not been able to drone out and determine the location of the defenders. That's a shot from Renshiro through the wall. Great call. Rask twists and turns. Another for Renshiro as he looks to walk on in. It's all up to Pasha and WTG. They'll try their best to get back on into the site. Vector takes down RXWD as the diffuser goes off for BDS. They have a chokehold on this round. Renshiro picks up kill number 3, looking for number 4 with WTG far enough away from the site and no way in. This patchwork quilt that we see on the wall just inside a freezer. WTG sustaining quite a bit of damage, and kill number 4 was in line for Renshiro, but it's going to be Alems who gets it on yet another trade. BDS will take round number 3, 2 attacking victories on a cafe where you see a Thatcher ban. That is impressive and should not necessarily be the trend line for the attackers over the rest of the matchup.
No, definitely not if you ask me. They just went in. They completely ignored the usual dancing around, hey, are we really going to come in from freezer or not? They just gunned for it. They just tried to, BDS that is, tried to take control of Brown Stairs. They lost one player in there, but by the time they lost him, it was too late. It was too late. They had already planted or were close to planting, if I remember correctly, and the round was over. You just had operators that couldn't really do much. You had some utility left with the Goyo, but those shields didn't stop BDS at all. They really had no effect.
They're very limited as the utility soak and the area denial that comes with it. As you see both of them going up. This is very telling. Look at this. Thatcher's ban rate is only 3%. Yeah, we've seen EU banning Thatcher a fair amount.
Specifically on this map, by the way.
And we've
these
seen
these bans are specific to Café Dostoyevsky in EU.
And if you go back, I know it's not Cafe, but if you go back to the playdate that Kix and I casted, which was playdate number 3, well, you'll see that there was a Thatcher ban on Consulate. If you go back to playdate number 1 of EU as well, you'll see that there was 0 Thatcher bans. So not necessarily a trend line yet. And you can weigh in here on matches 2 or playdays 2 and 4 that you took part in. But the Thatcher ban is not as common necessarily as you'd imagine. Now, if you look at the lineup for 4s, we will spend quite a large period of time discussing the information game. It is something that defenders have utilized very effectively, which is why you tend to see operators like Maestro and Echo and Mira and Pulse and Valkyrie lead the way in bans, because all 5 of them do one thing really, really well: give information for the defenders. In this case, the Mune is being subbed out for Shockwave off of the Pulse onto the Vigil. So yes, Vigil's cloaking device can be spotted by the gadget of Renshiro's IQ. Very similar situation could unfold that we saw from Shockwave losing his life early. However, Vigil's going to be played differently from Pulse. You can play Pulse in a number of ways, whether you're deep inside of the site, whether you're off roaming and assisting a roamer, etc. This Vigil from 4s will very likely be done to waste a significant amount of time and play around those pests that are set up from Pasha, so that 4s can maximize the duration of the cloak that we see Shockwave engaged with, and then maybe get a pick or 2. This might be an issue for BDS's entry, but they haven't wasted any time as Shaiko is on White Stairs, all the way on 3rd floor, and he'll drone himself in with RXWD not too far off, droning below him.
So if you look back at that, Thatcher ban, oh, there you go. There's the play from the past. But it happens a couple times in North America where that Thatcher was banned. It was mostly on Villa. We had him on Consulate, I believe. Oh, Café Dostoyevsky, excuse me, the one time it was really put in play. I guess it was playdate number 3, if I'm not mistaken. But if we look back at Latin America, it's definitely way more of an actuality. I mean, what is it? 3, 4. So what is it? In the past 16 games that were played, he was not banned for 14 or 15 of them. All of those 14, 15 games, he was banned. So it definitely seems like to be the case in LATAM, not so much here.
I do want to touch on the fact that you said those volcanic shields had not been that effective as a utility soak, and you were absolutely correct in round number 3, but so far we've already seen BDS be able to pick away at them, and Shaiko on his opening gambit almost loses it at the bottom of White Stairs. It's going to take 50 HP off or thereabouts, and he's going to have to get out as quickly as he can. I think that's a blind frag grenade tossed on in from RXWD over towards Kochik, expecting somebody to be there, and now another one goes down into the double doorway that's leading into the freezer component of Kitchen. It appears to be a drop into said freezer with 4s all aligned on the other side of the map. Shaiko's going to be first one in, RXWD gunned down by WTG, and it's a shootout at OK Corral, with Shaiko picking up a kill onto Rask, Shockwave being recalled to site, and everybody trying to ride off the logic bombs from Alems. Plant going down, but it gets shut down by Kama. He's down in the process, but still, objective play for BDS will need to be followed up on. There's one for Pasha, grabs Shaiko from the back, another on Renshiro, and it's an absolute calamity, with 4s taking round number 4. BDS, they'll take the odd rounds. 4s will take the even ones. We're back tied up at 2-2.
What's the requirement for this push? If you want to drop from the hatch with no security behind you, especially with a soft wall in the freezer, the one thing you need to do is win your flank 1v1s. Unfortunately, the Goyo was able to defeat that sledge coming down the White Stairs, and once that was done, your flank's busted. You don't have anything. It's only a matter of time. You might be able to enter the site, but the Legion there sacrificed himself for the greater good, and that was it. Not allowing the diffuser to be planted. If it was planted, the attackers would have had an easier time holding on to the kitchen itself, but I guess the IQ coming into the bakery was a bit too slow to push into the flank and fight against that red stairs and subsequently the bar itself. Because your flanks were lost, it was only a matter of time, and it really all happened and was over really, really fast for BDS. They had the right intentions and definitely the right mindset for it, but there was one important section, which is just winning that fight against the Goyo. You win that gunfight, and your round is definitely doable.
It's funny because the way that the Goyo is situated downstairs inside of VIP by that Christmas tree, with the 1/2 wall and the freezer opened up, and the Goyo shield positioned by the doorway, means that if you want to push him, you're going to need to use some utility first. That's what Shaiko's job was. But the moment that Shaiko tried to push in, there's somebody watching from fours over by Brown Stairs, and there's usually somebody positioned that, if the call is made, can rotate very quickly towards the freezer, which has that second wall opened up, in a very inconvenient position where you can't really do a ton of work to open it up even farther. This was something that we saw actually work to the detriment of fours in round number 3, when it was the Goyo being played by WTG. He couldn't get on in back to freezer because of the way it was shot open. So Kama's going to end up being the very first pick. I don't know what the mute was doing, and I don't know why he got picked. It looks like he was playing semi-aggressively or got caught in a rotate over by pillars on second floor, but that's going to be 1 down for BDS as they pick up that very first kill. That's a C4 off the board. Now, maybe the mute was playing down by pillars, as we've seen teams do before when it is a cocktail defense, as it is for fours. You play down by pillars, you have the Nitro Cell in hand, you might have a portion of the floor shot open so you can toss a C4 up and arc it well, or it might just be there for somebody who drops New Hatch. Shaiko doing Shaiko things as the Nitro Cell sails over his shoulder and he cleans up the rest of Pasha, and now fours have lost the first 2 engagements so far, with still over a minute and a half of the round to go.
That 1v1 fight reminds me a lot of how to counter Ying. A lot of times when you see Ying just chucking in her Candelas, you need to push her and fight her before those go off, because a lot of them will just be busy with a second Candela, or they're just too confident in them winning the gunfight. And this is the moment for you to go in. Same thing happened there. The Nitro Cell sailed over. Instead of seeing Shaiko running back and getting annihilated, he ran in and took the gunfight, knowing that he was going to be lost regardless. Might as well at least attempt to take that Mozzie down with him. He was successful and is alive. But Alems right now is putting a ton of pressure on the back lines of fours, and Shaiko is feeling it. If he's pushed a bit off, this might be clean, easy pickings for Shaiko.
The other thing, too, is that because you see Alems playing on those windows, he's likely got an air jab down at the opportunities for the defenders to jump on out, which means that even if you still had a 5v5, you can't really commit an extra person to do that because you're going to lose the fight straightforward due to the power of the air jab. And the only real way that the defenders are going to win it is if they pivot and take the gunfight. Shockwave manages to take down Renshiro. He gets hit with an air jab, knocked onto his behind, and he's got the soft wall as well to fire on through. That Alda doesn't need to reload. Still got 22 bullets, and another shot. This time onto Shaiko. It's still got Nakog for the time being. He's positioned inside a cocktail, waiting for somebody else to come on and push on in, and he'll miss his shots onto RXWD. They haven't droned out bar back store, so it's all on Rask's shoulders, but he'll grab the diffuser. 2 players from BDS will be tasked with picking up that diffuser and fulfilling the objective. Rask waiting for calls to spring on out. All he needs to do is just shoot the diffuser. That's it. Find Alems and you've got this round for your team. You spy one, but it's behind the reinforcement. Well played by BDS. The objective is down. Diffuser will need to be disabled by Rask. He doesn't have a ton of info. He's a great aimer, but he'll lose the fight. Alems picked up the very first kill. He'll pick up the last kill while also planting the diffuser. I think that's what you call a team player, Gassan. And like I said, BDS, they're going to take all the odd rounds, and they'll take round 5 as well.
Yeah, looking at things now, it looks like fours might be the one to grab this 6th round and turn it into a tie heading into the second half. Now, you saw Alems on the rappel. That's a very common strategy. We don't see it as much when it comes to pressuring the specific window, the left-hand side one that he was pressuring, and not the one that is heaven, cocktail balcony, whatever you want to call it nowadays. Usually, you'll see someone pressuring from that window and then diving in as the assault onto the bar commences. Wasn't the case. Alems focused his entire strategy around that and all of his play to it. He committed to it, and by the time they had at least the bar covered, he was able to rappel in and take control of the site. Rask was the last alive. He couldn't really stay in that position because of the pressure from the window. Fell back, tried to play from inside a piano. Got 1 kill, but it wasn't.
I really wish we'd had a better perspective as to what was going through the minds of Kama when he got picked up by Alems at the start of the round, because that really ended up being a massive moment for BDS. Number one, it's very unlikely with the way you see a bar and cocktail defense structure that there's going to be anybody else playing off site. So even though you're at a disadvantage because there are Mute and Mozzie combo on the board, you got those pests to deal with as well as the Mute Jammers. As long as you can drone out 3 people, you can dedicate 1 person to flank watch and still have an advantage, and that's exactly what BDS did. They had a lens on the windows, you've got air jabs in play. BDS didn't need to sweat it, and we could see from Forza's setup that they had most of their operators within striking distance of the site, if not on the actual site itself. So because of this, not only do you take off the 1 player that's down below, you don't have to worry about somebody C4ing you, so you can play more freely in areas like around New Hatch, in areas around Cocktail, in areas around Cigar. But on top of that, Forza didn't have any way to simply outgun BDS because you have that Nomad in play, you're cornered inside of the objective, and you just lose your fights. Now, with that said, BDS still did lose, I think, too many people to Shockwave playing in that position, but Forza learn from these disadvantages that they find themselves in, and they make small tweaks. Here's one right now. The Mute has been subbed out for a Valkyrie. With an IQ on the board, I think a lot of people could argue that Valkyrie isn't as strong if you've got a reliable IQ, and Renshiro's played one every single round, but still, it's going to change up Forza's playstyle. And we can see Kama down below, he's going to be playing a very similar spot that he did with Mute, so it doesn't matter what operator he's in. There goes the C4, and it'll miss.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the Nitro Cell and how great it can be, but Renshiro dodges it as he pretty much personifies the support IQ. Just pulls out his secondary, the actual ability, his cassette threat, as you can tell with the Elite skin. And yeah, he can just hold on forever. That Nitro Cell just cannot do anything to them. They can dodge it, they can deal with it, no problem.
Attackers have located.
I like the adaptation. I like the fact that they took away the cut because it definitely was an operator that had pretty much no effect thanks to the Maverick. But at least have the TCSG there on the Goyo to use now. Trying to burn off the ADSs before grenades start sailing in. And there is one set of those, of course, brought in by our XWD Sledge. It hits. The shield is also down. You're good to go when it comes to the freezer. And Rafale should have enough space right now to even open up a bigger hole. But Rask will find the first kill for Force, slowing things down.
It's just under a minute left for both of these teams, and as you pointed out, it's not just the first kill for Force, but you can hear a lot of their guns starting to heat up, one of whom happens to be Shockwave, who has not been shaken out of that same position, and because there's no Hibana, you're not going to be able to do much to break the reinforcement. Down below, Kama has been spotted and down, so it's a glorified 4v3 that favors BDS. They can't pick up the necessary shots onto Kama to finish him off, so he's going to be a non-factor. Rask through one of the cabinets, takes out Renshiro. Detonates the Goyo shield, and there goes Renshiro for good. Diffuser once again goes down. This is the 3rd time for BDS. They've been playing the objective very well. Rask picks up another. He's got 3 on the round. He's looking for all of them. And he'll need to get all of them now that we see Shockwave fall. Kama's not been picked up. You have to outduel the same man who stopped you in your tracks last time, and that's Alems. And finally, the curse of the even and the odd, Milosh, is gone. BDS picks up their 2nd round in a row, and they will take an attack on Cafe with Thatcher Band. 4-2.
That's not too shabby, to say the least. And honestly, I'm very impressed with Alem's decision-making. The fact that he said, okay, we're clear, we're planting, they don't really need me to be anywhere. I already placed my air jabs. I'm just going to stay inside a freezer.
Yep.
And the Maestro obviously does not expect anybody to be there. He's expecting someone to be around the bathroom, to be pushing from white from that angle to try to cut him off. Obviously, the attackers, BDS, don't know if the Valkyrie was taken out or not. You're just assuming because you don't get the points for downing and injuring as you do in regular play. Something I'd like to be experimented
Defenders,
with. But
protect your bombs from being defused by
it
attackers.
was great play from him to position himself there. It definitely caught Force off guard. They were not expecting him. They were not expecting the plan to be so far back. And by the time he got the Maestro, the round was pretty much done. Dager tried, but they know exactly where you're going to be coming from. Your opportunities are very limited if you're the Jaeger there. And a clear victory for BDS, a 4-2. But they now start off on bar themselves. Significant changes. No Goyo, as we saw. No Maestro that we saw from Force. There's no Mozzie. There is a Mute. There's a Valkyrie, which is
5 seconds
a very powerful operator to have here if you want to keep tabs on Force. but a castle is not something you usually see specifically on this bar site. So I wonder whether setting things up here for Renshiro. Now, this is the strategy that you're setting up usually.
Oh.
It's that piano pick, but well, speaking of picks, it's
Oh
Shaiko.
boy.
How did he? Oh my God, that's. So he just.
I mean, that's very common.
That's very common. I'm like, why didn't you check that when you spawned in?
Shaiko gets the very first pick onto Shockwave, 10 seconds into the round, and already fours will find themselves at a disadvantage, and a possible significant one, given that it's an IQ that has been removed from the board. Now, one of the things that BDS is going to take advantage of with the castle is they're going to look to, once again, soak up as much utility from the attackers as possible. This is what we refer to Goyo as. Maestro somewhat acts as a utility sink as well. ADSs, of course, can eat up utility too, even though they are, you know, your durable, projectile denial, etc. So if you look at Force's lineup, their utility that you're going to see get eaten, that the castle is going to be particularly good at, is both Pasha as well as Rask. WTG, I don't know if he was actually looking to drop, but BDS have this tag team duo with some bullet holes inside of the Humidor that will find yet another kill for BDS. That's a very good start, and they're actually in a position where they could be going up 5-2 over fours very quickly. 1:40 still to go, but there goes even greater utility. Your Twitch is gone, you've lost your IQ. The mute jammers that are going to be on the board, they're going to be a lot harder for you to deal with now.
Problem for fours, how do we break into piano? Imagine you're halfway through the round and you still have not solved it, and oh, Shaiko, what a long angle that he uses. He finds one kill, but Renshiro gets another, leaving only Kama alone. Not for long, there's Rafal to clean him up. Close to perfect there from BDS. You saw a minute and a half in, and you just opened the castle barricade, and the long angle that's set from bar through the bar to piano wall that is left soft and with a hole in the center, an angle all the way down there through piano onto piano window. That is a very long engagement, but perfectly timed. Shaiko hit the perfect shot there, and it ended up toppling fours even harder than they were after losing those first two players very early in the round. Great performance. This is just BDS. You might say, oh, they're not really running strats, they're just peeking them. Let's be honest. A strategy does not need to reinvent the wheel. A strategy is something that is as tiny as opening a couple of rotation holes, or 7 if you're Chas. And in this case, it works fine. A peek early on, even if you don't get a kill, you just gave yourself 20 extra seconds because fours are going to be afraid of you. And this is something that BDS are so good at, traditionally speaking, even if you look, especially actually, if you look at their offline performance, they're so good at dictating the pace of a game. And once they get into it, you're not going to be able to stop them easily. And right now, fours are really struggling to have an opener because BDS are always the ones coming out the gate swinging with no response on the other team.
Well, you're not going to see the same gamble being taken from BDS right now, and it will inspire some fear into the hearts of fours, though that I would argue that there isn't much that strikes fear into the hearts of any of the Russian teams that we've seen compete at even an amateur level, let alone those at the highest level. You know, it's one of, I think, Flynn's favorite phrases is that Russian machine never breaks, which is actually a nod to, if I remember correctly, a hockey website that involves, you know, the fact that in hockey there's an awful lot of Russians who play the game.
Are you trying to say that Flynn actually watches hockey?
As a Canadian, I need to make a certain amount of hockey references per day, or else my citizenship gets revoked. And in this case, I just figured why not do it on a twitch.tv/Rainbow6.
Look, man, healthcare for hockey jokes, completely fine with that.
WTG is trying to determine the location of one member from BDS who's playing in the back storage room of the bar. Renshiro's there to catch them. Rask almost loses his life, and then Aldo with so many bullets. 80 bullets. 80 damn bullets, by the way.
No ACOG, by the way.
Doesn't really matter what kind of optics you have on that. Renshiro is just going to gun them all down, and fours are unable for the second round to even get inside of the building, much less get anything going. Shockwave is almost completely dead, and WTG is still alive, so you've got, at minimum, your 2v5 that BDS looks to ride out for the remainder of this round. It'll be match point for BDS unless something goes terribly awry. What do you even do in this situation if you're fours? You know, you're very limited on utility. There goes one of the drones. Even more intel's gone. Renshiro picks up his 3rd kill. He just needs a 4th. Diffuser is down. It's surrendered by the Humidor. WTG will engage in 1. Snaps on to RXWD. It's got the location of Renshiro, but the double reinforced panel will stop anything from happening. Bear in mind, this is a defense of the 2nd floor, and all of the action is on that 3rd floor. As we say, you clear from the top down. In this case, Force hasn't really cleared much of anything.
No, this is like Stokes waiting outside the club trying to get in. It's not going to happen.
What is with your crusade against Stokes?
I don't know why.
Why are you're on a Stokes train?
I mean, Stokes, Flynn, Blue every now and then. Who knows?
Oh my. WTG finds a 2nd kill. It ends up being impactless. Alems finishes things off. A great performance so far today from Alems. That has been the story, other than BDS looking extremely formidable. But there were some very big shoes to fill when Panix came off of this BDS roster. Probably one of the most surprising roster moves so far this season, or rather, off-season. And Alems comes on in. Alems did not statistically look like the best player on Team Secret.
Oh, no.
But he has a rapport with these players. Obviously, he is a fellow countryman.
Ex-teammate as well.
Ex-teammate. So Alems is in a position where he comes in, and there were parts of the community that were very critical of that move, questioning Alem's contributions. And he didn't have the best start, I think you could say, as a lot of players don't. But he's really picked it up. And BDS have looked in fine form. They also started the day in 7th place, was it? Or 8th place. Tied with Na'Vi at 4 points. And unless we completely flip the script on this one, and Fours manages to win 4 consecutive rounds in a row, BDS will vault all the way from 4 points up to a tie with Empire. And depending on the round differential, they might actually surpass them for a brief moment, because currently BDS is a -1 and Empire is a +5. BDS would actually trail, because technically if they win 7-2...
Empire also beat them 7-3. So.
Well, I was going to say, yes, that is also true, but additionally, it didn't really matter anyway, because on round differential, even if BDS wins 7-2, they get a +5, they would only be a +4. So they would still trail Empire. So Empire, your 1st place is still safe regardless of what happens in this matchup. However, Fours, you are starting the day in 2nd place, and you are now in a position where you're probably going to lose that.
There it is again. The man double peaks, but WTG is ready for him. You're not expecting anyone to double peak, but WTG in this case, like,
he's having a great time. He's having a great time.
Honestly, go for it. You're at 6-2. You're good. You can go experiment with things. It's okay.
I believe it was in the wise words of Abraham Lincoln. When you're feeling it, you're feeling it. So he was feeling it. I wonder if Abe Lincoln was feeling it when he crushed the South.
I think some people have not recovered from that
to this day. Abe Lincoln woke up on like the very last day of the Civil War, and he's like, you know what? When you're feeling it, you're feeling it. 10 score, 4 score. And
7 years ago.
I was feeling it.
And now I am again.
You think he says it? I don't know. But anyway, Shaiko's been having a great game. So has Alems. Alems has been the story for BDS. The crazy part is that with giving up your very first pick, you're giving a little bit of ground and a little bit of momentum that Fours can maybe dig up that you didn't necessarily need to give, especially when you've been clobbering Fours every step of the way. You could have just played it safe and not taken that gamble. And, you know, peek the double door, the main door, as a lot of people call it. You didn't need to do that. BDS, you did not.
Well, 10 score in 7 rounds ago, we were staring down at a tie and, you know, a close game with one team adapting to the other. And it looks like Fours are unable to adapt to their own playstyle, really, here. They'll be able to find the Electro Claw, so Pasha's going to be facilitating the entry here for his team. There's the ADS's caught, and the Habana should be able to open the hatch, as you just hear.
If people are wondering why that was positioned the way it was, because I think that's very valid, why not, if there's an IQ on the board, just put it on the hatch itself, is because from that angle, it can get both of the walls in Caesar and then the hatch, too. Because, of course, they've updated the range.
There's another one.
WTG is going to pick up the 2nd pick for Fours. Takes out Renshiro. Renshiro has also been instrumental for BDS so far today. A 3v5 with the way that BDS is playing. I still think they're very much in this round, but it really depends on WTG picking up kill number 3. Diffuser for Kama about to go down. Rafal will almost not be able to make it back into the site. RXWD with 1. Looks for a 2nd. He'll pick it up. Pistol out. Tries for the engagement. Loses it. Fours wins the round. WTG picks up 4 very big kills. obviously happy about that one. They're going to need to grab a lot of momentum from that round. And Shaiko, the man, the myth, the legend, he gave it to them. You're giving the momentum away. And you're letting your round differential slip away, BDS. You're still going to sit a match point. But you can't make those mistakes. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Okay?
Fair enough, Parker. You're always so wise.
That's not true.
Definitely not true.
This opens up bar and cocktail, though, again. We almost flew under the radar that BDS narrowly completed a full cycle on defense. But this just goes to show you why BDS banned out that Thatcher. Not only are fours losing to early engagements in which they shouldn't, which maybe they're just not droning, maybe they're not expecting it, BDS are being unpredictable and taking chances they don't usually need to take, and pro teams don't usually take, sure. But even after that, we have seen fours struggle. Despite being down players, you still have drones left. But despite that, we have still seen fours struggle to gain intel, just as BDS did on a number of rounds, but BDS went for fights with more confidence that we saw out of fours. And like we said, it stands to reason. When you're the team that bans Thatcher, you probably know how to use the ban to your advantage, and so far, BDS are doing fine.
Exactly. It's double disruption. You put a lot of pressure early on in the round, and then later in the round, even if you're down one player and we're able to trade her in some way, you still make things a lot more difficult for fours, because there's two things you need to remember if you're playing the game. Not only are you trying to bleed out your opponents in numbers, but you're also trying to run the clock down. Those two things you can use to your advantage massively. And you see, just because of those earlier runouts, it's slowing down fours. It's taking them time to get to the roof. We're close to around 30 seconds, and they're just now rappelling one by one up to the top. There's a lot of windows that are open, a ton of them right now. And fours just never know when the strike is going to come from BDS. So they're going to have to watch for it. They might need to dedicate utility by bringing a Nomad or a Gridlock if they're able to win this round. But again, it all is on top of them right now. They win this round, then they're still going to need to fight to guarantee at least 1 point in this play.
As you can hear from the sound of a telltale smoke grenade going off, there are no operators on Forza's side that have access to smoke grenades. So RXWD has been the one that's been smoking it off, and it's the red hatch. Thank you very much for moving the spectator on over in that position, because I was trying to determine what exactly the smoke is doing to burn through it that effectively. RXWD as well, he's got a couple of these little bullet holes on the humidor. So he'll wait. He'll just wait for somebody to walk on in. If they haven't droned him out, which is unlikely that they may have, he's going to be in a power play. I don't know if Rask just droned him or not. It might have actually sailed on past. I don't know from the perspective that we just saw of the drone if the smoke's position was given away. But because the double door opened up, you gotta move regardless. So it's very unlikely that the smoke is still playing there. No, he has moved, because you saw some of Forza's gadgetry get used on the double doors. And now with it, you've got, I guess, a little bit easier entry in towards Piano, which there was very narrowly an engagement taken from BDS.
I'm curious if BDS have double reinforced by the usual Maestro position in Cocktail. It's a really powerful spot, and we see them doing that. Okay.
It's got to rotate.
Yeah, and this time it's a rotate, so there you go. Just because they're not the ones that are running Maestro anymore, Pasha can use the breach round later on to deal with any utility if he spots any, but right now the entire focus is on that stock/freezer area with 2 grenades left for Rask and no nitro for Lems downstairs.
And the reinforcements from BDS suggest that they knew that this wall was going to get taken up. That was almost a near miss for Rask onto a Lems. That C4 could have done some significant damage, but opening pick goes to 4 as 30 seconds left. You're going to have to hasten your pace just a tiny, tiny bit if you want to prevent BDS from taking hold of the round, and with it, the matchup too. But because of the way that the reinforcements went, Forza knows that they are going to be playing somebody in bathroom. Shaiko gets the opening pick for his team, traded off from Pasha, and Plant goes down, so Forza will need to sit over top of it. Goes one from each side, Shockwave drops, and it's all up to Rafael. Diffuser is down. There's Rafael with the shotgun out. You'll have to pick it up. He's playing narrowly around the corner. They don't have it. On time! He levels 1 to the chest of Kama, but nobody from Force was able to pick up the diffuser. It doesn't matter if you get that kill or not. BDS, scoreline 7-3. They'll take our very first matchup of the day as they grab it. They snatch it from the jaws of Force on that very final round.
Now that was a hell of a way to finish game number 1. I do have to stress it. That was 100% Forza's round to win. I mean, you know it because you're sitting next to me, but people at home didn't see it. When Shockwave dove over the railings and went for the shot on the smoke, I was pointing at him like, yes, this is the play that'll end the entire thing.
I was sitting right here.
There's your proof, believe it or not.
I watched it happen.
And honestly, I was thinking there's no way they recover this. Yet somehow the diffuser was dropped in the freezer and it could be watched by the Mute.
Well, it's funny because you saw For's attempt to get the plant down, but they were right in the middle of the site. And I think what they were very wary about was the location of Rafal on Mute, because you know how susceptible you are to a C4 when you're planting right under the skylight. It's exactly between the two pillars. And if you've got a nitro cell in hand, like Mute usually does, and you don't know the location of the last member, then you're in trouble. And those troubled waters, you got to try to ride out. And they found safe harbor and didn't end up being all that safe because Rafal got the kill anyway because they didn't have any information. And this loops back to the 2 stars of the show, which were Mute and Mozzie, being able to deprive that intel from the attackers over and over and over again. And I think it is starting to dawn on people, and you, the viewer, hopefully are picking up on this. The impact that a Thatcher ban has on any map that has narrow corridors, relies on vertical play, as you see the 2 drops onto Cocktail and Bar from New Hatch and Red Hatch, and how powerful that can be. BDS played around it very, very well. On Forza's side, they came narrowly close on round 10. Rounds 7 and 8, Forza's first 2 attacks, they were utter blowouts. They lost, they got smoked. Forza comes in on round number 9, and they have a very dominant performance on Kitchen. They look to be finding their way on the Bar Cocktail attack on round 10, but then at the very final seconds, it ends up coming down to the objective, and the diffuser gets surrendered, falls down, and that's it. So BDS plays around it, they win 4 rounds on attack, and then they dominate on defense, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it really was crazy to see it, but this is what you get for constantly dictating the pace of the game. If you're doing it on attack, then it's only a matter of time that you're able to win when you switch to your defensive side. It really is the case. Look back and check any VOD, any game that you want, on LAN, offline. Whenever a team is able to dictate specifically on defense how things go, then they'll be better on attack. Same goes for if they start off on attack. They're going to have a good time once they go to the second side. It's just putting your opponents on their feet the entire time.
Russian teams getting bamboozled by French team bans, name a better duo. I will always remember when Empire's winning streak / not losing streak was broken 2 seasons ago by a team that was known as Lestream, who managed to ban a second hard breacher on Clubhouse against Empire and then played around it to great success and defeated the Russian machine, which nobody else had managed to do so far that season. I actually believe when we were doing predictions, I think it was the only caster that actually voted for Lestream. Everybody else voted for Empire. It was a big, juicy 1 point. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a proud moment. It's a very proud moment. I like to think back on it very often, actually. It's great. What do you think about?
Those are very late nights.
What do you think about? Oh, I didn't say I think about it late at night. But anyway, it's very obvious that Forza was just not prepared whatsoever for those bans. And that really was the story of this matchup. I mean, Mute and Mozzie, sure, they're very formidable on a lot of maps, and teams are able to play with them very effectively. But when Forza sees the Thatcher ban, and they still stick to the Mira ban, instead of banning a Mute or a Mozzie, and you saw them run both of those operators a lot, they had an opportunity to try and take an advantage away, but they were boxed in by the ban, and it ended up being really beneficial for BDS to get that second ban.
And look at the big difference between how Forza and BDS were playing that Bar site. What Forza were mainly doing is trying to hold on to that freezer, so it was easily predictable, and by the second round, you just know that you just lob a grenade in there and you can deal with a player inside.
Yep.
Forza were able to net a couple rounds, one of them being on that Bar site. You got figured out it's not going to work afterwards. Whereas for BDS, they never even tried a strategy like that. They pulled back. They had more of a standard way of playing, which is putting pressure from mining, putting pressure from white stairs, and with that, you'll be fine. It's just for Forza, they're afraid of the response that BDS would have as a more aggressive team because of Shaiko's Spearhead to deal with any players in Spain.
Speaking of BDS, we do have the player highlight for you. Renshiro. He's left-handed, by the way. He's a southpaw for people that are curious. He uses his left hand right here, hello, to control the mouse. So if you are left-handed, you've also got Mo in North America, who is also left-handed. Renshiro is the standout player for BDS. Shaiko started off strong, but then he cooled off after the rehost. Alems got some very impactful kills, and even though he didn't top the standings like Renshiro did, Alems was all over the place when it comes to that scoreboard, exceeding on attack and defense, and just going to show how strong he is as a player in addition to this team. And we actually have an interview ready with Alems. So we're going to get to talk to him and pick his brains. So we were just, oh, you were very close. You were very, very, there you go. There you go. You were sitting, you were right, you were full, you were high def. Congratulations on your victory today. You played extremely well. Just wanted to get that on the record for you. But
yeah, thank you.
Today, how much do you think the Thatcher ban affected the matchup, and was it the main story for you versus Force?
Since I joined BDS, we played Cafe a lot, and we never used Thatcher. So, and we knew that Force is using it. So we were like, okay, let's ban it. After we knew that we were starting on the attacking side, so it was kind of a gamble to ban it at the start, but we were confident on our attacks. So yeah, we just ban it, and we were like, okay guys, let's put as many rounds as we can, because that's the hardest part. And yeah, we did it. We put like 4 attacks, I guess. So
yeah, that's what we were focusing on, is that the statistics actually came up during the matchup that showed that Cafe was like 56 to 44 or 54 to 46%, something like that. It's very defender favored, obviously, as most people know, and for you to take 4 of 6 rounds on attack, regardless of the bans, is quite impressive. Pivoting over to some of the gambles that you took, and especially when you were on defense, you had a couple rounds where you had Shaiko go off and spawn peek. This isn't something that we see against a lot of teams. Why did you do it against Fours? Was it solely because it was against Fours? And was this something that you just did because you already had such a large lead against them, or was there a deeper understanding to it?
Force is a very, very good team, and this is the kind of team that when you like late them attacks and place everyone to set up the attacks, you can't win, because this is like planned strategies and stuff. So you have to be aggressive on them at the start and then pull back and wait and find the gap, or like where the dead guy is not. And that's why we play like kind of aggressive at the start, and play like very very aggressive and very like harass them at the start.
I mean, it worked very, very effectively. You can't really take that away from you. Since you came onto this roster, I just wanted to talk about you in particular. You came in from Team Secret. You came onto the team. How have you seen BDS change as a squad with you on the roster?
I think I bring some like kind of experience regarding like how a team works strategically. I learned a lot by being with Team Secret. Like I was surrounded by great guys like Leon, Mipi, even Feral, who came from G2 and bring us a lot of new things. And then when I came, I was like telling them, guys, you know, when there is only one guy on site and 3 roamers, we can push fast, or like all the stuff like that. So I think I'm helping them a lot with that, and with the calm and like how to say the good mentality, like the good environment.
Experience means an awful lot to these teams. We've seen it from every single region where, an older player in terms of experience steps on and it completely transfers them. I mean, look at Fours. Look at how much better that team got when Shockwave stepped onto that roster too. So once again, congratulations. I'm glad that you're adjusting well to BDS. Anything to say at the end of the interview?
Yeah, I would like to thank everyone who supported us. I would like to thank my teammates for trusting me, and like BDS, of course, and my mom, because she said that I never thanks her to interviews. So thanks, Mom.
That's really sweet. Everybody else, I think, can take lessons from that. There are very few opportunities that we shouldn't take to thank our mothers. So very sweet words, very wholesome as well. It was nice seeing you. I'll see you in Montreal unless you happen to win again and I interview you again. But take care of yourself and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you, Parker. See you.
Thank you.
Call your mom and say I love you.
I was actually going to say, my mom was having kind of a lousy day. I spoke to her on the phone while I was making food before we came to cast, and she was having a bit of a lousy day. So, as always, love you, Mom. You say the same thing, providing you have a mom. Pay her some kind words, unless you're, unless you don't want to, because I'm not your boss.
No, do it. Love your mom.
Do it.
And also listen to her talking about how much she loves your cat and how much she loves you as well, and how much she loves your
For us,
dad.
it's the dogs. It's like I'll call my mom and I'll be like, hey, how's your life going? It's good. Anyway, the dogs.
Like, okay, Mom, I just wanted to talk 5 minutes about what I'm doing in my life, but I guess it's always about the dogs.
And they say dogs can't speak. They do, vicariously, through our parents. Anywho, that's our very first matchup in the books. We got an exciting one up for you next. G2 versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi has never lost to G2 since being in Pro League. But Na'Vi's not the same team, or at least statistically, they haven't been the same team that they were last season. G2 seems to have bounced back. What's the story going to be? We'll see in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to EU Pro League Playday number 5. My name is Intero. I'm joined by Milos the Medic. Always a pleasure when we get to merge the two duos together, and you will see that later this evening when Kickstar will be casting alongside our dear friend and hopefully no longer dying of illness, Emzo.
Yeah, he was sick for a bit, but Michael filled in, and everything is fine. Emzo's back in business, so
The return.
the re-return.
The re-return, because he actually only missed like 1 day, so...
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll fill in for another day. Don't worry about it.
We have an exciting matchup for you today, and we say that a lot. I have to say it. It's in my contract, but I actually mean it this time. Don't tell my bosses. G2 versus Na'Vi. And we'll bring up the rosters for you so you can look at who exactly is playing on these squads. We said before the break that Na'Vi has never lost to G2. Uno, Kanto Raketti, Fabian, Pengu, and Cryan, as they have some skin in the game. Quite literally, you can get the G2 pilot program skin now. It's available. Na'Vi also has one. You'll see the graphic in just a moment. But today, when you look at these teams, there have been a little bit of changes to G2. Cryan hasn't exactly fit in, I think, as well as a lot of people thought. He's been praised by people within EU for being a monster and challenging to play against. But he's had a sluggish start, and G2 have had some issues. They always win on Monday. Are they going to do it? Two things. G2 has never lost on a Monday, and Na'Vi has never lost to G2. I suppose one thing could be true. They just have to draw. But anyway, their opponents are Na'Vi. These are your reigning and defending Pro League champions. They were successful in Tokonami, and there you can see the roster. Citizen, Pi, Nello, Kendrick, Saves. They also have skin in the game.
Of course, the two teams are former Pro League champions.
What on earth happened to Nello's name? Nilo!
Yeah, we had that last play there. Yeah, it's Leon Pesic. He's here. He's good. I mean, for me, Nello, especially after like actually meeting him, talking to him in Japan, it felt like I was talking to Shate. It felt like I was
They're from
talking.
completely different countries. One's
I don't think that
one's
matters.
Croatian and the other's Finnish. They're not the same. What do you mean? Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Expand.
So rude.
Expand.
I get why Kix isn't here today, but between
It's not me.
It's yeah. I think at some point
It's not you, it's me.
Yeah.
It's not
Fair
you,
enough.
it's me.
Back to my point. Nello and Shate are both these calm players that really like to have fun. You know, they really want to enjoy what they're doing with their team, and when they do, they oftentimes spread that positivity around. You know, it feels great talking to them. They're very humble players, but they're also very, very proficient players in all the roles that they do and they excel at. So it's a great player to have on your squad. Obviously good at pretty much commanding the squad and putting it together when it matters. It mattered in last season to qualify for Japan. It mattered when they actually made it through and won the entire event. It's going to matter at Invitational, and it's definitely mattering in every playday so far. Na'Vi have kind of been, you know, on and off here and there. They lost to Forge in the first playday. They tied Rogue, which is difficult overall. Rogue is a tough team regardless. And though later on they're able to beat Chaos. That was 2 weeks ago, or well, 2 playdays ago. You know, we're working on the old system now.
Time is a social construct.
Yes, exactly. Cafe Dostoevsky was that map.
You were talking about how it matters. Well, you know what matters?
What?
The map veto. So we'll bring that up for you, because where are we going to play? That's the big,
Nani?
That's the big thing. No. Clubhouse and Villa.
Nani?
Is it still too late to get kicks back? Is it? Can I help? Unfortunately, I think it's too late to change them out mid matchup. But here we are, and Consulate's going to be our map between these two teams. Historically, one of G2's best maps, and was their strongest map for a long, long time.
The only team that could defeat them back then on that map was what was known until recently as Sisu, but before that Mouse and before that Ents. That was the only team that they really feared on any map,
Yes.
specifically Consulate. They were big scrim partners. No longer the case, as obviously the team doesn't really exist the same anymore.
This is also one of the best maps for Na'Vi. They had that wonky double panel garage defense where they'd blow up the other panel, and of course you had the Battle of the Titans in Skies when he was on Reciprocity versus Citizen, which, if I remember, this was the map that Citizen broke the Pro League
He did?
kill record on. So not bad. Not that you can replicate that success all the time, but you're going to want a good performance out of Citizen every single time that Na'Vi enters the battlefield. This is going to be a tough one, and I'm actually very curious to see. G2 usually very popular, and yeah, I mean 66 to 26%. G2 takes it with a 8% draw rate. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good.
I mean, both teams have been on and off when it comes to PL so far. Obviously, Na'Vi are down below at 8th place currently with 4 points. G2 are at 4th with 6 points. The difference is very tiny, but you want to look at the record, the kill record, pretty much. G2 beat BDS. G2 lost closely to Vitality. Then they beat Force. And then they lost narrowly to Chaos. Oh, just a reminder, by the way, Doki is not a Pro League champion. Yes. I believe also Na'Vi are playing from them boot camp in Kiev,
I think
Ukraine.
Is G2 not at a boot camp right now as well? I know that Na'Vi is at a boot camp. Doki is there, by the way.
Yes, he is.
But is G2 not at a boot? I could have sworn G2 was boot camping as well. I don't know if they are now. Because a lot of teams are boot camping before getting to Montreal. Most teams are getting to Montreal for like the beginning of February. We're talking like the first couple days. I mean, we only have 10 days.
I mean, usually
10 days left. That's it.
Usually
well, technically, I guess 11. But
usually when that happens, we would see Sua posting a lot of things on Instagram. However, that wasn't the case.
Look at these bands, by the way. A Lion band that was G2's old reliable. Nomad is very standard when it comes to Consulate because of the run-out, jump-out potential, and the rotates because it is a very thin and linear map. You can tuck an air jab in between the crevasse, between the rooms, or in the hallways, as most human beings call
Very
it.
suggestive.
No. And then Mozzie being banned. Mozzie's ban rate is pathetically low.
For how strong he is.
And once again, Mozzie excels on maps where there are lots of choke points and there is linear play. Consulate is one of those maps. Mozzie taken off the board. Maestro also removed. Means that we got Echo, we got Mirror, we got Valkyrie. We're going to have a gay old time with all those operators. So,
yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. Of course, bringing the Jackal in here. Not too surprising when you're expecting your opponents to kind of roam a bit. Now, this is a lobby defense in the first round, which is unusual, but
not this season. And I was actually going to weigh in on this. Obviously, don't expect you to listen to every word that Kickstar and I say on
I usually listen to Kicks, but not to you.
That is, that's very standard. As we get set up, buy the skin.
Give me your money.
I don't. All right, well, that's them again. It's them in. Anyway.
If you didn't know that they are playing.
Kix and I actually talked about this. I went back, I flipped through my notebook. That was me gesturing. I hope it got picked up on the microphones. Towards Consulate. And Lobby has actually been played on Consulate about even with every other site. Teller's Archives has been getting played about 2 times on average a matchup. So we're going to play it again, I guess. Are we gonna
It's another one.
Let's do this every round.
Pay for
Every round.
Once at the start. And once at the end.
You buy our skins. It's there you go.
You, by the way.
Buy our skins. There you go. Anyway, Teller's Archives on average is being played about 2 times on Consulate, which is rare, and Lobby is getting played about 3 to 4 times. That's good for about a third. Opening pick is going to go to Nello. Down goes Uno. Fabian just storms right in. He takes out saves. So we're 30 seconds in, and there's already a fracas that's ensuing.
Fabian's really doing work right now. He's able to find the smoke early on, which is huge. Basically like taking out 2 players in this case. He's also taking control of Bathroom. No smokes are available. There's another shot and will land from Kanto. Nello is down. You still have to watch that hatch. And all of the holes that have been pre-placed. Though, Kendrew, such a terrible position there. Fabian will be able to pick him off, but Cryan goes down to Pi. Fabian with one more, making it a 3K, all up to Citizen as he lands a couple bullets into Fabian. The diffuser should get picked up here. It's still in the back and probably even outside of the building. No, it's just been recovered. That's the Zoviet's job as Pengu, and he peeks around the corner to find Citizen. Great job from Fabian being able to realize that, hey, the site is open. They're still setting up upstairs. How about we just waltz on in and say hello? And indeed, no tea, no crumpets required. They dive into... It would be very weird to have tea and crumpets in the bathroom, regardless. But he walks in, tags one, finds the second, and really slows things down. Not 0% headshot for Fangu, at least that is a reference to the fact that Pengu, whilst being one of the higher rated fraggers in the EU specifically, he also is a player that majority of his kills come from body shots. And actually, this has been a thing throughout the entirety of Pro League right now. The majority of the highest fragging players in PL, no matter the region, are mostly players that are going to get somewhere between 20 and 30% headshots ratio, which is a bit lower than your average.
No more, I guess you could say, prolific than Reed, the body shot machine. I'm sorry, I just get really excited whenever that comes up on E United. He is Reed, the body shot machine Adams.
I know.
Nobody's shooting torsos better than Reed is, okay? Nobody. Not Pengu. Pengu.
I never said he was the best.
Reed is Bane from The Dark Knight Rises, and Pengu is Batman. You think that body shots are your friend? No. I was born in the body shot, molded by it, shaped by it. That's basically Reed to Pengu at that point, if you're still following along, which I would not hold it against you if you weren't. Anyway, it's Tiller's Archives defense from...
So I really wonder when the trilogy of Pro League movies will be coming out.
That will be lost to a lot of people because, you know, I mean, NA plays so late that I argue that a lot of EU's, you know, viewership probably doesn't watch.
I don't think you can expect anyone to be awake at 2 a.m. to watch PL.
I mean,
even though they should be.
Nella, once again, is going to get the very first pick, second round in a row, that he is awarded with the opening kill. And this time, well, it's going to be on to Unomeister, who is rebranded. Just as G2 branded their new jerseys. Very nice.
Huh. It's the year of the rebrand. I'm going to just change my clothes to the same color and the same design as the last year and call it a rebrand. Sounds great. Pengu now setting up on admin. We'll see Cryan outside here with the Thermite along the northern side. Trying to pressure maybe onto the window. We'll try to take down players into copy. And there you go. He finds the first one on Nell. He's expecting runouts, but so far so good. Fabian has a frag grenade ready just in case he wants to deal with that. Oh, he has the info, but...
Can he see it, though? That's the question.
He sees it, but he's got to check before he goes for the kill.
He has to go prone. That's the thing. He has to go prone to see the heal. He's going to lose it, though, as Pi annihilates Cryan with the SMG-11 tends to do with that rate of fire. Diffuser falls out of the hands of G2, and you lose your Hard Breach as well, which appears to be a small change from G2. Cryan has not played Hard Breach every single map for the squad, but he's going to be stuck on it this time, as both Fabian and Pengu are going to be playing more aggressive fragging roles. And I mean, it's working out. Fabian is now going to pick up, what, his 4th kill of this matchup, as he finds Citizen down below, and then Fabian heads right back to that main floor.
Barricades are out, and there's second grenade to follow up. The mute has already fallen back. That's Pi there. That still did a lot of work early on. Oh, they're passing right next to where Kanto is aiming. There's one player by the bottom of the service stairs. Flashbangs are being thrown in, and Kanto's trying to deal with any utility left by the Jaeger before he got felled. Fabian's going to turn around the corner. He's prepping a grenade here, and this should be able to hit. There's one impact. It bounces around, but Pengu's already gotten it. Saves is alive here with Kendra, and they should have a Nitro cell between them, but Fabian gets one on Saves. There's the Nitro that I was talking about in the hands of Kendra. He's waiting for info from above before he dives in and uses it.
A bomb has been located.
See the Buck walking right above him. He's going to go and throw it out at the default spot, but it doesn't matter. Kanto is far away, and there's the diffuser been planted. Kendra pre-firing into lockers. He is getting close to losing this gunfight against Zofia, but actually gets the kill. Finally, it's showing up as many people get banned. Kendra is trying to put down the hammer and lay down the law, but there's one on the floor, and here he is. Fabian is doing work today, and man, he is on fire. He wants to prove to everybody that he is indeed the best player in the world as we get closer to Invitational.
Very impressive.
Yeah, very, very much. I have to say, I thought that Fabian not firing into the mute there might have been what would lose them the round, but he exercised beautiful restraint. He waited for the right moment, because had he not gotten the Jaeger, the round might have been a bit different, where you can pressure from 2 different angles instead of only one, where you saw from the service stairs position you can lock down relatively easily in comparison as an attacker. And it worked out perfectly there for G2. Again, commendations to Fabian. He really made the right decisions. I'm really proud of him.
Na'Vi are not repeating a site. If we can turn towards round number 3, it was a lobby defense, moved into a Teller's Archives defense. It is now upstairs to console office. And I don't think Na'Vi wants to give G2 an opportunity to go back and do the same thing that they just did to them yet again. I mean, we got to see the destruction that was the lobby take from G2, ended up in a 2v0, and then we saw the same thing on Teller's Archives, which can be very difficult and a major challenge, actually, for teams to attack if they are not really that confident in an execute on a site that doesn't see the same amount of play, though we have noted, and we noted at the start of this matchup, that it is starting to see its pick rate rise as a viable alternative to console office or garage. Interesting that Na'Vi is not opting to go downstairs, though, because this was a setup that they had, their pocket strat, that worked out really effectively, and a lot of it revolved around Kaid, though, with impacts. Now, keep in mind that Kaid no longer has access to the impact grenade, so he can't lie prone in the middle of garage, toss an impact grenade through the drone hole, and break the hard destruction that is occurring on the other side of the wall on the reinforcement. That alone might have shaken Na'Vi away from that particular setup, and that could be why they're showing some reluctance to go down to the bottom floor site. But 30 seconds on in, and G2 looks for the clear and entry over on admin side. Very standard for a team to take admin, unusual for teams to aggressively contest it, and just like that, G2 is already inside of the building with Uno and Kanto Raketti, and as well, what sounds like Cryan joining them and an exothermic charge going off.
It's going to be super important for Uno to find those Yokai drones in the run. I know he has a lot of work to do between the Valkyrie and the Echo, because on Consulate, banning a Valkyrie, banning an Echo is definitely something that happens very often. In this case, because the ban was Maestro and Mozzie, then, you know, you kind of have to deal with that. The IQ becomes a necessity, so I'm glad nobody banned that operator for the attack. Very happy about it. Kanto Raketti setting up his drone on Soda Machine. He's going to be able to spot the bulletproof camera that is set on the opposite end of the hallway. Imagining that that's Nello bringing it on the dock, because of course it's part of his kit. Something that is great to have, especially when Maestro is banned. Pengu will inhale a bit of the smoke, but his utility is going to be used. And Uno finding Kendra as he peeked at the top of those service stairs a bit too slowly, and saves, turning around the corner with a shotgun here, fighting into the service stairs. He's not going to have to fall back with a minute left. G2 are setting up for their push. Unfortunately, they don't have a Habana to try and force the defenders to walk out of the projector room. They do have Fabian, though, downstairs, and it seems like the site, or this part of the site, has been vacated.
These are going to get very challenging as Saves is pushed out in perfect coordination from G2, with Cryan watching the rotate from the smoke, who was flushed out of his spot. And a safe perch by G2 down below, and Fabian in particular. Frag grenade primed and ready. It'll blow up some of the floor. Very common and default spots that are being attacked by Fabian towards Connector, but there's nobody from Na'Vi who's sitting in that position. So we'll ride along with the Buck as he heads up yellow stairs. Pengu on the windows, looking for one from Na'Vi. And there's Pengu to take out Nello. Fabian with one, two from Pengu, in fact. And G2 is up 3-0, an utterly dominating performance so far from them. No cycle, a reverse cycle rather, from Na'Vi.
Pay attention to what Fabian did that entire round. He went in through admin.
Okay.
Then he did his work there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went down through Spiral. He pushed up Spiral to make sure that things were clear, went on down, went into the lobby. Mm-hmm. From there, he used the skeleton key to open up the floorboards and make sure that planting inside a projector is a possibility, that there's nobody there. Then he went to the bathroom to pressure into connector. He pressured there with the skeleton key and a grenade to make sure that everything's clear through there. Once that job was done, and he did his best orc impression, job's done. He was able to walk on through into yellow, walk up through yellow, not get pushed at all, because the defenders are very wisely focused on the site itself as we're nearing, you know, the end of the round. And of course, whilst having the Zofia of Pengu on repel, he walks up, collects the kill on the Jaeger, and your flank is shut down. The decision-making from Fabian and the fact that he's able to win those gunfights has been monumental and instrumental for G2 in the past 3 rounds of victory. I really have to commend him for it. Usually people like get one thing done, then peel off. They're like, okay, I'm good to go. we're fine. But no, he just kept on going. Has a checklist, and apparently it's more like a CVS receipt than just a couple of lines dotted on a piece of paper.
7 kills right now, has not died. Very impressive stuff from the Buck. And on a map like Consulate, that for seasons has been exceptionally defender-sided. So far, it's been a story of the attackers. This
look
is
at this.
not a garage defense, but Fabian gets Uno on in. He manages to find Citizen yet again, opening pick, and Fabian just narrowly misses the Spiral Stairs player of Na'Vi. Uno might find them. It's positioned as Nello on the Spiral Stairs. ACOG out, and Uno looks the wrong way. Nello's been involved in very early action on every single round. He has 3 of the 4 rounds. He is the opening pick for his team. Na'Vi has 3 of the 4 opening picks because of that, and yet they haven't won a single round. They've been unable to translate it. Another lobby defense where you see the bottom floor control that is currently being held by G2. Nello droned out on Spiral Stairs. Fabian, as the Buck, can do significant damage with that skeleton key, being able to shoot underneath the feet of all the defenders of Na'Vi that are playing in and around the site.
And one thing I have to say, Na'Vi got the better end of that trade. Losing the IQ when you have an Echo up is huge. He hasn't been dealt with. You lost the Jaeger, that's completely fine. His ADSs are there. Yeah, sure, you lose a bit of firepower, but losing the IQ, losing just the masses amount of utility that she brings you is big. Fabian's going to try to contest around the corner here and actually wins against the Doc. He wasn't overhealed there. Maybe Nello was left with a bit of extra HP, but Fabian winning that gunfight now shuts down the flank of Na'Vi and opens them up for more work of his from down below. You talked about the skeleton key. It can have a ton of effect on this round with so much time left. But I wonder if G2 know that there's still one more player to deal with inside a projector.
The biggest point that Na'Vi has going for them is that it was an IQ that was taken out of action, and with an Echo up, especially with those Yokai drones being extremely crucial in the latter portion of a round, G2 will find themselves with a bit of a pickle. Kanto Raketti hot on the heels of a member of Na'Vi as he sits and waits very patiently now. A battle to the death. Pi and Kanto Raketti near one another. Fabian finds saves. Down from Kanto Raketti. A finish off. A 4v1 favoring G2 now. They're making this look clinical. There's still one Yokai drone up. 30 seconds left, but you're not going to be able to get it. Kryan is going to be knocked out of the plant. And then Kendra will have to engage. Down goes Fabian. And back on the Yokai drone you go. It'll knock the Thermite out yet again as Kendra gets spotted and will get pushed. But he loses the fight to Kanto Raketti. G2 are absolutely manhandling Na'Vi right now. Up 4-0.
And even if the Echo is still alive there and he didn't die, he would still not be able to win the round. I mean, theoretically speaking, because he used both of his charges on the Yokai. Takes around 20 seconds to recharge one of them, right? So he already used 2 of them, obviously out of the 2 possible on one Yokai drone. The second one is a bit too far away. It will get sniped the moment that he tries to run it from piano through the hallway into the lobby. You only delay 10 seconds off G2. There was 20 seconds left, excuse me, and there was more than enough time to get on that diffuser a few, like 5 or 6 more times, and you would have been completely fine. The round was lost way before it came down to the Echo. And again, it came down to Fabian's good decisions. Unfortunate there to lose the IQ of Uno as he went down and cleared from servers, but he definitely did not waste any time following Fabian. And Fabian started off correctly by just opening up the hatch right above servers from the visa check, went on down, found the kill on the Jaeger. Now you're what could be your late round flanker, your lurker, as many would give the role, as Blue was called the operator, you know, given from another game. It would have been massive. You don't have to deal with them anymore. Then you refrag, kill the Doc off of it, you're good to go. He's 10-1 right now in 4 rounds.
Certainly not UK massive for Na'Vi at the moment, as Fabian looks to spring into the building faster than you can say media ban.
This is UK pretty tiny.
Completely missed the joke.
This is, yes, I know, I got it. Media ban, ha!
It's a garage defense for
yeah, but Doki
Na'Vi.
didn't win Pro League technically.
I guess
So there's another one.
It's a garage defense, so finally we will see Na'Vi bring out what was one of their most dependable sites before. They've got Nello playing on the Kaid, but he's not going to be able to impact trick with the same success that he's had previously. For those wondering, impact tricking, what is that? Well, it's when you use an impact grenade to throw it against something, be it a wall, the top part of a reinforced panel, etc., and it blows up either Thermite's exothermic charge, Hibana's X-Kairos, on the other side. It's going to be Cryin with the exothermic charge, trying to do his job as best as he can. One story for Na'Vi is Citizen not being particularly effective. He has been shut down and routinely hunted by G2 so far this matchup. It's been Nello who's been the savior for them when it comes to opening engagements, but you need a player like Citizen to be able to carry more than his own weight, especially with how crushing G2's entries have been. This man in particular, Fabian, is the one almost solely responsible for it. There's a Nitro Cell waiting to happen underneath him. There it goes. Doesn't connect at all, so Fabian can just continuously move, and it sounds like it might have even been a second Nitro Cell expended without any success.
That was only one, actually. Yeah, there's only one used there from Nello. So
It was that sound, eh?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened because even the wall isn't open, the garage isn't open yet, so odd, but hey, here we are. There's a grenade being thrown on down, and it's going to be more than enough to deal with the Electro Claw. The second one is already been used, and I wonder if they put it on the bathroom hatch, since Na'Vi are not really putting any effort or manpower in that position, from what we can tell. And Citizen is watching at the bottom of these yellow stairs. He will be caught. And right now, the one thing that G2 have not done is cleared top down. But Pengu and Cryin will find a kill each. They can walk in and plant in just a bit, even with the Echo still up.
Citizen can be a major factor here. Just ask anybody who plays against a team like Reciprocity with Laxing on its roster in North America, how deceptive and how powerful you can be as a flanker looking to come back. Na'Vi end up finding themselves extremely isolated in the very far back reaches of this site as G2 circles the wagons and engages with Fabian finding Citizen, so there will be no flank at all. This is going to be a flawless round unless Na'Vi's able to do something. Uno Meister finds one. Oh no! Caught on his phone, browsing at work, just like I was actually when we were testing before. It's 5-0 G2.
This is literally what Intero looked like at that moment. I'm sure someone will make the meme, but I think you have to wait until meme weekends.
Say it again.
I was saying, because you don't listen to me, Parker.
I was writing down information from the round because the round just ended.
What I was saying is, someone's going to make the meme conjuncture between the Echo being caught and you being caught. And they're going to post it on the subreddit. But if you want the karma, post it on the weekend. That's for where meme weekends are.
Well, if you post a meme outside of the meme weekends, then it gets removed.
It gets removed. Yeah.
Let's
learn.
So there's some very interesting strategy here, and I think the biggest issue that Na'Vi is having is probably going to be communication. It doesn't seem like Na'Vi is calling effectively. Whether it be the fact that a Mozzie ban from G2 is completely destroying Na'Vi's defenses, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that's the sole culprit here.
No.
I will tell you, though, that we have seen from G2's perspective how effective they have been with their drone work today. They have been very precise, they've been calling well, they've been using their drones to flush out the offsite players from Na'Vi, particularly Citizen, with great efficiency. The only person who seems to be flying under the radar from Na'Vi is Nello. That man has been uncatchable. Or if you do catch him, he's just winning his fights regardless, and he's an extremely strong player. One thing that's always worked well for Na'Vi is they are an extremely deep team, and even though they usually rely on Citizen and Kendra to top the charts, as you can see, well, it's Nello and Pi here that are going to shoulder the weight, and they have all 5 players on the squad that can conceivably top frag. G2 is a team that has had that distinction for quite a while. A 6-pick onto the Nook, and Uno can get to the building very quickly. He just needs somebody to break open this yellow door. As it's the final defense for Na'Vi, he'll drone on in. Not exactly needing the speed that you'd usually see from a Nook, and a Teller's Archives defense will be on the docket for Na'Vi.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
So here's Fabian entering, and Nook has already gone up the yellow stairs, and Uno has a drone in front of him. He has to be careful with how he uses his help. Utility there. Just walk around the corners, checking into Soda, checking the bathroom slowly. You'd be surprised the FMG9 can really shred through people if used correctly. And so far, Uno has been able to solid snake his way through the defenses of Na'Vi. He's coming around the back and should be able to find a kill here over on the castle. He's around the corner and boom, there's one. Well, there you go. It's not going to matter if you have that camera or not. Uno is ready for you. And there's the breach charge also used to open an angle all the way down into that, how do you say?
Part of attacking Teller's Archives that can be so difficult for teams is that you often need to control all 3 floors, or at least 2 floors at the same time, usually that second floor and main floor, when you just kind of push the defenders down to the basement and, you know, hope that they are able to fight back in some capacity. So, excellent entry from G2. They get the opening pick. It's yet again Nello that's involved with it. He goes down, he's completely unaware of where the Nook is playing, and we can see now that G2 are poised to catch anybody who gets flushed out from Na'Vi. One thing that G2 has done in a couple rounds now is use their drones to push out a defender right into the waiting arms of one of their teammates, showing that Console is obviously still a very good map for G2, and they came exceptionally prepared. Kanto Raketi's utility goes onto the door, and then he picks up a kill onto Saves, who swings wide onto the Ash, and a 5v3 awaits G2.
Why are you peeking him?
You don't peek Kanto Raketi like that, but you do if you get him when he's not looking. Citizen finally is able to do some damage here, picking up a second frag. Pengu swings on in, cannot land the shots. High under fire. Kendra and Citizen still up. Very winnable for Na'Vi with 30 seconds to go. Fabian loses his gunfight. 2 big kills from Na'Vi will swing the pendulum in their favor. Cryan now downed as well. So Uno, involved in the very first altercation of this round, will have 15 seconds to either get his teammate up or simply hunt for kills. A big challenge, and he's not going to be able to outduel not just Citizen, but those metal bars on spiral stairs. Na'Vi, they pick up 1 round on their defense. We switch sides. They needed a momentum boost. They needed some kind of confidence boost. Is this going to be it? It's hard to tell, but still, G2, utterly incredible as they take the half 5-1.
Yeah. I mean, this is the only site that was finally taken. Na'Vi rotated through everything twice, pretty much. Finally, they're able to find a site that works for them. They're able to grab a round off of G2, but constantly peeking Kanto was not the play. Now, Uno is busy setting up his rotation drone.
Yes.
In the meantime, but had he been in Spiral and supporting his teammates, well, specifically Kanto in that location, the round would have been done. Kanto would have been able to constantly put pressure on the defenders through lockers, into servers, and it would also have lost the Jaeger. Na'Vi, that is. And the round would have been pretty much done. Only 2 players left. You already forced one of the nitros. You can lose another player with another nitro cell, but it's okay. You're going to be able to plant regardless. The manpower always goes through.
Now, one thing I do think that is worth noting is they had that the G2 Na'Vi matchup that could have snuffed out Na'Vi's chances to go to Tokonami, and G2 threw the matchup in the garbage. It was 5-0 G2, and they lost 7-5. So if you are a fan of G2, you are probably sweating bullets right now. And if you're a fan of Na'Vi, you are being very hopeful that history repeats itself.
Well, has G2 learned from it? That's the big question. I hope so. Uno with a run out early on, channeling his inner Shaiko, I guess.
I was going to say. A comparison that for fans of BDS or G2 will tickle somebody's fancy, I'm sure. Opening pick goes to Na'Vi. They have led the way early in the matchup with opening picks and will once again regain the advantage.
Of course, in this case, because the Thatcher isn't banned, we've been talking about the operator today, and pretty much every play day right now is a big part of a lot of teams.
Jeez.
By the way, bye-bye. Cheaters, you got what you deserve, let's be honest.
Crabs, cheaters are dead. Crabs. I don't know what the kids say.
You're too old for this. Well, we're both too old for this at this point. I gotta be honest. I'm too old.
Almost 30.
You, yeah.
I'm almost 30.
Let's hope you can make it to every continent before you're 30.
I don't think that's likely.
Let's see.
We were talking about this earlier today. Second pick from Na'Vi. They have full control at the moment of this round, as Kendrew and Nello are doing significant damage. It's a lobby defense, so your first point was going to be to go upstairs and take control here. G2 are just going for broke at the moment, and almost a flawless round to start the half. Why not? Fabian with 50 HP. He'll take one down with them. Drag him to the depths, but Nello will get the final laugh. And Na'Vi now 2 in a row. G2 fans, it was 5-0 last time, and now it's happening again. It's happening.
Chat room.
Oh, it's happening again. I, for one, am overjoyed at the prospect of another total collapse and 7 rounds in a row. I am so excited for it. The kids call that a Monka.
A what?
A Monka. Monka S. Monka
Okay. I
W.
thought it was a reference to Monk, and I'm like, wait a second,
It's a
this
kid's
isn't
call.
mid-2000s anymore. We're beyond that show.
Is it happening again? G2 threw their lives away. They engaged early when they didn't need to, and it's very different from what we saw from Navi's defense. Navi's defenses, they were much more stalwart. They were sitting. They were patient. They engaged a couple times, and Citizen, instead of playing an aggro role, was playing very passively. G2 had some very aggro players, particularly Uno. It didn't work out very well, and G2 gave their lives away peeking windows and doorways when they were trying to defend lobby. Not ideal. You can, I guess, take those chances given the walloping that you delivered to Na'Vi, but you have to be very mindful of the fact that momentum is a real thing. There is a tilt component to this game, as there is with everything. When you start to lose, you can lose quite badly. G2 is a team that have some fiery personas on it that can be very unhappy with a couple rounds thrown in the dumpster, and in this case, Na'Vi, to borrow a phrase that I believe is used by the UK lads, Na'Vi saying to G2 after that round, get in the bin.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Garage defense for G2. Are they going to play a little bit smarter? Maybe. That's going to be the question.
All right, there's the entry, there's the Buck. We saw the amount of work that Buck was able to do on G2 side, of course, commanded by Fabian. The operator in general is just great to have, right? And Na'Vi will lose no time in pressuring Piano. As, of course, you're attacking Garage. What do? You open up the garage door, you deal with any utility from Piano, and because of the fact that Thatcher is in play, G2 don't bother to bring a Mute, a Bandit, a Cloud. It's not really required, and I completely understand that, and I'm completely behind it. It's only an eventuality that this garage will be opened up. Might as well bring another operator that will help you. There's an EMP, 2 of them that have been used here to allow Kendria to open up both of these massive holes into the garage, and there's Goyo shields everywhere.
So if you don't have a visual component to this broadcast, both garage panels opened up. Buck playing inside a Piano with tons of soft destruction. 2 members of G2 playing upstairs on the 2nd floor with Kanto Raketti in a position to go for a run out. Uno sitting by him. Fellow countrymen, and of course, they've got each other's backs. That drop above Pi is opened up inside a Piano, and he's going to have to be mindful of that for the remainder of his time spent inside of what is referred to as press room, but is, however, referred to as Piano. Kanto Raketti is very close to being able to take this Buck out, but Pi's now turned his sights on over, and he's going to look away. Kanto Raketti doesn't seem to know, or Uno Meister doesn't seem to know, rather. Is he going to get the call now for the Buck, who is playing dangerously close? They are just narrowly missing each other. We're being tempted in front of us. But Kanto Raketti will manage to get him. It wasn't Uno, it was Kanto involved with that, as another drop, allowing Kanto to get into the main lobby. It allows Uno to also drop too.
It's good clear now. You make sure that there's nobody pressuring you from Piano. You lost one of your Goyo shields, but that's fine. Now, will the Legion be spotted? Yes, it's just the edge of Uno's foot there. More than enough for Citizen to do a lot of work, but he's still alive, and there's the Zofia. Oh no, the stun, the perfect timing for saves. And they're close to taking down Legion as well. Somehow Uno's able to escape and keep on firing through the 2, but Citizen with the finisher. At the 27-second mark, you still have Goyo shields to deal with, and Yokai drones. If Citizen has not done his work, Yokai is going to be run back. There's Fabian. Will try to set up good engagements here for his team, but Cryan missing the kill there with a Nitro. He's able to find 1 kill, though, on the planter. In a 1v3, Fabian can slow things down and really stop them as he turns around the corner. Nails down 2, is already one of them, is down on the floor. You have to go and plant. There's the info, but no, it's lost. No! Usually the one first to be lost in the round. He's going to turn around with the last second there. Slap down Fabian. Big mistake there to push in, as you know the time was on your side, but in the commotion and the excitement, I know you're very happy. That's a chip cheerio there, Governor, if you're looking at it.
Happening again. I'm having a whale of a time with this. Fabian played that almost perfectly. The IQ was downed on yellow stairs. Instead of going for the kill, Fabian decided to push on up and engage Nello. But Nello has looked spectacular so far today. He has looked extremely clean with his engagements. He has been landing his shots. He's playing smart. He's giving up a little bit too much on defense on attack. He's looked sound. Fabian could have very easily just gone prone. People don't know you can shoot through those boxes by pipes, so he could have been shot through, but there was only such a short period of time left that he could have just dropped down and simply tried to hold out as that clock struck 0. He pressed the engagement. It's a 50-50 at that time. He's going to continuously get called because you've got the IQ, who is essentially just a drone at that point. Ineffective, downed, can't do much, but can still make calls. That's really all you need, and Citizen was giving that information to Nello that he was able to capitalize off of, and here we go again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuning in, we are broadcasting a rerun of G2 versus Na'Vi from Season 10 with just brand new commentary because unfortunately they all fell ill and none were able to compete. So we are just broadcasting the match again, hoping you wouldn't notice while we talk over top of it. It's the magic of television here. 3 in a row now from Na'Vi, and this lead from G2 by no means secure.
It really is great to watch this. It's just, you come into this 5-1 for G2. They're really slapping Na'Vi down every single round, right? And the same is happening. Now, as G2 are on the defense, they're bringing the Mira this time, as Uno has not been too successful on, well, mostly the Jaeger that he played, and obviously in the last round, the Legion. The setup does not require a Legion in this case, though, as we're not really expecting a play from Yellow, but Nello, regardless, right now is putting pressure through there. 2 EMPs have already been used.
I think that EMP actually fell off the windowsill. I don't think it did its job.
That definitely fell off.
A lot of sloppiness from Na'Vi right now, and I think it's just because they are very aware of what is happening in this matchup and the magic that might be in front of them as Pi gets the opening pick for Na'Vi. And with that, they're up with 1:40 to go.
I'm not sure about how that is so easily lost, even with the Mira window that is just set there. And it's probably because G2 aren't actually using it in this case. It's kind of more of a deterrent, as the Echo is sitting very calmly and softly there inside of the bathroom. One of the stalls, Fabian is readying himself later in the round, and Pi is going to find an intriguing bit of info there on Kanto inside of the lobby, and might be preparing himself to walk on in. Kanto, oh, stunned and taken down. Man, you got baited so hard into that one, but Pengu will still find saves. At least the Zofia is lost, but it might not be enough. Fabian, though, strikes back, and he turns it with 3v3.
1 minute to go, and you're poised for a showdown to see if the stalemate between these two teams will break or if the streak will continue. Citizen on Repel gets Pengu, fires into the bathroom, but G2 isn't giving up a single thing. Citizen losing all but a fraction of his HP in the altercation, but still extremely worthwhile for him. If Kendrew can get clear passage to swing on in into Consulate without fearing a Nitro Cell down below, as you can see, he's got a drone down there. He knows that there's nobody there. The only thing he's going to need to be wary about is a long-range Nitro Cell or a Yokai. But a rotate from Uno goes down. You just need to give calls. A C4 ready, primed. It'll go up, but a miss. Uno's going to have to bide time, and Fabian will essentially be in a 1v3 up above. He gets Citizen. Does some significant damage to Kendrew, but not a lot. Uno blows the Nitro Cell, but it does not connect, as he will have to ascend the yellow stairs, and G2 will just simply need to wait. Nobody on the Yokai. Down goes Fabian. Uno in a 1v2. Na'Vi with the diffuser down. They've got full control as well. This is going to be extremely challenging. Uno be able to pull this one off. He's getting marks from the Yokai still up. Swings around, but he's not even going to get one. 4 rounds in a row for Na'Vi.
Man, Nello played it so well. He played it so well. The fact that he just pushed into the bathroom and shut down the Echo. They recognized what was the biggest deal there, and the Mira window against them definitely did not help. That was, I mean, really, Nello shut it down. He really found the kills that were so important for Na'Vi. And yeah, I'm just very impressed of how Na'Vi are able to claw things back. That's 4 rounds now in a row, as you're saying. And yeah, this is a repetition, as seen on TV, as some might say. But wait,
This is just further proof that we live in a simulation.
Defenders,
But wait,
protect your bombs from
there's
being
more.
used by attackers.
We're not done just yet. G2 are going to go to the lobby. 5-4, 1 round away from a tie. G2 have not consolidated a minimum of 1 point for this matchup yet. Something to keep in mind as well.
I already spoiled the ending. That's just a repeat.
We're meant... Look, you always talk about what our bosses expect from us. And what they expect from us if you read your contract.
I mean, to be totally fair, they've watched us cast for years. Their expectations of us are probably
10
in the
seconds remaining.
bin right now, just like G2. That would be my guess.
5
Fair
seconds
enough.
to insertion.
But it doesn't mean that we have to constantly disappoint.
Attackers are
15
heading
kills
out
for
to defuse
Fabian.
the bomb.
Let's see if he can gather a few more before they lose this game. Of course, again, Na'Vi still have the opportunity to completely win this game. G2 need to win 1 more round, and they would at least deny that dream from Na'Vi.
You can tell Na'Vi are being imbued with a ton of confidence off of this, just as a team, knowing that they've already done this once before. You know the whole act like you've been there kind of motto? Well, in this particular case, they don't need to act like they've been there. They have been there before. An opening pick for Na'Vi could seal the fate of a draw between these teams, and time again, G2 gets exceptionally aggressive to try to catch them off guard, be it Kanto Raketti or be it Uno. And every gamble that we have seen Kanto Raketti take by trying to run out has been greeted by a perfectly timed Zofia being positioned to greet him. That main door has not been the place where Kanto Raketti wants to be. So what do? You throw him on Doc, you allow him to play farther back, he's got an ACOG, he can do tons of damage.
So there's Citizen walking on in, checking things from garage up. This is something that we also saw G2 doing when they're on the attacking side, specifically against this site. But what they did is come in from the opposite end of the map through Visa with the bug, open up the hatch that was unreinforced because you're really not preparing yourself for that at all. And they drop down, able to find a kill on the Jaeger. So far, Na'Vi have burned off half of this round's timer, and they might be looking for a piano take. They need to find an entry, and they haven't really cleared the top floor. They need to worry about Yokai drone.
Is this actually happening? There we go. The Yokai drone, as you mention it, gets spotted. It'll knock Kendra off the plant, waiting very patiently. He gets gunned down from Uno, and there you go. G2 looking to do what they were unable to do in their previous matchup against Na'Vi, which is actually win a round after going up 5. Kanto Raketti punished by Citizen as Na'Vi will fight back, but still G2 with the upper hand, 50 seconds to go. You're in comfortable position if you're G2. You've still got anti-plant denial, and you'll find yet another tally for this round as Fabian removes Citizen's head from his body. Nello versus Saves, 2v4. A pre-fire from Fabian will just do a little bit of damage to Nello, but not by that much. SMG-11 from Pengu takes Saves, and could we finally see a massive sigh of relief from the G2 army? Nello just needs to be found with 30 seconds to go. Spotted on cams. He does quite literally get found out. He'll tussle. Tons of gunfire being exchanged from both. Nello has been a standout performer for Na'Vi so far, but a 1v4 against G2. Tons of utility. Vertical play. It's all too much. And G2 will collect 1 massive point against Na'Vi and set themselves up with 2 rounds to go to complete the full victory.
Mistakes. Na'Vi tried to go in for a planted piano. Unfortunately, you can't do that unless you are able to pressure bathroom. If you don't pressure bathroom and clear what's inside it, you're going to get shot from it, you're going to get pressured from it, yokais are going to be something you have to deal with, and players at the top floor. And what was the second thing? I just mentioned it. Chat, join in with me. You're attacking the bottom floor, basically. There's one above it. Go and take the one at the top. Clear top down. You'll have a better chance. They came in and tried to clear from garage, but they left the entirety of the console chamber. They left projector, all of that open to possibilities, and G2 racked them up. The Jaeger was in the perfect location to shut them down. The angles are all open for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. It is no longer happening. I would just like to state that I repeat, it is no longer happening.
Wee you.
That is correct. Sirens. Sirens can play at some point. I'm sure it can be. We'll edit that in post. We'll edit that in post. See, these teams actually played a couple times on console one day, and we recorded a bunch of footage just for variety, which is the spice of life, I believe. And here we are. So there is still possibility for the immovable object to meet the unstoppable force, or vice versa, which is that Na'Vi has never lost to G2. And G2 has never lost on a Monday. Those things can still happen if they draw.
Did
So
you
Na'Vi-
also have your almond milk today in conjunction with all of that, alongside someone on the other side of the world having had their
Okay,
kale
you're making
salad?
it seem like there's like some conspiracy here where it's like, you know, those, you watch like a sports broadcast and they're like, Tom Brady has never thrown 3 interceptions on a day where the temperature is below 30 degrees Celsius and happens to be in a state south of the Mason-Dixon line. Like
Mason-Dixon. Also, with the wind being at 5 miles an hour
it's-
instead of 6.
I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm dead serious. Na'Vi has never lost to G2. That's significant. G2 has yet to lose on a Monday. That is also somewhat significant. Just as we noted that Vitality has won on a Monday. Both of those things can still happen. You can still say, if they draw, you can still say G2 has never lost on a Monday. That's truthful. And you can also say Na'Vi has never lost G2. Also truthful. However, Na'Vi, who seem to have found a huge burst of momentum, it's been blunted by G2 stamping and snuffing it out on round number 10. As I said, still 2 rounds for G2 to be able to win this one outright. And Citizen almost gets the opening pick. One round after this. Yes.
Fair enough. They have the flexibility with those 2 rounds. There's the EMP out from Nello. Try to deal with any utility that's set right at the doorway. Of course, if you guys didn't see, Mozzie is banned. And I believe someone on the subreddit, and I really would like to quote them right now, they said that dealing with the Pest is difficult. Also, the Pest probably has a higher and better vertical than Michael Jordan himself, which makes sense. You can't just chuck a drone right next to it and right above it. Pi running around the corner here, turning into the long desk. Nothing will be found. You see the Claymore has already been set. Now it should be, caught by yes. There's double nitro from Cryan. Oh, this is huge. He's already done the work. And Cryan, you can just be happy with what you've done.
That's a massive double kill onto Nello and Pi, and those impact kills are so vital. And even though Cryan has not topped the scoreboard in any of his G2 games, you can still pick up huge, impactful frags. We see this from support players regularly. Saves knows that he's got Uno down below, sees the leg for just a second, and then gets the rest of them as well. 2 kills for the Twitch as he sits on Spiral Stairs. Down goes Fabian. He'll lose the rematch against Citizen. Kendra felled from Kanto Raketti with a drop available for Kanto if he so chooses it. If he so chooses, but no, it's actually not open. Saves with his 3rd kill. He's going to need to ace. He's got Diffuser in hand. He sees the Jaeger, but somehow loses it. What a shot from Kanto Raketti. And that's all she wrote. Very well played. Saves. You had a tough one on your hands, but in the rematch, G2 will continue their victory streak on Mondays, and for the very first time, they will defeat Na'Vi. That streak is over.
Man, that was an engagement and a half, I have to say. You're turning around the corner, you spotted the edge of the Jaeger, but Kanto's ready for you. 16 kills from Fabian. That's impressive. I know we don't usually want to boost the ego, but it happened and we can't neglect it. However, on Navi's end, man, they got it close.
I'm very glad that I don't have to interview him after that win because he is particularly fired up after those kinds of things. I suspect that we will have some good conversation with Pengu. It's always enjoyable to get to pick his brain when it comes to these matchups, and prepping for a team like Na'Vi with the struggles they've had going from the world beaters that they were obviously is something that we can dive on into with Pengu. And actually I was going to say, I guess they're not at boot camp because, yeah, when Pengu was streaming yesterday, he was still at his house. So there's the answer. So
Yeah, because you wanted to ask if maybe how's the boot camp, how's everything going, but
No, I mean, not really. I mean, they've been, if at best they'd only been there for a day or two. I mean,
if anything, G2 are a team that don't always go to boot camp, and when they do, they usually don't like to stay longer for a week.
they are boot camping in Berlin.
Yeah.
For the Invitational, probably at the end of the week, I would say.
Maybe they play like the last play day because next week there's only one play day, and then you pretty much are getting ready to Montreal.
That's it. I mean, I'm back in Canada on the 30th of January. That's only in 10 days from now. That's super close. However, we got a man. He's not in Canada. He's in Europe though, where we are.
Denmark.
No, he's in the UK. We'll bring up Pengu. Why are you looking at me?
All right, hold the horses here, okay? So, I'm not in the UK, Parker. I moved back like in December. You gotta.
I don't keep
Milos
track
at
of where
Denmark,
you
and you no, but why do you
because
correct
you
Milos
lived-
if you don't
You
know?
lived in the UK.
That is
You
wrong.
lived in the UK. Frankly, I don't care where you live, so I don't keep track of it. Not
Rolling caster, by the way.
Not that it
doesn't care about his job.
It doesn't. I care about my job. I don't care about where you
I'm
live.
a part of the job, and you don't care about me. So clearly, there's some misconnect there.
Misconnect.
Misconnect. We're not really on the same. Yeah, if you apologize, Parker,
Disconnect.
I'll forgive you.
I'm
No,
not
misconnect.
So I apologize for getting where you live wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like I ask, how old am I, Parker?
I have no idea. 23.
You're 29.
Thank you. That's because you looked it up on stream.
Because
like
I
a couple days
care
ago.
about my job
You
and the
literally-
people involved in it.
How long ago did you look up my age on your stream?
I didn't do that. There's no such thing.
Yes, you did. I guarantee you, I go to a VOD when we're done.
The VOD isn't there.
It was like 3 days ago, by the way. I was
I'm
watching.
22. I'm 22, but it's okay. No matter.
Whatever, man. Nice to see you.
Anyways, the games, right? Ask me about the games. Game, singular.
Okay.
Ask me about it.
Well, I was actually going to start off by talking about BDS and 4s since you said games, but that's fine.
You can do it too.
At what point did you think that it was going to happen again, by the way?
Did what happened? Sorry?
The last time you played Na'Vi,
Oh.
it was 5-0, and then
So fun story.
and you lost 7-5.
When we were up 5-0, Uno goes, guys, can we please not throw again? And they were like, of course we're not going to throw. And then the first defense were like, oh, let's play aggressive, guys. We get slaughtered in like 20 seconds. Next round is like, okay, we got slaughtered again. And then I think everyone was like, okay, we're throwing. And there's a lot of really close rounds. And I actually think that us throwing last time completely got into our head because we were extremely calm and collected, and I don't know, we played really well on attacks, I think. We just enabled Fabian with drones, basically. He was sick of being half-breed, so we could cry on it now. And basically, when we got to defense and we could taste the victory, we're like, history repeats itself, we're gonna lose, we're gonna throw, and we just panicked, I guess, so ouch.
I was having a great time, by the way, watching history almost repeat itself. I would just like to say that for the record.
No, same.
Not that you were happy that you almost lost. Not that.
Well, we won.
Yeah, you did, the very last minute. But honest question. I know that you mentioned it in a joking manner, but how much does that actually weigh into your thought process with the loss that you had to Na'Vi looming, and the fact that somebody in your team actually vocalizes it? Is it actually something that you think changes your mentality and how you play?
I think 100%. I think the biggest mistake was that it was voiced in the first place, because even if it's in a joking manner and nobody actually believes it, I think just putting that into your head like, oh, let's not throw again, it wasn't needed to be said. It could only really bring harm, I think. No one's going to be like, just don't mess it up. And then obviously you're going to mess it up, right? That's how life works. So there's a very big mental aspect of Siege and esports in general. And I think one of the reasons why we used to be so strong and why Empire for a long period was really strong as well is that you go against them and they already have the mental advantage. So the mental warfare is won already, and that's half the battle. I mean, this is often spoken about in the old Penta/G2 EG rivalry, where we would basically win the game in banning phase because the coaches go, oh my god, they didn't ban this map. It's over now, right? And I think Troy and BKN touched on it at the Paris Major, where multiple players stated that they literally just clocked out in the banning phase, basically, like nothing happened, or whatever tournament we beat them at. I actually don't remember, but yeah.
No, I mean, I think you said it well. Like, if you're living rent free in their heads, that's really challenging, right? Cryan moving on to Heartbreach. You said that Fabian got sick of playing it. Is this going to be a permanent thing, or is it like we've seen some role swaps for Empire on a map like Border, for example, where they don't adhere to those same role swaps on other maps? Is this something that's temporary for Consulate?
I mean, Fabian's on like a probation period right now, so if he keeps dropping plus 10 in stats, he can stay. But the second he stops performing, it's gonna be back on Heartbreach. Like, that's just how it is. I'm a zoomer, Kenzo's a zoomer, but the rest of our players are boomers. So one of them has to play Heartbreach. This is how it is. Now, I play Heartbreach half the time, and that's because I'm actually not the young.
It's happening again.
I just dropped connection like super hard. Something's happening, dude.
You said, now it's back. It's back. You said...
What's back?
Yeah,
Okay.
you said, I'm not actually that young, and then you started to break up.
Okay, I said I'm actually not that young anymore. Kenzo is the youngest, so he's the last person ever to be put on Heartbreach.
Right, and I mean, there was that funny tweet from Hot and Cold where he said the moment he turned 21, they stuck him on Heartbreach because he was too old to frag.
Yep, I felt that, Parker. First-hand experience, I felt that.
Yeah, you hit 22 and you're like, I'm ready to become a caster.
Yep,
Or
basically
analyst.
that, you know.
I mean, you showed off your skills in the last interview last Monday, since we have just like you and I have a set date every Monday to just chat for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
And you know, we have a guaranteed victory every Monday, but then also pretty much a guaranteed loss on Wednesdays. So if we can change some schedules around here, I mean, I would appreciate it greatly, Parker.
I mean, I can just cast no EU.
Or all of you.
I mean, we can discuss. We can discuss. I want to
discuss.
It's always enjoyable to get your mind on this thing, and what has been a huge topic of conversation recently through every single region has been the impact that Mute and Mozzie are having together, especially when coupled with a Thatcher ban. Now, there was no Thatcher banned in your matchup. You know that it's an operator that gets played reliably by Na'Vi, but you banned Mozzie out. Is this a map-specific ban? Is this a team-specific ban? Is this that you just don't want to deal with a Mozzie? Walk us through your thought process.
I think it really depends. Mozzie is particularly strong on maps where you gotta clear a lot. So let's say Cafe, you know, pretty much no matter what bumps that you take, you want to go top floor. Mute and Mozzie will just abrupt your droning and therefore your knowledge of the map, which means you don't know what's clear, what's not clear. Taking away a Mozzie or a Mute, or both, for that matter, if both teams contest, it just makes life easier. It's kind of like, you know, you ban the Thatcher and you can just, or not ban the Thatcher, you ban the Kite, you play the Thatcher, whatever, you can just breach. If you play Maverick, you can just breach, whatever. But Mozzie is often played by Na'Vi, obviously. They often play on this map in particular. He has a C4, which means that it also enables the vertical C4, whereas now they pretty much have to play the Valkyrie there, or the Pulse, for example. And I think it's kind of a curveball as well to some teams. You just kind of take them out of their comfort zone, and I think on attacks with a Mozzie ban, and then Fabian just doing Fabian things, I mean, we could drone everywhere we wanted. Like, I think we found Citizen and Jaeger pretty much every single round, and we just got him interfract every single round. Because there was nothing stopping us. There was no mute jammers, most of the rounds. There were no mute jammers, almost. There was no Mozzie traps at all, and then it's a lot of freedom.
Yeah. And with that, as you said, you were just droning him on in. We remarked during the actual cast that it looked like you had everything working when it came to droning, and you were exceptional at flushing people out. So obviously, you're you put the proof was in the pudding, I guess you could say, with the ban and how it worked. But that's it. I can't interview you any longer. It's been a great time, as always. Anything you'd like to say, by the way?
Obviously, did you see my tweet this morning about the GigaBrain?
No, I didn't.
All right, I'll find it.
I turned notifications off for your tweets. It was crazy. You know, I loved reading them.
All right, give me 1 second, sir. I'm gonna find it. Okay, just stall, Parker, stall. Say something.
Do your job.
This is not.
All right, look at this. Do you see this? It's it's not that focused. It's GigaBrain time. That was us today. I was droning, Fabian was shooting, Cryan was hard breaching, Kenzo's a young guy, and Uno's playing Nuke. GG's VP, saving shots from Invitationals. You saw some of them here today. Almost a clean 7-0, but then, we got smacked. We smacked them back, and we won in the end. Thank you for having me, Parker. Have a great one. You're 29, I'm 22, and I live in Denmark. Peace.
All right, thanks.
I mean, my hand has enough hair on it to cover basically all that you have on your head anyway, so it's fine.
Always a treat to talk to Pengu. Always a treat.
Cookie Monster.
As much as I hate to admit this, the highlight of the day was fun. So throw it up on the... Just throw it up.
Just show him. Come on, let's get it. Yeah, thank you, production.
Just,
oh God, it looks hideous.
It's so weird. We didn't bother to give a highlight to anybody. Wow.
Wow, it's so.
You know that there's actually going to be people who genuinely think that I don't like G2, and you can I can already tell you right now that
Aren't you the G2 sellout caster?
This is the crazy thing is it's like
He used the sellout. Yet how can he not like them?
it's like Schrodinger's cat. It's like I am both like for G2 and also against G2 at the same, and they both exist at the same time. When people turn around and they say like, oh, Intero hates G2, blah blah blah, like he's so biased, and they turn around and they're like, oh my god, it's so obviously biased caster, and it's like it can't be both of those things. Anyway, Team Empire versus Chaos up next after what was nearly a repetition from our previous matchup, Na'Vi and G2. But we have a break and then we'll come back with our second half of Playdate number 5. We're here with our second half of our 5th play day of European Pro League Season 11. My name's Intero. This is Milos the Medic.
Just Milos.
Just Milos is fine. I mean, it's right down there.
I know, but it's Twitter, but
It's fine.
we're friends. Call me Milos.
I'm going to call you Ghassan, which is...
Fair enough.
Anywho, our matchup today is between the Russian Titans and the team that started the day in first place overall, Team Empire, going up against a team that is tied for second, or at least started the day tied for second, like every other team in all of Europe. Yes, that means your Go4 team is also tied for second here in the standings with 6 points. Chaos Esports Club, who have been involved in quite a number of 7-5s. Unfortunately, not always on the winning side. They've had some surprises in terms of their performance, and they look to continue that. Empire has looked mortal as we bring up their roster for you. They also have a pilot program skin, so feel free to support them. It's worth noting that as we are in the run-up to the 6 invitational, portions of the money raised by these skins goes back into the prize pool. Shepard, Dan, Joystick, Karzeka, and Scyther. They had a bit of a stumble last week against Fours. They didn't have the performance they wanted. I think most people, myself included, were quite surprised by that. You were casting it. I'm sure that you were surprised by it as well. Empire, outside of that single matchup, have looked like they are back at dominant form, and they are currently boot camping now as well, looking to rebound after an embarrassing loss.
So I want you to look back at Empire's run so far. They might be number 1 at 7 points. Well, quote-unquote number 1, starting off with the day. But they beat Vitality and played at number 1. Then they went on to play against BDS, beating them 7-3. Played at number 3, they played Rogue. It was a tie 6-6. Unfortunately, Rogue seems to be, well, not so blessed with the ties, NA or EU. Then they went on to face Fours last play day, of course, where they got pretty much trashed by Fours in that, Spartak Dynamo game that we had, the rivalry between the two teams in Russia. In the end, they end up with 7 points. Great team, but even Joystick, Karzeka, they were pretty much non-existent in the last game. But Chaos, as you're talking about them, they are on the run up secretly. Red Groove, Renaults, Vito, and Shate are performing well. Secretly has been putting in a decent chunk of work himself, as well as Vito and Shate. I mean, you might not be seeing like too many pluses here and there, but the guys are definitely doing work, and they're ending up in games that are very, very close. Look at every single one of their playdays has been 7-5. Either they're losing 7-5 or winning 7-5. And of course, they're able to beat 2 big opponents so far. If you look at Fours, G2, those were the teams that Chaos took down. They might have lost in the Dota Major right now in Leipzig, but they're definitely playing it up here in Rainbow Six.
We have a map veto system for you, so we will flash it across your screen at the bottom. We have so far had Cafe and Consulate as our 2 maps. Well, you can see that Consulate is banned. There goes Border, there goes Villa, Coastline. Still could go to Consulate. Ooh, no. Or still could go to Cafe, rather. We're going to go to Bank instead of the mixed up in my head. So we're going to have a 3rd map today. 3 different maps, 3 different matchups. We still have Rogue versus Vitality later. It's always nice to see the difference in teams play, and I think I stand alone on this one when I say I very much enjoy casting Bank, so it's always nice to...
I actually really like watching it, casting it. What do you guys think? Of course, that does not include the map. It should be Team Empire. Yeah, there you go. Completely understandable why people would do that.
80 to 60. That is an outstanding difference.
And honestly, I wouldn't have put it that far into Empire's side, even if I didn't know Bank was the map that we're going to play on. I will want to remind everybody out there that last time Chaos played Bank was against Fours, and they're able to beat them 7-5. But if you go back and watch that game, Chaos were on a roll the entire time. They banned the Thatcher, which kind of confused Fours. They played the Qa'id extremely well to trick the hatches, so they could play inside of servers correctly. And there it is, the Thatcher again. I really can't wait to see what they do. I hope that they bring out similar strategies. You can't just run the same thing, as Empire will have learned from all of it. And there's the Ying. They played the Ying so often, and it was so instrumental in defeating Fours that this time it gets instantly banned. Empire reading Chaos very well, but that might just be a bait from Chaos. They might be running something else.
Well, I mean, they likely understood that a Ying ban was coming, and I would imagine that they likely have it banned against them in scrims as well. There goes Echo. So with a Thatcher ban, that means that the defenders will have a huge advantage if they want to run Mutant Mozzie together. However, as was noted by Pengu in the interview earlier, both of those operators excel on linear maps that are straight, that you need to drone extensively. Bank is a map that you have to drone a ton. However, it's also an exceedingly open map. So obviously those operators will not have the same impact that others would. It doesn't really change much the fact that Red Groove appears to be starting on the Mozzie.
Look, Cafe, Villa, those are definitely two maps that are extremely good for Mozzie combination. The longer the hallways and the more rooms, the longer the hallways and the less space to maneuver you have, the better that combination becomes. And so you might still see the operators here being shown and being played on other maps because they're just good in their own rights and respect. But you can argue for Bank Basement that either or would make a lot of sense. Because they're bringing the Clyde here, secretly running the operator, as of course this is kind of the understanding behind banning the Thatcher, then you have to bring either the Mute or the Mozzie. In this case, it goes to the Mozzie. You can still block drones, you can still do a lot of work with that without having to worry about a Thatcher just randomly stunning everything you have. And in the case of not even considering the strategy of holding on to blue stairs, then this would be very successful. However, having... Oh, this is very odd here.
I don't want to say it's that odd. I was going to say that we've seen teams run Vigil and Castle and Mozzies up on the second floor. Not often, but more than once or twice.
Definitely a rarity, I think. I think it's clear to say, but...
Red Groove's, I mean, he falls off immediately.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
What this will do, though, is that because there's a Mozzie on the board, we saw... I'm going to date myself with this one. Speaking of a team, G2. When they were known as Penta, they used to do this very effectively as Mute on Consulate, where they would have 4 of those jammers, sometimes 3, and they would place them upstairs. And I think we'd seen EG or another team in North America do this as well, where you place jammers, but you don't play off them at all. Because when you're droning, you see there's a Mute jammer upstairs, instinctively you're going to think that somebody is playing up top, so you're going to, endeavor to drone it as best as you can, and you're not going to be able to do anything with it. You're not going to find anything. So Shate and Joystick have taken some damage. That's going to be about it. You have to burn the ADS as best as you can on blue stairs. There's a shotgun waiting in the hands of Vito.
Yeah, that's triple ADS. That stack is going to last for a while, though we've already burned off, 1.5 of those ADSs. So you're good to go. Scyther's going to burn things away here, as of course your Maverick can still go through hatches. It be damned. Will's ready for this to pop. He's looking for a headshot. He knows where he should be expecting the Maverick. And actually, a tiny bit of that. No, not even. That was just off of the shock of the electricity itself. So far, so good. Did Vito just pick up his deployable shield? Is he just going to run away from here? Makes sense, right?
I think so. He can't do much. He can't get out because there's an air jab directly above him, and you can hear it as they make a noise. So tough position for him to be in. 1 minute left.
Has Box Skylit hatch been open? Because the hatch here going into the elevator has, and the one into vault. Oh, it's a fake! Empire gonna go in for a gold vault take, and Chaos understand what's going on. They're gonna respond. They're gonna put bodies to deal with this strategy. There's not a ton of time, so rotating from one spot to the other is not so viable, and the barricades, that's what I want to see.
It's the kind of play that you expect from a team like Empire after they've read into the defense that was structured from Chaos, and guns a-blazing now as you see tons of HP being taken away from more than just one operator. First kill goes to Scyther, but it's very late in the round. 2 from Empire answered back from 1 from Chaos. Unable to deal with the bars, well, down goes a member of Empire and Dan, and finished off by Secretly. 3-3, and you'll have to dead drop. But you lose the fight to Renewals. He's been Chaos' standout player. Karzeka's in. He's been Empire's standout player. And it's Renewals versus Karzeka now. Secretly still up. Where's Karzeka with the diffuser? Miles away. Chaos will just simply wait out the clock, and they're going to take the very first round.
It was a push into a bait, into a push, into a bait, into a push. This is what Empire had to do to deal with this. And this is pretty much the same effect that banning the Thatcher and running the Cloud had on Force when they were also playing against Chaos on Bank. So Interestingly enough, it does work. Empire really tried to clobber their way into the site. It was very smart of them, but unfortunately took a bit too much time to get that done. The Clash is going to be 6th picked off for the Valkyrie. That's Shate for it. As we're going to see CEO as the second side here
Attackers need to
for
locate and
the
defuse
Swedes. Plus the Finn, I guess. But what is it?
bombs. Attackers have discovered
4
the location of a
Swedes,
bomb.
2 people in support staff, as Swedes as well, and a Finn. So we have a tweet here to bring up for you. G2 Fabian, I am the best player in the world. Ever so humble. We have another one. Fine. I guess you can take my mother on a day.
She's watching this broadcast, actually. So
I want to say a word that I can't say on broadcast.
I celebrate in holy matrimony
5 seconds to go.
the date/relationship between my mother and Fabian. And he is welcome to take her on a wonderful date in Montreal, given that he's actually going to be there now. She only dates winners. Also, for people that don't understand that it's a joke, I have a father, and no, my parents are not separated.
Is Fabian here?
He's not my father, but he's my daddy. It's a quote from Guardians of the Galaxy, in case you were kidding.
I have. Look, I know you're used to casting with kicks, but
It's not even for you. It's for other people at home that think that it's like some kind of like perverse statement. It's not perverse. It's a quote.
that has roots
It's
in
from
reverse.
it's from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quote 50 Shades of Grey right now.
I don't really think those are comparable movies, but that's
Bomb
just me.
located by attackers.
Ah,
Oh my. That's the
Yes,
Maestro's all
that
that
evil eye.
Are you evil?
that was an evil eye. What? What incarnation was that? Oh, it's a soft.
It's a softball. I said it was a Maestro. He was shooting it with the Alda.
Why did I think that it was an evil eye sit on some side and they had
Because
this
it
force?
seems outlandish that a Maestro would be in any position to shoot those. But
Yeah.
if you
Oh,
see
God,
from the
I am
defense
so
of
wrong.
Chaos, they have kept both of the walls soft.
Parker, I am so sorry.
It's fine.
It happens. I make mistakes, oddly enough. Well, Vito's not going to make one. He gets one kill on joystick. Great play here. He's expecting more to push into him, and he's going to be playing by the newsstand. He's expecting Dan to fire into him. There's flashbangs and Karjeka. This is just wasting a lot of time right now.
Defender exposed.
You're good. It's the castle doing it. You're fine. Oh, spark from Karjeka, and there's the shot. No need to expend any of those important Zofia lifelines. Good play. Not sure where those Nomad air jabs were set. Fair enough.
Very little that's lost from Chaos on that Gambit, though, and Vito, of course, taking down Joystick is huge. Scyther grabs secretly, so Chaos is now behind yet again. Even though Vito's Gambit was smart, to say the least. Utility dump on the windows of Repel as Karjeka looks towards the bomb site. Still outside. Dan's gun comes alive. Karjeka gets cut off the wire from Shate, so they basically trade out operators. But still, a war of attrition definitely does not benefit Chaos. Shate with his second, he's going to sit on 1 HP. But there's Shepard to finish him off. Not that much left. Red Groove in a 1v2, 30 seconds left. Chaos hold the lead in this matchup. They don't have the clear entrance that they want. Scyther's trying to find him under watch, I suppose, as there's Marks coming in. Red Groove with 15 seconds left to endure. He's not going to get anywhere. Empire managed to chase him out of the site and then take full control. Both teams tied up 1-1.
Given the fact that Chaos were able to grab that early and also important kill off the vault and run down the timer because of it, they should have been in a better position. I'm just not sure. I believe it was Scyther there that came in the Maverick.
Yes.
Vaulting into trading and was able to do work from there. I'm not sure who the player on the defense was. Just went around and peeked into the hallway, but that was definitely a mistake. You lost your basically the player that needs to stay inside of Janitor because all the walls are soft by default.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a big mistake, if you ask me. But fair enough. Something that Chaos can definitely learn from.
Defenders
Empire proving
protect
that
your
they can
bombs
still
from being
adapt,
defused by
regardless.
attackers.
Though Chaos, understanding that they've made mistakes of their own, they're confident enough in the way to fix them to come back to the same site. They should be setting up in the same way. You see singular reinforcement here between Janitor and CEO. There will be no second one as more shots with the Bailiff and the shotguns will be used, opening up rotation holes, leaving most things soft. There's barbed wire everywhere. Unfortunately for them, the assault didn't really come from this hallway until way too late to have any sort of effect.
What changes are Chaos going to make here? Because it looks like they're doing the same thing with the two CEO walls being soft, double barricade.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I don't know. Honestly, right now, there's one area around it. Are you playing someone downstairs? It seems like it. There's Renaults. They realize that, hey, maybe from here we can maybe charge into... this is just to deal with vaults.
Yeah,
but
if the castle decides to spring on out.
Exactly.
Always need to mention that air jabs do not affect anybody until their feet are on the ground. So if you are putting an air jab on a window for somebody that jumps out, you are doing it wrong.
Even pros made that mistake.
Yes.
So learn from it yourself, by the way. If you're watching right now, a big reason of why many people watch Pro League is to learn and get better at the game themselves. So here we are. X-Kairos are going to be used again, and I assume that it's... Oh, there's all the bullet holes, so everything is left soft indeed.
Just a greasy angle there, bud.
There you go.
Vito will stop every single one of those X-Kairos from going off from Dan on a soft wall. That's why you set it up like this, so that if there is any hard destruction that gets done on those soft walls, well, then you can just return fire. You can see the outline of an exothermic charge when you were on the other side of it. You can see the outline of the X-Kairos going off on the other side of it. And of course, you can obviously see any holes that are opened up from a breaching charge here. Vito is getting picked away at from Dan's Hibana sitting on top of the skylight. And it seems that he has been able to move the castle away from a position to shoot the X-Kairos, and Vito ends up trading his life. Dan, excellent play, good utility play, good support play, and it looks like they might have also been able to open up at least a portion of that soft wall.
Very well done there. So it was very much Dan able to bait his opponents into that kill, but Renault's learning from the last round, taking down Scyther as he entered into trading, and Karjek has taken a lot of damage from what I assume is the Valkyrie. Yeah, Shate here with the MPX. He's looking for more firepower, potentially the kill. Unfortunately, there's Joystick also watching for him, but he still finds the shot. Can he get another one? Oh, close to it. Karjek escapes the bullet. All it takes to take him out. Now in a 3v2, possible for Empire, but the walls are soft. This Hibana, this Thermite won't be too important. They're going to need to run in guns blazing with a smoke, a Maestro, and the Jaeger on the other side. It's going to be pretty complicated.
You know, that Swiss cheese wall that cannot be opened up by Shepard unless he puts an exothermic charge on it, and he knows how risky that's going to be. He can open it up, but it can get shot. A single bullet is going to take care of it. But Empire's watching, and Renewals in particular knows that there's somebody there. Dan with the double kill as he picks up yet another frag. He'd gotten one earlier on that skylight. He'll need to pick up a couple more. There's one for him. Bearing 9 in hand, he'll creep around the corner, secretly engage with the Zofia. Dan, a banner of a round and 2 in a row from Empire. They almost got drawn into the trap that was set up by Chaos, but they shake themselves free.
Wiggle out of it.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
When did that come out?
I actually have no idea how long ago that was. It's old.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Yeah, it was a very long time
Boomer times. I like how Pengo called himself a Zoomer. Or what is it?
I mean, it's a real thing.
Yeah, but like when he was calling like everybody above the age of like 22 or 23 a Boomer, I'm like, dude, do not compare me to my father. No, we're not. You are, but you're way older.
All right, well, 2 turns at CEO with very minimal changes to the setup.
Oh, hello.
Bears no fruit.
Hello.
Cav?
Yeah.
I want to see what they're going to do with this.
Really? Do you now?
I mean, from a perspective as in that we've seen many teams run Cav here on Bank. We've seen Jonas play it, we've seen Astro play it, and usually the Cav sits somewhere on the 3rd floor and then
10 seconds left.
Comes back down. But you aren't usually playing up against a team that is as good at roam clearing as Empire is. Empire will find you, and I don't necessarily know. I'm ready to be proven wrong because this tends to happen, the caster's curse, so to speak. We will say, I don't really see this happen usually, and then it happens and makes us look like chumps. But I don't necessarily know how strong of a choice this is against a team that is very, very good at roam clearing. Empire have been, if anything, extremely thorough. So Cav is lying prone inside of stock. You've got hatches to drop on open. Makes a little bit of noise, and then Red Groove is just going to head back on into the site. So I guess doesn't get the early pick that they were hoping for.
What do you fear the most when you're playing against Empire? You fear their droning.
Yeah, they're very, very good at their entry. It's one of their greatest strengths.
Exactly, and this is how they're able to round after round, gain advantages, and slow things down against their opponents. It didn't work against Fours, but it worked very well against pretty much everybody else. The Jackal being brought as well, because you're kind of predicting. This works well on Bank. There specifically, the Operator is great on here because, hey, they're going to play down in basement again. Let's just grab someone in case they want to roam. Plus, we have smokes for later down the line in the round. Works out well. Maverick opening to, oh, that's a free kill. Yeah, Shepard, beautifully played. You're trying to time the Maverick. This is what Renewals, I believe, was trying to do in the very first round. It close to worked, but this time you bait him into it.
It's a position as well that you see in a lot of operators that hold a C4 hold, so that you can immediately lob the Nitro cell up, a Bandit in that position, obviously not in this particular site, but you can see a Valkyrie, you can see a Pulse do that. Honestly, doesn't work out the way that I think Chaos was hoping for it, and exceptionally well played by Empire. They read into it, they know what's going to happen, they position themselves so they have the drop hatch open on that second floor, and this is what we talked about. Empire know what to do. They're very good on their entries, they're extremely strong at finding out where people are, and even though Empire, to a fault, almost always does the same thing, right now Chaos is doing the same thing. Chaos on defense, on CEO, twice upstairs, they set up very similarly. Empire was able to read into it and crack it both times, even though Chaos had a little bit of ingenuity. Chaos now is doing the same thing in regards to holding these stairs. Vito swings on out, and a bit of negligence as Dan is not looking, and Vito gets a second before being downed. The Cav playing inside of servers. Will Karzeka win this fight? No! But no secure for the Cav. There will be no interrogation. Joystick now will clean up what little was left of Vito. This downstairs hold for Chaos has proved to be successful, and Empire now are going to race against the clock. They've not been able to take the Cav away as Joystick lays on into her, not doing very much damage. No interrogation once again. Red Groove finishes him off, and there you have Scyther dropping to his death in front of Shate. If only you could defend this same site every single round. Perfect so far through Locker CCTV defense for Chaos now, as it's 2-2.
I mean, we're both very excited to see the Cav, to see like maybe there's a bit of work that can be done here and there with the Operator. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the interrogations, but we saw 2 great kills regardless. Good work there by Red Groove and Chaos in general. As you said, you'd wish that they could play the same site every single time. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So where we go this time, it's CEO again, and I assume that it's going to be a similar setup as the Valkyrie will be brought by Shate, as we also see, as seen before on TV. Switched away from the dock. I think right now,
protect your bombs from being defused.
Chaos are faced with 2 possibilities. Either they turtle and bring the dock, and they can place his bulletproof camera on the hallway to watch 90, or they can play the Jaeger and roam downstairs and stop anybody from ever even getting into trading. You have those options. You can use them however you'd like. But you have some information here as the defense. So this is, of course, only for EU in the past 6 months. Defense at open area has been able to win 71% of the time.
10 seconds left.
It's one of those statistics that I think gets skewed, though, and we talked about this. We talked about this a lot, yeah, with Coastline and Double Bars, for example. Double Bars is slowly working its way up to being the secondary bomb site for a lot of teams, replacing Kitchen. And Coastline has had that weird role where there was a period of time where Penthouse and Theater way back was by far and away the most defendable site, and now it's just not played at all. Open area on Bank has a huge defensive win rate, but it only shows up like once in a blue moon. We're talking like maybe once in a bank match. That's it. So the sample size is not exactly strong, but you're absolutely right. Numbers don't lie. Shotay tracks the drone, expects somebody to push from ATMs. If he peeks, does he win the gunfight against Karzeka? Karzeka is going to watch that drone and just sit and wait very patiently. Who gets restless? Which of the two blinks first? Well, it's going to be Shotay. He'll head on in and sit by the windows as Joystick's drone will now join Karzeka's. Good friends.
And they usually are, those two that are right next to one another, right? Joystick in first, Karzeka right behind, and usually when Joystick dies, Karzeka is the one able to get a refrag, and it keeps the round going, the momentum going Empire's way. So maybe we'll be seeing more of this here as, yeah, Joystick yet again putting himself in more of the flex support role and playing on the windows here by the northern side. Shepard's gonna drone on up here to make sure everything's clear, but Renewals, again, we talked about the roam. He is gonna be there again. Are they expecting someone to jump out that window? Possible, especially with that camera. It's definitely gonna alert Empire, which is why they get on the drone and make sure there's nobody watching downstairs. This is smart.
And we get to see now at least 3 different perspectives of these flank drones that get established by Empire after they manage to pull off an execute. Now, it's not always a given that they're going to be able to get away with said execute, but they usually have a pretty good watch on where it's going to come from. Here's a significant change from Chaos as a C4 greets Karzeka from Shotay, and that'll be your opening kill. Is that those panels on the back of CEO have now been reinforced. So the experiment that Chaos had will only last 2 rounds. It changes now. Things are a bit more standardized on the CEO walls, even though it does look like the second panel is still soft as well. Dan frags onto Vito. It's not a refrag, but probably the least impactful operator for Chaos, which is a castle, is there. Joystick is inside of the connector area, and it's almost his tomb, as you've got 3 castle barricades, and he's in a really rough spot. All you need is somebody from Chaos to be watching in that angle, and there's no way Joystick's going to be able to get out. Dan was a difference maker on CEO last time. Is he going to be able to do it again this time? Shotay and Scyther will exchange words. Red Groove finds Shepard. Empire goes down yet another man. Dan springs on in, and he'll finish off the smoke. 2 from Empire, 2 from Chaos. And now it's Dan in a 1v2. How quickly things change. Down goes Renewals! Oh! Dan almost clutches it, but Red Groove is there, and Chaos will regain the lead on very impressive play and an absolute pandemonium over the final last 5 seconds or so of that round.
Yeah, you really didn't have to peek that Habana, but fair enough. Lost 1, was able to get the second. 3 rounds here on defense is definitely pretty good. You end the half at a tie even. You're fine. This is bank. It's more balanced of a map when it comes to the overall win rate between sides. And Chaos are definitely putting up the numbers. Empire are trying to find their way through it, but it seems like every round that Chaos are able to take, it's because one of Empire's flanks collapsed. And it's very interesting to see because I think the observing the last round was on point. We're able to go through and spot where every single one of those flank drones was set and where Chaos were preparing themselves to flank from. It's a clear adaptation from Empire as to how Chaos played the roam before, but also it's an adaptation from Chaos because they learned how Empire kind of prepare themselves for the push regardless of the way that site is reinforced or not. We're going to go to open area and we might be learning more things about how these two teams play because I'm quite excited, to say the least. See how yet again they adapt to one another. Red Groove is bringing the castle, oh so important on this site if you want to spread things out. At least make sure that you're burning off a lot of utility, soft reach from Team Empire. They're going to have to deal with those hatches upstairs, but also bring the Ash plus the Zofia, pretty much the perfect combination to deal with Chaos.
Yeah. Castle's not just a utility soak, he also functions very effectively, as you pointed out, of expanding that site.
Exactly.
For open area, you're going to need to open it up. A lot of teams will include tellers and possibly even archives into this. Oh my goodness, Renewals on a beautiful shot on a Joystick. Oh my god. Goodbye to Joystick. And was that 1 or 2 bullets that were expended from the TCSG? Renewals loses 25 HP. And Empire already behind. We'll go back onto drones and see what they can muster. You had mentioned that when a castle is there, you're going to need an Ashe and a Zofia to work together. I mean, a Maverick also works really effectively. Joystick and Karzeka would have done great things, but now you only have Karzeka. The real MVP of today is BattlEye. This is, oh my goodness.
Good God.
Yeah, that is.
Go away. All of you, you deserve to be banned.
Go off, sis.
Honestly.
Go off, sis.
Just get out of here. So, there's Dan. You're hearing some screaming downstairs. I believe that's the cut of Reynolds. Still, Red Groove using that UMP to at least scare people off. One thing I do have to give the UMP is that the sound definitely kind of puts you off, but there's the setup, and Dan will find secretly Shepard close to getting the second on Red Groove there. It's going to be forced back. Big pick here against the smoke. Pretty much, especially when it comes to having so much soft breach and equilibrium. But Vido lands the headshot on Dan as he was trying to open up with the Zofia. Some more holes here on the CEO area. Breach charges are being used for Karzeka to maybe find an opening to the player in Archives, or at least watch rotations from there with pressure from his teammates through tellers. Unfortunately, that won't be the case. Chaos are not budging for now. And the big thing about opening up these drop downs, these hatches, is that there's no smoke. It's way easier to drop down when you know you're not taking any damage through it.
Hard-pressed to say that there would be an operator on Chaos's lineup right now that would be a worse pick than Secretly. Secretly is definitely the one that you want to stay until the bitter end, and he happens to be the only person that's dead on your team. Mozzie, Vido engages Karzeka. Cannot finish him off, but does the damage. That's a beautiful shot by Karzeka as Vido pops up, and it's very ill-advised. Default plant for Shepard in the safety of the cubicles. There's one other kill for Scyther as he just gotten one moments before, but Empire's guns are just better. Red Groove is not able to salvage the round. Karzeka, what a shot that was from you. Very impressive stuff. And Empire, they draw even. 3-3 on bank.
The fact that it was literally like the last bullet he just shot and then pulled away, it even surprised him. Because in that moment, we're going to replay it just to show you. Because people sometimes complain we don't have replays. And there's the turn. He just peeks, fires a couple rounds, peeks again, fires a couple rounds. There's a few. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. He's gone.
I mean, I'm not gonna be a headshotologist, but that doesn't look like that should have been a headshot. It looked like it was like a solid foot away from him, or
33 centimeters.
Yeah. No, foot is how is a foot 33 centimeters?
Yeah, it's like 3 feet per meter.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I thought a foot was 12 inches, which is, well, maybe it is. I never really done the conversion on it.
Oh, let me do that for you.
There you go. Do that. But that was a hell of a shot. A very impressive one, and yeah, I mean that's one of those things where I'm sure Vido is kicking himself.
Yeah, it's 30 centimeters.
30 centimeters. Okay. So.
What is it? In Canada, do you use kilometers or miles?
Yeah, so we use a weird system, just as a side note here for people that aren't super aware. For basically everything, with the exception of the odd food or beverage, officially we use the metric for everything. But you're not going to really meet anybody in Canada who says that, they're 183 centimeters. They're going to say they're 6 feet. You're not going to meet anybody who says, they're X amount of kilograms. They're going to say they're X amount of pounds. For alcoholic beverages, we use ounces. For everything else, beverage-wise, we use liters. It's a very strange system.
It is.
But we use kilometers for distances and stuff like that. For small distances, we don't really use centimeters. We're not going to be like, yeah, it was 20 centimeters. We're going to be like, yeah, it was 10 inches, give or take.
Fair enough. Well, here we are. Shate is going to use the Nook here in. Oh, this is actually a really strong position to use. We talked about this before,
yes.
Joe and I. And yeah, you can just watch anybody walking in. Actually, Chaos themselves used this position to a ton of success. And yeah, I don't know about that one there, Chief Maestro. A bit too chunky. Scyther should get shot down at any point in time. He does have a teammate to help him around the corner. But that's the entire point. You want to bait that Ashe in. A lot of damage done to Vido. He's close to half HP. Shepard was able to take a shot through, and he's going to be able to down the Ashe. Unfortunate. There's Vido. Has been tagged and baited in. How do you now deal with that Maestro? Shate is going to try to wiggle his Booty in. And where's... Can you find him? No, there's the Clyde around the corner.
So
you can't do it. Just
you gotta call for help.
Yeah, just
in that
just
case.
go.
And Shepard gets the call. He comes in. Brothers at arms.
He's waiting.
There you go. Shate
turns
gets
around.
it.
Oh, gets it!
Oh my. You can see that on his perspective, there was a body on that wall as he lights it up. Bodies are, of course, client-sided. So, you managed to avenge Vito quite effectively. No garage control for Chaos as they look longingly in towards the site, and, well, where are they going to attack from? The rest of the team seems to be assembled over towards a possible vault drop, and secretly does indeed drop. He gets gunned down by Dan. Empire position to get the other as well if Chaos decides to go down the main stairs. Nobody is watching for Shate's position, though. This could be completely free for him to walk right in. Damning spot for him. Joystick is the FO12. That is something to bear in mind as we get towards the end of this round, is that any long-range engagement from Joystick will need to involve the pistol in his hands. Now, if you are a player such as Joystick, that pistol can prove to be very effective. Right as Renewals looks away, he gets pressured from B bomb site, and Shate's going to get the call. But does he know if there's anybody to his left? He runs in! Down goes the smoke! Karzeka felled by Shate. Joystick low on HP, he'll dance around and manage to take out Shate. 3 kills for the Finn will be enough. Dan has not been shaken off of this position as Renewals will withstand. He's in a 1v2. Everybody's so low on HP. Oh, it's going to be one bullet to be the decider. Renewals with 1. Gets some pings onto Dan. He's gonna need to clutch miraculously. Heads on in, 1 second left, turns the corner, but no, Dan will win it. That's a nail biter if I've ever seen one. Empire in the final seconds managed to keep a firm grasp on the round, and the lead is theirs.
Perfect pre-fire there from Dan. If you're the Zofia in that situation, you can't really do much. You have to rush in, and unfortunately, pressing shift is the biggest giveaway, and the Jaeger was just ready, pre-fired around the corner. He was able to catch you even with the last like 2-3 seconds left. If he would have just kept firing with the 416, he would have been able to survive. And if he took you down, then even better. If not, the pre-fire just works out well. Regardless, there's Empire now that saved themselves in the last round, switching to Teller's Archives. Site we haven't seen yet today, Parker. Oddly enough, we're on bank and we're not playing it. Karzeka is going to switch from the Goyo onto the Valkyrie.
Attackers need to locate and
So you're going to have that Nitro Cell to play with, regardless of the operator. Black Eyes are going to be very important, as we know Empire is well known for being excellent in droning. Having Black Eyes also combined with the Legion Goo Mines, perfect. You just have so much utility, and you can really pinpoint where your opponents are coming from. It gives you a pretty good alarm, to say the least. Castle barricades will also be important here to block any pressure from the windows, and it looks like Empire are setting up for a defense and a roam on the top floor in CEO. Dan also reinforcing the hatch just in case. I assume that their drop-off point is into open area, as they do have their Empire, that is, a rotation hole from open area office into Archives to play things in that way. A very common strategy to run this site, because of course you're trying to deny that top floor control. Should you take it as the attackers, you have breach charges and all of that, you're going to have a field day destroying that floorboard, finding kills and chips off damage of the players of Empire anchoring on the site. There we go. That's basically like repeating the status quo of, yeah, this is how you play it, by the way, if this is your first time in here.
I think it's perfectly fair to dedicate a specific period of time during a cast to the fact that there are going to be new people watching.
I agree.
During the break, actually, one thing that I saw is that you go on that. We do have the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit that people are welcome to use. That's a hell of a shot from Joystick on Vito as I just break my train of thought for a second. There it was. Who was it? It was Renewals that got that shot on Joystick earlier. Well, the favor is repaid, and Empire get the opening pick.
But yeah, I do agree.
The point that I was going to make about the Reddit analysts, by the way, is it's a joke, obviously. It's a big shout out to a lot of people who keep that community alive and keep engagement up during these kind of things. Remember to comment on the game threads as Shepard gets his second kill for Empire. Now Renewals drops. Down go your 2 soft destructors in both Zofia and Ash. And we'll get to this topic in the next round. We're now halfway through. Red Groove sprints in. He punishes Joystick. but this is not a second floor defense. You noted it is the very first Tellers and Archives defense that we have seen so far today, which means that every site on bank has now been used, which is not uncommon for this map. Tellers Archives does tend to see less play. Nowadays, Chaos will languish. They don't really know what to do next. As Red Groove is low, Exothermic Charge goes off. You need that hard destruction to work effectively. Usually on Tellers Archives, your best bet as an attacker is vertical play, which comes with a buck, which comes with a sledge, which Zofia and Ash can do. If there are breaching charges in the hands of the IQ of Shate, that is possible as well. But right now, you can clearly tell that Chaos do not have the soft destruction at their disposal that they require.
They don't even have the manpower, so what do? They change everything. They try to go in for an Archive take, and from Box Skylight, Shate is going to fire and actually win the gunfight against Shepard, but at what cost? Both him and the Habana are low in HP. There's the trade. Dan will take down Shate. Secretly checking around the corner. He pre-fires into the wall as well. There's support from his teammate. Here, that SMG-11 rattling off, but Kajika's gonna come around the flank. Secretly pushing in with a pistol. Finds one kill onto Dan. Checking for the second. Just came up by the white stairs. Oh, Gumain in the foot. Secretly will die from one or the other. Impact grenades being thrown into his face. Somehow he stays alive enough for long. Kajika comes around from Archives and secures the last kill. Team Empire now on a 5-3. Effective on the defense.
Very well played by Empire.
What you were saying, Parker, please.
No, I just wanted to talk about that Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit community, because I know they do get a lot of flack and criticism as Reddit analysts and how they supposedly live rent-free
Correct.
in our brains, or so they had said. I wanted to give a shout out to some of the newer folks who have stopped on over there, because during the break, before we got into this matchup, I saw 2 posts actually, basically saying from new players, asking about the way that, Pro League is structured and all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a reminder needs to be made every now and then to people that watch this game that Rainbow Six is an extensively deep game that can often be off-putting to new viewers and especially new players who struggle to understand the basics of this game. So if you're one of those people who hears us explaining what to you might be a simple concept, do remind yourself that this game is growing at a substantial rate, that viewership is continuously climbing. EU's viewership in particular has been exceptional this season, and that with it, there are people who are coming in who don't know this game, and it is okay for us to take some time to explain to them what to you might be the basics, but to them might make all the difference in understanding that something so simple as impact tricking, bandit tricking, etc.
And that's exactly why we explained it, and exactly why how I explained that whole Tellers take and Archives defense basically that was prepared by Team Empire. But also, if you happen to be one of those newcomers, please, if there's something that you don't really understand, doesn't really click with you, I recommend the R6 Pro League subreddit, but also the Siege Academy subreddit, where you can ask a few questions, get some basic answers, or tweet at us. If it really gets down to it, we might be able to explain things a bit deeper for you. I know there's a lot of people, including Reaper, even Emzo nowadays, been doing a lot of these breakdowns. If you
Please do not tweet this though. Like, I can't. Twitter is not the place.
Are you sure? For like very civil discussions about very deep topics in life?
Complex strategies involving this game cannot be described in Twitter.
I think complex anything cannot be described on Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter's free, so...
I can't believe this app is free.
But no, and I do think that is... I think that's perfectly acceptable to explain to people that there are new concepts, and you as a veteran should be overjoyed at the fact.
Not everybody has 1,000 hours in Siege, and it's watched 2,000 hours of Pro League. Come on, man.
We have.
Well, yeah, but that's like literally our job.
So, this Thatcher ban that came out from Chaos does not seem to be doing all that much, or rather the Ying ban against Chaos is not really seeming to do all that much. I mean, we saw it against Fours, but Chaos haven't really been stopped because of the fact that there's no Ying on the board. Right now, they're just getting beaten to the punch in terms of direct engagements, and yeah, I think that a Ying would go well with them, as we saw when they were playing Fours, but ultimately, I think Chaos have really struggled to pin down Empire on this realm, and Empire's not even using any stall tactic operators. They're not using any intel depriving operators. There's no Mozzie, there's no Mute being used here. It's just simply Empire doing what Empire does on Bank, which is being very elusive on a map that is notoriously hard to drone out.
That shield is so great. We see this rotation here used very often by defenders, but I guess the breaching charge from the Ash gets caught off by the ADS. There we go. Greatly done. And there's the smoke, the team kill from Shate. He's so focused, and he's gonna be taken out as well. 3 gas canisters, but you're pretty much taken out 2 from Chaos. Huge for Empire.
Those are the kind of mistakes that lose you games. And with how close it is to match point, that is a mistake that will very likely lose Chaos the round if they actually lose it. Now, Shate looks like he might be able to get picked up here. There was some capitalization that could have happened from Karzeka, who's playing inside of Elevator, but he dropped and has abandoned ship. So with that, you end up with Chaos getting Shate back up. He'll sit at 20 HP. He's secretly taken damage when they pushed Shepard out of the site. Here goes the Kaid. A Scyther traded off by Dan onto Red Groove. Down goes Karzeka, and Chaos managed to find themselves in a winnable position. Joystick doing joystick things! He gets 2. It'll be the Zofia prone, though, and Dan, if he's down below, will be able to get a Nitro sell-off. You're going to have to hurry, Dan. Renewals will be able to get the plant down, and it's a 1v1 in a very tense moment, with Chaos taking what is now a very winnable situation. But if there's intel here, Dan might be able to get this and make something happen. He throws the C4, possibly within striking distance of Renewals. It's hard to tell from that perspective. He sets it off. It will not hit. MPX in hand. It's going to be watched by the Zofia. And he bursts in. I can't believe Chaos won that one. Empire, you almost played yourself, and then you did. Chaos managed to take a round that probably should have been Empire's to push them to match point. That, right there, can be a series turner.
That was pure gun skill there. Nothing more. It was just gun skill from Joystick to try and slow things down. It was gun skill from the Smoke himself to really slow things as the attackers were climbing up through the spiral staircase and onto the site itself. Unfortunately, Red Groove on the Habana was a bit too slow to react and stay on the rappel. That was the important part. You can't just climb up the spiral staircase without having someone holding from the lobby rappel. When you have someone like that, then you can deal with someone in elevators. Shate made the mistake. Still though, with a team kill, with a player down on the floor, picked up all of that, it was still won by Chaos. I have to say, very impressed, but also a bit disappointed in that round. Empire kind of had all the cards going their way. They had everything on their side, and yet still, they lost it there. The Valkyrie went out, vaulted to try and play on the windows. There was nobody on there.
I think the way that Empire saw it was that they believed that after they lost control of that front office, banana is the exterior of it, that balcony that at the top of the main stairs. I think that what Empire expected was, we can play for a retake. You saw the Maestro drop down and go back towards the main stairs. Well, those marble stairs that you're playing on, if the Maestro had just stayed in that position, secretly wouldn't have been able to get up because you would have been caught in the crossfire of the Alda, and they wouldn't have been able to get Shate up either. That alone would have negated the entire comeback from Chaos. So Empire fell off after they lost control of those main stairs, spiral stairs, whatever you want to call them. And then on their retake, Chaos was positioned masterfully to catch all of them. As they tried to ascend back towards the site, it did not work out, and with it went the round. So, anywho, this could have been match point. This could have been a guaranteed point for Empire, who needs it with how close this slugfest in Europe has been, in an unpredictable region. I don't think we have a single predictable region right now in Pro League. However, I think Europe is far less predictable than we're used to seeing.
Bomb located by attackers.
So unpredictable as Milosh's coughs, as I know.
Yeah.
As you can pick them up.
I know. It's just, it's a bit random. There's still some soot here and there, but Joystick has that FO12. This is something that Chaos did not have to deal with last time they pushed in here. Oh, shotguns in, and he's gonna spray through two of them. Yeah, he can't get the third one though. There's Vito. He's gonna get picked up. Unfortunate there, as Joystick is only able to get one kill, and there's a sister rivalry as the Ella is able to take out the Zofia. But Dan, he's not done just yet. And he wants to peek up blue, excuse me, try to find someone through there. But it seems like Chaos are maneuvering everything to go to the other end of the map.
Yeah, so Chaos is now gotten complete control of servers. They don't want to deal with the player of Empire that's playing in servers, who happens to be Dan. So instead, it's going to be a vault take / vault drop. Now, this didn't really work out so well for them last time around. I don't know if Shepard is aware of exactly what's about to happen, but he's moved over towards the back of vault. Vito's been picked back up, is going to stand watch on main stairs, and look as Shate now enters through the garage. Shate had done brilliant things in garage last time he was here. Is he going to find anybody who gives themselves away? Karzeka gets spotted. A perfect read from Scyther. He swings onto Shate. Shepard gets in on the fun as well. And Chaos, even though they got the pick onto the Ela, don't really get that much out of it. It looks like it's match point for Empire, barring a miracle from Red Groove. A 3v1 becomes a 2v1. Waiting for the Kaid to pop on up. Only a single bullet. Red Groove shoots it out of the air. Finds the Kaid. But what's he going to be able to do? Dan just needs to sit and wait against a reinforcement. And that's the clock. 1 point for Team Empire. They're going to look with still 2 rounds to go if they're going to be able to put up a victory. Chaos would be lucky to have a 7-5 now instead of a 7-4, as victory is just out of reach.
That was a great try there from Red Groove. Unfortunately, it doesn't bode too well for Chaos. As you mentioned, 1 round away from victories. Team Empire. And again, where will they go for? Tellers and Archives. And last time they played this, they absolutely demolished Chaos. So the big question, will Empire dedicate as many players and bits of utility to defend that top floor over CEO? I'm very concerned if I'm Chaos right now.
Defenders, protect your
because
bombs
it seems
from being
like
defeated by
windows
attackers.
are always a problem if Empire are there. Long angles, always a problem when Empire have all of them set up for themselves. You want to come in from box Skylight? Sure, but how much time are you going to waste? Sure, you took control of CEO, but is there a Nitro Cell ready for you? Sure, you did that and you opened up the floors. Did you find anyone? Did you take control of open area? Is there someone still rotating between the 2 sites? How's White Stairs? All of these questions, these are on your checklist as an attacker. That's why we're asking.
You know, everybody asks where's White Stairs, but nobody asks how's White Stairs. And now you just did.
How is White Stairs? Well, it should be doing well, if you ask me. Empire set a player they can play the bottom if you want, then bit by bit walk their way up from the basement. This is why some teams you'll see start off with an Ashe, for example, with drone in front of her in the basement, clear the basement, and then go up specifically on the site to not have to deal with somebody pushing printer when you're going in for a plant.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
Pivotal round, obviously, for Team Empire and for Chaos, as it could be 3 more points for Empire to do what they did at the start of the day, which is be in first overall. Team Empire lost that as G2 picked up a victory and propelled themselves up to 9 points, with Empire still trailing for 7. But if you're a fan of any of those teams that started the day in 2nd place, of which there's 5 of you, then you are the biggest Chaos Esports Club fan in the world right now, because you don't want Empire to grab those 3 points. Shate cannot do much against the Mozzie of Scyther, who misses most of his shots on that super shorty, and will now sit on essentially 1 HP, even though it's 5, 7, 10 HP.
How's White Stairs is doing well. You still have a player there, and that's all that matters.
It's apparently doing well. Renewal's also taking a lot of damage. Look at the lumps that Team Empire have endured. Scyther, Joystick, and Karzeka also all very low. Stellar's Archive starting off at a brisk affair with 90 seconds eclipsed, which means that 90 seconds are left. Funny how that works. Renewals has now been downed, can withstand himself back up, or he can get picked up by a teammate, likely culprit, as I suspect it's Karzeka. All the way back in open area. A bit of confusion from Chaos now, as it's Vito's turn to pick his teammate up. Vito was picked up earlier in the round on that play over by, earlier in this matchup, on the previous round, over by Server Stairs.
There's Vito checking inside of the elevators, and he's pre-firing through the wall, but he gets shot himself. Shepard, great long angle headshot there using the UMP. It's another bonk right on the head. Secretly ready to enter and plant at any point in time, but there's no top floor control, and Joystick and box Skylight is going to take a bit of damage. Possibly by Red Groove, or secretly here as he just kept on firing through those walls, so unintentional. And X-Kairos will be used to open up the barricades. Smoke canisters being thrown into them as we hit the 30-second mark. There's the carry they're looking for, though, from open area. Karzeka with one. Nose trying to check into white stairs as Red Groove will find Dan.
Bomb has been located.
Zofia is low on HP. You might have site control, but it won't be enough. There's the last alive here, the Habana. And Red Groove, of course, for the gunfight, unfortunately loses to the anchor of Shepard. There's the castle winning things out for Team Empire. They close out the game on Bank as Chaos are not able to repeat their W on this map against Fours a couple play days ago.
Well, Chaos openly said they didn't want another 7-5. Well, they didn't get it. A 7-4 for Empire. Obviously not the result that Chaos wanted. But this is Europe in a nutshell. Every single team is so close in skill. Every single team is so close each round that we don't really need a short day. 10 rounds in BDS 4s was, I think, a little bit faster than we expected, but then it required 11 rounds in G2 Na'Vi and then 11 rounds just now in Empire Chaos. And boy, Chaos puts up some really good performances. Yep. Hanging tight with Empire, who right now look like the best team in Europe, and the only misstep has been up against a team that they have played against probably more than any other team over the last 7 months, which is Fours, given how much Russian interplay there is between these two teams, and the Russian League as well, where they've squared off countless times, as they are indisputably the two best teams in what would be their region in CIS, but also additionally their fellow countrymen and the only other team. We have a Joystick interview ready for you, super quick. I can't get over how fast he's ready, but we get to talk to him. As always, he's a great interview. Hello, congratulations. How is the boot camp treating you, first and foremost?
It's fine, it's fine. We prepare for all the matches, as you see, watching your stream. Yeah, that's good, fine.
Hello, Dan, nice to see you. With you going to the boot camp, your coach, Razor, tweeted yesterday that you will shock the world with how you come back. With the way your team has been playing recently, what was the secret to your success to get back to this level now that we are through 5 days of Pro League?
We let down fragging, that's all. Because he's better than Fabian, you know? He is the best player in the world. That's why. That's all.
That's some good content. So, and I approve of that message. Now, how pivotal was the Ying ban? The Ying ban on Bank. How pivotal was that in your success against Chaos?
Yeah, we see that they a lot of times use Ying, so we expect that and we ban it instead of Capitao, and it helps us a lot because I can safely stay on the server stairs and cover it more safely than with Ying. So it was a good idea to ban Ying. That's all.
I want to talk specifically about the CEO defense that you had, where there was the team kill from Shate, Shepard was playing behind the shield, etc. Yep. Was it deliberate that most of you fell off of the defense to come for a retake, or was that just simply pressure applied from Chaos and a call you made at the last minute?
We know that the attack always from main, so we prepared for it so hard, and then we just failed, and Shepard died with the smokes, and we just can't deny the plant, and we lose the round so close. I think it was 1v1. Dan can't win this clutch, but yeah, it was close round, and we know how they attack, so I don't know what to say anymore.
No, that's okay. It's always nice to talk to you, Joystick, and I hope that the boot camp goes well for you. Anything to say at the conclusion of the interview?
Just say to him that he need to interview this guy, Karzeka. He need to be interviewed, not me. I don't know why. I don't know English. I don't know. He's on boot camp and
your English, first and foremost, your English is totally fine, so you don't need to worry about a single thing.
Don't lie to me.
There are certain days where I think you speak English better than Kickstar does, so that's okay. So you don't have anything to worry about. It doesn't matter anybody from your team. I'm happy to interview them, as I'm sure Milos is as well. But regardless of who's doing the interview, Karzeka or not, anything to say at the conclusion of said interview to your fans, the viewers, etc.?
Of course, we love you all. Our team, all of you guys are the best. We love you so much. That's all. Don't forget to buy our skins and skins from other teams. Yeah. Don't forget,
There you go. Good to give praise to not just your own squad, but all the other pilot program teams as well. If you don't win another match between here and Montreal, I'll see you on the snowy banks of Montreal, but if not, I'll see you in another match. Take care of yourself. Have a good night.
See ya. Good night.
See ya. I mean, I enjoy interviewing Karzeka. I like interviewing Joystick. It doesn't matter to me. Dan speaks good English too. What is wrong with you? Am I just not allowed to like talk about people that are nice to interview?
I just like being nice to everyone. I'm so wholesome.
Our player highlight for the matchup.
It's not Fabian, by the way.
Our player highlight for the match is Dan, who showed that not just getting impact frags on Hibana, but also using his ability is key. Instrumental on both attack and defense, particularly shining on Hibana on attack. And there you go, 14 and 8, but the rating of 1.5 is what really stands out. And he was, without a question, probably the most important player on that team today.
I mean, that's why you see him here. Of course, this is not the MVP of the game. You can vote on those at ESL Rainbow Six. So check out the Twitter there. We have it after every game, and also voting on who you think will win before every game.
Also true. Follow the account, shameless plug, at ESL Rainbow Six, all spelled out, no numbers.
What's up, boss?
Don't have time for numbers. Anywho, we have one remaining matchup today. That's it. Rogue versus Vitality. These rosters way back used to be dominantly French. Now, they've got a bit of a mixed look from a whole whack of different countries. They both come into today sitting with 6 points like every other team on planet Earth. We'll be back after this break with our final matchup of Play Day number 5. Our final match of the day is here. Matchup number 4 between Rogue and Team Vitality, two organizations that have been in the scene for quite a long period of time. Vitality, one of only 2 organizations that are still in the scene all the way back from the very first Invitational. And Bibu's been on that team the whole damn time.
Honestly, the man is an unshaking rock for very good reason. He's a great player. Even he himself, and this is a sign of many great players, can be very judgmental of his own play. No matter what. The man's breaking even at least, and he's doing work for the team. Vitality looking to break their losing streak on Mondays with Bride, Bibu, Stigi, Goga, and Hungry, the newly reformed team.
I think there's a ton of potential in this squad.
Sure.
I might be higher on the roster than I ought to be given the results, but they are in that logjam, as we call it. The logjam TM, by the way, is trademarked, stamped.
Is that log like mathematically? Or?
They are the mathematical log. Bibu should not be breaking even, though. That's a problem for that team. He carries games repeatedly. He needs to be better than a +0. And Hungry, who had, let's be honest, kind of a terrible day last Monday. He got 0 kills. He bounced back in the next game on Wednesday. They're going to need good performances for everybody because they are going up against one of the most consistent teams in Europe online over the last couple seasons, which is Rogue. And this roster, well, it's basically been the same for quite a while. They picked up Rips, they dropped Alfamo. We say that every time this roster sheet comes up. But overall, this team often lives or dies based on Ace's performance. If Aces shows up, he is capable of dragging this team into the very bitter depths of a late matchup. If he doesn't show up, there's still depth on the squad, but traditionally, he is the person to watch. He has 50 kills through 4 play days. That is a monstrously high number.
He's insane. He got a birthday ace last week. It's pretty. What was it? 10 days ago, even. Crazy plays from him, regardless. And of course, we might be looking at this Rogue roster. If you've been following Siege since the olden days, Aces, Corey, Rips on the team. We're like, Orglis died for this, because here they are, 3 German players now on the team. I have 1 French and 1 Belgian, of course, with a Belgian coach and a French analyst.
2 French, I guess, support staff as well, because their manager is Philippe, if I remember correctly.
Well, they have Liliun. Well, no, that's for Vitality. Why am I thinking of Vitality?
Philippe was with the old Rogue squad, the North American squad. Yes. Very nice guy. Very
old
nice
Quake champion.
It was involved in Overwatch as well for a period of time when Rogue had a squad in that video games. There are other games.
By the way,
there are other games out there. It's not just Rainbow Six. So there you have it. But anyway, we have a matchup to play today. We have gone to Cafe, Consulate, and Bank. Are we going to get the rarity? Are we going to get a 4th map that we haven't seen yet? Because we might get a repeat. There's only 7 maps in that pool. Villa's out and Clubhouse is out. That means that there's only 1 map, or rather 2 maps. My apology. My brain stopped working. There's only 2 maps that we haven't seen yet.
Show me the money.
There goes Bank. Coastline was one of the others.
Okay.
All of our hopes rest in the hands of Border. It's gonna be Border.
Yes.
So there you go.
All right.
I love how we get to the 6th map is banned and there's only 1 map left, and then they don't immediately show it as if we're like, what's it gonna be?
And sometimes, let's be honest.
What's it gonna be? There's only 1 map left. I wonder.
Sometimes you look at it and you're like, what is that last map? And you start rolling through them. It's like, is it tower? Is it fortress? No.
Skyscraper. No, it's not Oregon. Stadium. It's Stadium. It's Stadium.
Got him.
On the road to the 6th Invitational.
And that was a great segue. Deserves every bit of his salary.
We are on the road to the 6th Invitational right now, and we'll be in Montreal in about 2 to 3 weeks' time, depending on
you'll be there a bit before.
You judge weeks. I will be there before you.
You guys will know later, though.
Yeah.
All of that announced. In the future.
Imagine if you just went back to being a caster at events. We have the community vote for you. Imagine if you just went back to being a caster.
What do you have to say twice?
Maybe he's being a caster. You never know, chat. We're going to try to keep you on your toes. Rogue versus Vitality. Who? Spoilers, by the way. Who?
That's relatively close.
Are those numbers correct?
Is that a 40%? That is. I mean, let's be honest. Rogue. Okay, Grandpa. The Boomer over here is trying to think of what's happening. Let's let's keep in mind that Rogue have gone from tying an NA to tying an EU.
40%.
Vitality, because obviously it's not the regular duo doing EU on Mondays, there's a chance, which Goga and Afi and Bibu have been telling me, like, yeah, maybe that's something to think about. Also,
it didn't affect G2 at all, though, because G2 still won. I guess I must be G2's lucky charm, which is a horrible thing to say out loud. That,
I mean, you basically
it physically hurts.
You basically gave Fabian like an okay.
I didn't basically. I literally.
You literally, yeah, you
take
literally.
My mother on a date.
I'm sure that he would take her out and give her a great time, and then call her back the next day asking for a second one. And she would say yes.
I can't believe they still haven't fixed that.
The like double
giant,
sheet for
the
the
giant
first
Hibana, the giant Hibana box. Yeah. Anywho, first ban.
Captain.
First ban is going to go to Rogue. They're going to start on defense. Vitality is going to start on attack. I can't believe it was a 40% draw rate. That is
the highest draw rate
insane. What is there like?
ever had.
What is it, like 8 people that voted? That was it. Like a buck ban.
Bibu's mom being one of them. It's like, yeah, probably a draw for tonight. Let's be honest there.
No buck available for Rogue, and neither will be Maestro. Well, I mean, they're not going to be available for either of them, but obviously it's a ban that is targeted specifically at your opponents not being able to use it.
Is it a Mira or an Echo ban in the end? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, there you just saw Mira right there. I suspect we're going to see a Mira ban. We've seen 2 Echo bans.
Yeah, there you go.
We've seen 3 Mira bans now.
Echo played in our 2 games tonight. Unusual, as of course Echo is the one that usually gets banned alongside the meetup, but fair enough. Echo Maestro, you can, no matter how you cut it, both operators have a massive effect on the round, right?
I mean, I think a lot of teams have started banning Maestro, as this was actually pointed out by G2's newest analyst, Fresh.
You might say he's pretty fresh.
Jack. He basically said that he suspected that we would see a higher ban rate of Maestro heading into this season because of all of the utility that Goyo soaks up. And whether Goyo is present or not, you can't really gamble on him not being there because all it takes is 1 or 2 rounds of a Goyo popping up and you have no idea how to deal with it, or at least you don't have the effectiveness to deal with it that you need. And because of that, it ends up becoming a massive problem. Well, in this case, Maestro banned twice today, Echo banned twice today, Mira banned 3 times today, Mozzie, another operator. So let's get underway, shall we, with our very final matchup of today. Unsurprisingly, it's going to be an Armory defense upstairs. Border.
I don't think that really surprises anyone. We've seen like vents every now and then, but honestly, it's one or the other. It doesn't matter. Both of your sites, you're gonna play them regardless. The half-reinforced wall on Armory is what tickles my fancy there, and they also have a hole at the bottom side of the right-hand side wall, just to challenge anybody inside a CCTV. Also, being able to challenge anybody like a Thermite, for usual, going for the breach onto the hard wall. You leave usually the desk wall soft for this sort of defense. If we can go and check there, as Ace is on the ready. Okay, fair enough. We're not going to check that. And Hungry is going to make his way alongside the rest of the team. There you go. Just shoot them. If you, by the way, if you're bothered by someone screaming at you for 3 minutes to not board the helicopter, you can actually shoot them.
Please do us a favor and shoot environmentals.
I love you.
Shoot the jukeboxes, shoot the speakers, get rid of it. We can't turn it off.
Just keep it on Cafe and on Villa because the music is actually good. But otherwise, go ahead. Suit yourself, buddy. So there's Bibu, there's default cam, and he sees the half reinforcement, I guess, through 90. They're trying to set up for this. Did they zap the exothermic charge?
They just lost it.
Was it zapped?
I mean, if you look at the lineup from Rogue, it must have been shot by their own teammate. I think.
Yeah, Bibu was shooting.
Bibu might have shot it by accident.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, Corey returns fire onto Bibu on the soft wall, and Corey will go for another, and he gets it in the fadeaway shot from Corey as he drops and heads right back to where he was before. Oh my.
Corey, the last couple playdays, hasn't really had the best of starts, but here he is. 2 great kills. Of course, Goga didn't have a single exothermic charge left. As you said, I really was very curious. I'm like, there's no bandit, there's no card. How did this happen? Where he just got zapped? Well, it seems like it got just shot as it was on The wall, the exothermic charge, that is. Sometimes I stumble over my own words. I don't know how that happens, Parker. There is Rogue with Corey, watching by the east stairs. There's the pre-fire, the Habana, Stigi, unaware. That's a 3K now for Corey. And Vitality are trying to pressure him, but pushing one from below, the Rogue, that is, also have aces in support. He's going to go for the gunfight against the sledge. Corey's going to turn down theirs. A bit of a shot, and there's the finisher from Corey. He goes for the quad kill. Nitrocell is going to be picked up by Aces to use at a later date. He is going to try to sneak his way through enemy lines, as Corey right now is looking for his 4K. Smoke is in, Nitrocell used. They will lose most of the HP as he's able to take down the smoke. Will he be able to finish off the last one here? Rips. No, it's the MP5. Finds the head and denies Corey the ace. But beautiful play.
Really well played by Corey, especially on Abibu, who did not seem to be expecting that somebody would be playing by that panel inside of offices. I think the big thing to note is that if Bibu really did kind of blow it by shooting the exothermic charge on accident, then that is a massive kill to what could have been Vitality. Then using that second exothermic charge on the wall, leading in from offices in archives. Really hard to, I guess, explain why Bibu would do that. Accidents happen, I suppose, but from our vantage point, it certainly appeared that that was the case. And then Corey swung wildly, and Goga on Thermite. He's good, but I mean, I don't think you're expecting somebody to push from that angle, and the comms from Vitality might not have been what you'd expected. So the successful Army defense from Rogue will push them downstairs to ventilation/workshop. I was pumping the tires of Aces prior to this matchup starting. I suppose I should have picked Corey.
I mean, I would not fault you for pumping up Ace's tires, whatever you want to call him. You know, at this point, he can turn into a monster truck for all I care, because the man has just been on fire the entire season. Not just this season, this entire year. He was voted Rookie of the Year from 2018 entering 2019. He did great throughout the entire year, despite Rogue's mishaps at every single event or online season that we've had, and even through their qualifications to said offline events. He's really been the most consistent player out there, and he's been consistently great at everything he does. So you would be forgiven. Here we are now, though. Corey will be bringing out the Alamine. Bit of a question there as to why to bring the op. It's just you look at the setup from Rogue in general, they're looking for more flexibility. Operators that are very fast, they're very nimble, they're able to duck and weave and dodge. Because in the first round, they realized that, hey, we won because not because we anchored on the site and played things, you know, the normal way, quote unquote, but we were able to move around the map all the time, supporting one another, and that speed helps us a lot. There's Aces. We're talking about him. Finds the first kill on Bibu. Zofia out.
Almost a second from Rips as well as catch one from Vitality on the cross outside, but obviously that SMG-11 is not the most proficient weapon at long-range fighting. But just to say that, I suppose they make me look foolish as Rips and Rise are able to take two members of Vitality down. It's a free kill for Goga on Corey, who's looking the wrong way. I don't think expecting the Thermite in that position. As the wall is torn open, Aces will rotate. He might be able to catch from the back. Goga finds a second kill, this time onto Rise.
He dropped on down. And Higgs going to be watching the entry here. From, oh no, oh no. They have the Legion upstairs, then he has the entire hatch open. All of Rogue are now just trying to corner Vitality into one singular spot here in Customs. There's Rips. The first kill on Goga, leaving Hide on his own. Got the AR-33, so definitely up close and personal. He's going to be doing a ton of damage with it, but not much else here to give him hope in the round. He's got to deal with Bathroom. He's going to deal with Top Floor and Customs. This is as good as lost, and Vitality should be using the time here to talk through their mistakes.
Really much that Bride can do, and yeah, he's gonna twist in the wind. The Aces will shut him down. Two for Rogue now, who have looked pretty good on Porter, I would say. I mean, mind you, it's still very early. We have, however, seen Vitality play on this map already once before, and it was not the kind of performance that inspires confidence against a team of Rogue's caliber. There isn't that much separating these two teams in terms of skill, and there's nothing separating them on the standings at all. But Vitality got the stuffing knocked out of them, on the very first play day, 7-1 by Empire on Border. It was a dreadful performance for a team that looked to capitalize off of Hungry and Goga coming onto the roster, and a renewed sense of hunger, etc., whatever you want to call it. They got a very poor performance against Empire, and there's obviously VODs and footage for Rogue to go over here, and Rogue is a team that, as we touched upon before we actually got into this matchup, they have a strong support staff behind them.
That's true.
They have Robs, they have Krapel. They are able to do the research and legwork to get them on even footing against most of their teams, if not have an advantage. And Rogue is able to keep lockstep, if not slightly outpace teams in the region, which is why they have been online one of the stronger teams. They have struggled at LAN, and I know they hate that we talk about it often, but you've got to do better than you've done in order to stop bringing it up. Anyway, Team Vitality was in for a ride against a Rogue squad now. We talk about Border's map cycle, or we talk about Border's site cycle, and the one thing that is going to work very well for Vitality in this round is that Border typically only has 2 really good sites. Attackers more often than not are expected to win, Bathrooms Tellers, or down in Customs.
That is keeping in mind the fact that both Rogue and Vitality were some of the first teams to take Teller's Bathroom and actually turn it into a constant site for them. Another thing I do want to highlight, when we were looking at the overall votes for today's games, that tie wasn't actually a thing. It was actually more deeply in the vote online, well, we got bamboozled. It was Team Vitality, Rogue wins, or Rogue's 4th tie in a row, which is why I'd assume a lot of people put tie in there, because they're kind of looking for it, you know? It was more detailed there. Bamboozled with the extra information on the tweet. That's it. There's now Vitality trying to enter in, as so far this is kind of the furthest they have been able to get into the building itself. There's Castle Barricade being opened up, and a bit of fire onto Aces. Let's play behind the printer here in Office. Stay alive for the moment being, but he's down to around 55 HP, tagged around the side as well, as his arm is going to be shown. He's going to be able to fall back, but Hicks takes down Hungry. There's a cross angle used very well, plus the Alibi Prismas allow Rips to secure the kill on Vide. Hicks walking up metal stairs, as he's still pretty much the linchpin for the defense of Rogue, with Stiggy putting pressure from below through the hatch. It's not really going to do much. There's no one that's even thinking of dropping anytime soon. To force them to drop, you need to push in first. And Bibu shoots again into the hologram set up by the Alibi, with Aces still alive. Rogue are feeling this one.
It's something that I refer to as the Hall of Mirrors strat, where you just sit with everybody. Oh, Aces falls on out, and down goes Stiggy. Bibu trades it off, so at least Vitality is somebody within striking distance in order to try to keep this one close, but Rogue right now significantly in the lead. They're going to add to that. Narrow it down a little bit, and as Bibu is flashed, he picks up 2 kills. He's got all of them for his team so far. He's the man that's going to need to keep his team in check. He'll go on to drone. He's got control on the 2nd floor just above the site, and a hatch open to drop down when he wants to. One of Vitality's newest members in Goga is there with him, trying to spray through the floor, maybe into a common angle, but Corey and Hicks will look to ride it out for Rogue. A rotate from Vitality as they head towards the site now, knowing that they don't have a ton of time to work with, but both members of Rogue are significantly far back. They don't have the diffuser. There's Corey with 1, plant going down from Goga, so diffuser hasn't been relinquished just yet. Corey will need to get Goga off of it, and there you go. Corey will gun him down. 2 kills for the German player, and Hicks will be credited with the disable. The cycle is complete for Rogue. Corey living up to his namesake with the Corey up and down. Objective's not good enough for Vitality. Rogue will win it out.
Fair enough here. Rogue, as you said, just went through Armory. They went through Teller's Archives. Well, they're looking pretty. Are they going to go for Customs this time? No, it's Armory again. Okay, so then we'll go just to the 4th site. Fair enough. See, the possibilities are open for you. And they seem to be going for the same setup as they did before. Now, there was a round where they ran more flexible operators. There's the Mozzie Mute combination. that seems to cause a lot of trouble for Vitality as they're unable to drone and secure their opponent's positions to then capitalize on top of them. They might have gotten some kills that got the round closer in the previous one, but in the end, it doesn't mean much. You just end up losing. That doesn't give you an advantage for the second round or the round after or whatever. You lost fair and square. So there's the setup from Rogue. You see that the desk is a softball with a mute jammer behind it. So even if you open parts of it with a Zofia, for example, with a charge, oh, no, they're actually going to go for the reinforcement. There you go. So a mute jammer behind it, you can't just go with a Habana if you're bringing the operator in this case, which is available. You can't just push a drone through it. You need to use utility to clear things out, which anyways is a sync, which is what you're looking for regardless. If you're Rogue, reinforcement, double reinforcement in the center. This has been a position that around 90, where you come in from the break room and you just fire down the hallway. It creates a beautiful angle that you can use, something that Bibu has been putting to use pretty much every single round. Might not have been getting a ton of success out of it, but definitely something to keep out for, keep an eye for. Oh, eye out for. I don't know why. How does that happen, Parker? I don't get it.
I think it's that when you were programmed with so many different languages that sometimes your file just like temporarily corrupts and starts to pull from other languages and you just forget how to speak all languages.
Milos EXE has stopped working.
Yes.
There you spot the sledge on the roof, destroying things because he wants to get on the boost. There you go. This is perfect to prepare yourself for a grenade if you're expecting some tricking. But yeah, there's no bandit. You know, the mute can't really trick. So.
There's an ADS situated there, so I don't know if they're going to get it burned. Hungry's going to wait very patiently. It goes in, and the ADS isn't able to catch it unless it's already been burned out. And Corey is now moved over into this rat corner, watching the office's window. He sees one. There goes Goga. Exothermic charges going off right as they fall, and Rips with 2 kills. My. They come alive at the perfect time. Hungry punches back. He and Bride are right close inside of the site, but they got some serious work to do. They've been given away as well. This is going to be tough for them to be able to get out of this alive. Minute and a half left. All action subdues and dies down. Hungry will need to fetch the diffuser as he sits over top of Goga. That's a freebie onto Corey. And it's very quickly a 2v3. Vitality can still win this. But I think Rogue understands where the push is going to come from, which is the opening over on the office side, so you position yourself over by Fountain, you can position yourself over by the wall. Inside of offices, the C4 gets expended, doesn't really do all that much. Hungry's going to come on in. He'll see the ginormous head of a Mozzie. Frag grenade goes down into the hallway. Is it winnable? Well, that's the question you need to ask yourself. Bride falls, and it's answered. Right as I ask it. No, says Rogue. 4-0.
They're on a roll. I really don't know how to explain this. Is there actually a Monday curse that follows Vitality around? Have they forgotten to return the slab?
The slab?
Or suffer the curse?
Is that a
Urge the cowardly dog.
Oh,
Turn the slab.
That's
deep.
That's going down the rabbit hole on that one. That's next thing you know, you're gonna be busting out like a Rocco's Modern Life reference on me, and that's gonna be way over my head.
Well, now you know what Michael feels.
I don't know if any of us know what Michael feels. I think in his entire life he's gotten like 3 references.
He's really good at Star Wars references.
Star Wars and Marvel are like this.
Really good at it.
That is his domain, his wheelhouse. He does not miss anything. So.
The man knows his stuff, to say the least. Okay, so definitely surprising all of us right now with the way that they're playing this game so far. Rogue are on a roll. Vitality are unable to break through them somehow, some way. Every round, Rogue are trying to bring a different facet of their play into it. This time they'll go again for the alibi. Well, someone just please spawn and shoot that thing, so we'll be done. It's even worse when you understand what he says. It's like, I know what you're saying, I just don't know what to respond. There's the black eye being thrown out. That'll give information into the usual spawn here by the fence. And then the pressure will start. People coming into drone. Got Stiggy as well in support, and seems like Break Room is going to be your first angle of attack, but there's the Mozzie. Well played. Gonna wait for the EMP to come out, but Aces has already capitalized on you. A second. Too late. That's Stiggy down. One of your Heart Breachers coupled.
I am really astonished that now, for the second time, Vitality is letting any team take them to border. Goga's now been downed. That was a run out that was broadcasted and is so commonplace from Aces, and even though you're going to be able to get Goga up, he's only going to be at 20 HPs, and there's still goo mines from the Legion on the board. 2 of them, and he's dead. One of them found by Bibu, so it's a good thing you let the Zofia take the lead there so that Goga doesn't take any damage. But look at this. Very wary and apprehensive of a run out from Rogue. Vitality is that they are watching 3 different people watching runouts. You were living in their head rent-free. Just like the Reddit analysts live in ours.
Consistently and constantly, to say the least. So every morning, your usual, I'm going to wake up, check social media, check the subreddit, and then go on with my day.
Yes.
That is actually exactly what we do. Pretty much all of us.
That's not what I do, but I mean, I'm still...
Don't lie.
My bad.
There you go. Thanks so much. So, Bride, again, as the Thatcher in the round. You can deal with some utility, but this one's not going to save you there. Goga, of course, is taking a lot of damage before. They're all lining up for Rise. 2K now for him as they all come in through jail. Another one for Rise. That's Goga down. Diffuser's on the floor. He's watching it. Bride, what can you do? Throw that lowly EMP out. Say hello. Because I think he really wants to greet you here. Rise is looking for a quad. He's already found the triple. Slowly peeking around the corner. Zero on crouch. Recovery. And there's the kill. Bride takes 1 bullet and damage. But it doesn't matter right now. It's a 3v1 with 38 seconds left. There's also holds on the top floor. One of them being used by Corey. 2 players downstairs, one of them in the workshop. And they're all watching you. Oh, there's the peek! The bullet hole has been found. And Rips, shot in the head. Default cam is down. Bride will survive for just a second more. He sprays down through that roof. Turns around the corner, but the Moz is going to greet him with a shot to the body. Hicks cleaning up. Rogue, yet another round.
5-0. Empire defeated Vitality 7-1. Border is, as the tablets foresaw many, many years ago in the prophecy, Border is not the play for Vitality. So what is Vitality's map pool that you are letting teams take you to Border? So you get absolutely slaughtered. That's the question.
They were such a good team on Border. That's the crazy
They were an
thing.
exceptionally strong team, but this is not the same Vitality.
Exactly.
Bride, in the way that he's played, has been playing like old Vitality. He's been playing slower. He's been playing that last-second push, deliberate executes, etc. And there's a big reason why Bride has so many clutches at so many different events, both on land and online, when he's last alive. He's innately talented, and he knows that playstyle. But whether the rest of Vitality is just not simply buying into that playstyle, or maybe they're just a team in transition. Let's go back to before a single matchup was played today, and we discussed the fact that there are no relegations this season in EU. You have tons of time. Not that you want to lose games, not that you want to be the worst team in Pro League, which Vitality is not right now statistically, and won't be by the end of the day. However, you have plenty of time to iron out the kinks. And in this case, maybe Vitality are just a team in transition. Maybe they are slowly shaking off that late drone everything then push, which they've been in the position to change that now for a season and a half. So it's been a slow
They
process.
definitely have been.
But at the same time, maybe Vitality is just a team that is trying to figure things out, and inconsistency will come. Bibu has beat himself up on social media for the way that this team has played. I don't know what his mental state is going to be like after this game, but right now, everything is falling apart for Vitality. They are consistently losing the opening pick. They have lost and surrendered a player on their squad within the first minute of every round, or all but one round so far. They have surrendered the opening pick in every single round. They got the diffuser down once. They have relinquished control of the diffuser. There is almost nothing going right for this squad. This is not a situation where it's a 5-0, but it could be a 3-2. This is a situation where, with the exception of one round, this has been a blowout for Rogue, and it's been Vitality looking almost completely lost. And I apologize if people think I'm being too hard on Vitality, but I have high expectations of this squad, and right now, on Border, through 2 play days now on this map, this team has not been up to snuff.
And both you and I completely agree. I was very positive on my outlook of this team, literally as the transition happened and the acquisition of these players was revealed, because I trust this team and their experience. Right now, we're going to need to rely on Stiggy as he walks down into the bathroom. They know that he's here, and he gets shot in the head. There's one more, though, for Bibu. Refrag onto Aces. It's Refrag to bring the numbers back in. Players squirming down on the floor here outside of the office, by the balcony. And Hicks is getting ready to throw out a couple of smokes and really slow down this assault. The diffuser's been set, but Hicks find a headshot onto Goga. Still a 3v4 doable here for the defense of Rogue, but they're just trying to spray into the feet. Their opponent's Bibu has been down. He can pick himself up, of course, as a Zofia. There's no natural cell to be used by Corey, but reverse repels are going to be extra difficult to deal with. There's one. There's the top of the head spotted, probably of the sledge. Well, it's going to be taken out. And another one. Corey might be on the floor, but not finished out just yet. Rise dives on out, but no! Hungry is still alive and barely half HP. Barely out of time here. Grenade will come in, confirm 1 kill. Rips his last in, and he's gonna get shot by Hungry. Vitality actually grab it. And there's the 5-1. Sloppy, but worth it.
I want to give so much praise to Vitality for that clutch, especially after the monologue that I went on before that about how Vitality has not been playing up to snuff. But not only is that on the shoulders of Vitality, but how poorly Rogue played that retake. They continuously threw bodies at the problem, one by one, and were not able to do anything with it. Don't get me wrong. Exceptionally well played by Hungry given the circumstances. Bibu is Zofia above. Could have been a significant difference maker as well, as he withstood. Reminder, a unique ability that only she has. But additionally, it's not just on Hungry's shoulders. That is a very sloppy play from Rogue. Very, very sloppy the way they did that. The way that they tried to get back in. The way that they pushed one by one. Amidst the smokes, you smoke out the sledge, and then you push through it, and all they need to do is spray through it. Rogue could have very easily won that round. I like the entry, and I like the execute from Vitality. They assessed they had the control that they needed, and that Rogue was playing far enough back that you could take advantage of that, and you had site control. So Vitality plays it as you need to and as you have to. And they didn't really do anything wrong. They had an upside down rappel. They had coverage on the second floor. They had somebody playing far enough back that if anything happens with that diffuser, you can still step in. And then you had frag grenades as well from the sledge. You had lots of lifelines in order to stay alive. Rogue played that poorly. Vitality deserves credit for the clutch, absolutely, and I'm not trying to diminish how well they played it. But I do think that there is a window now, and you look back on it, and we can even talk about them. If they end up prevailing and they have an interview, we can talk to Rogue about that retake and the mistakes that they made, because this could have been a 6-0 for Rogue. Regardless, be it that it's a 5-1, the sides will swap, Rogue will go on to attack now. Rogue's bans were Capitao and Mira, so they're going to be able to play around the Mira, but there's no Buck. Buck being removed from Vitality, obviously targeted on Rogue. You expect that there's going to be no vertical pressure. That's going to be solely in the hands of the Sledge, or even the Zofia, because I'd imagine Sledge is probably going to lob the frag grenades up, and you'll probably keep Zofia on that second floor, but we will see.
Yeah, breach charges are just such a huge part of the metagame right now that, yeah, you're always expecting a Zofia to bring that, and if not, you might have an IQ that is bringing, you know, the other side of the gadgetry. So you always have one Claymore and a set of breach charges to use. So Rips, again, we've been seeing a lot of AR-33 today. He's free-firing around the corner in CCTV, but so far, this is more map control in the round that we've seen this entire game. Yeah. And it really is crazy to say that, but there is one player right around the corner, and Aces should definitely know that. It's people being stunned, or flashbangs to be thrown out behind that barricade, which will be cleared out thanks to Ori's his breaching charge on the Ash. A lot of damage done to Goga and to Stiggy, who are both at half HP, or around there. And Corey is, after his job's done, he's got to be watching way far away, but Bibu swings wide, getting out of position, forced out of it thanks to the drone from Rogue. EMPs clocking in, but actually dropping down through the floorboards. It's one advantage for Rogue. they're going to need to deal with that pesky desk around the corner. You can see the smoke that can play through there, and with 55 seconds, you can burn Hungry's utility very effectively, but for that, you're going to need to pressure him.
It's just the waiting game now for Rogue with an advantage to go to match point and secure a big 1 point as we continuously bring up the standings and how much that matters, especially now that we are about a third of the way through the season.
Oh, there you go.
Nice shot from Hicks through the wall onto Brede, and now the spring on in. Pre-fires come out galore from Rogue, trading off Goga with Hungry trading off Stiggy, and then Hungry falls himself. Rips in particular having a very good game. As you see his name all over the scoreboard, that's a guaranteed point for Rogue as they are now up 6-1, trying to do the same thing that Empire did against Vitality. Match point.
I was talking about pressuring the desk. Rogue immediately after pressured it, and their entire strategy is, we know there's a smoke there. We either kill him or it drops off into server. The Sledge already walked up the metal stairs. He got 1 kill on Fountain. He tried to turn around and deal with the smoke. Unfortunately, there's a shotgun. Yeah, can't really win well against that.
Yeah.
The Thatcher was around the corner. Anyways, CCTV swung around 90, and there was the round already done. Goga on the Echo might have gotten 1 kill, but it was just inconsequential in the end. And it's just the fact that Rogue took so much time is because they were setting up their flank drones, and we were flicking between each operators, and you can see them all on their drones, and they set them up and then they went out of it. And the whole point is to have info to better prepare yourself for a post plant.
Not exactly the result that Vitality wanted. A win is just out of reach for them. And if you, I actually can't remember who I thought was going to win. Let me check actually. I said Rogue. Okay, good. That's good. That's good. I'm very happy about that. But
what did Verdi say?
Probably, I don't know. Probably neither of these teams. He probably was like, "There's going to be a stand."
5 seconds to go.
I don't know. He's been wild in his predictions.
No, I love him.
He's in like 2nd place too, which is
which is huge, because I know I say this, but by the way, Verdi and I are good friends, and I'm saying this in the most ironic way. Back in the day, and he knows it, Verdi was definitely not up there when it comes to the predictions. It was always hilarious.
I mean, he said Vitality, so that's not really a surprise.
So it means that Rogue are going to win.
He got everything else right outside of that, though, so far at least from what I saw. I think Empire, G2, and yeah, BDS. So we got 3, right?
GLHF. I can't wait. I don't know if the German crew is going to be at Invitational, but it's always fun to meet up with the international broadcast teams. That's for darn too.
I mean, we can always speculate. That's a shot and a half from Rise onto Bibu, playing the long angle as the ACOG inside of monitors can be particularly effective, be it bullet holes or punch holes. Office wall gets opened up as a march towards 3 points for Rogue happens right in front of our eyes. Hungry's going to lose his shield as an EMP goes off in front of him. He's got the Valkyrie nearby. Frag grenade goes in. Bibu and Goga taking some damage, and well, a minute. That's it. This has been quite a fracas. Bibu back up to full HP. Frag grenade gets tossed on in, and it connects with Goga. How about that? Catch. Opening pick every single round. Opening pick has been for Rogue unless my numbers are off. Utter domination.
Yeah, Rogue are definitely looking to close things out in a Germany-Brazil 7-1 style. Oh, Rips, what a shot! Flicks away and finds the head of Bibu. Staying alive is the play, and there's Bibu with a nice shot. You can see the clash, but the clash needs support to be effective. And Aces, the Zofia, is still there to deal with them with a ton of utility. The Stigi will fire back momentarily, taking down the Thermite. A big pick for sure, but I assume that the entry into Archives has already been pre-opened by the defense themselves.
Teams will probably take a bit of a pause now as you stare down the end of this matchup. Your hard destructor being gone is tough, but you've at least gotten that wall opened up, so most of the job that was on the shoulders of Corey is now removed. The clash will be the biggest impediment for Rogue as they find themselves with enough utility. You can see Aces still chock full of it, but he uses it on a utility dump. He's going to just jump on in. Rise is there with him, and Hicks is prone. Class moves on in. Ace is looking for the very final member, which is Stiggy. Where's the Jaeger going to come from? There he is. Aces with 2 big kills. Put that one in the books. 7-1 for Rogue, and a crushing defeat for Vitality. 2 times Vitality has come to Border this season, and they've lost 7-1 both times. Not necessarily a win for Rogue, more of a loss for Vitality. 3 huge points, though, for the Rogue squad.
I mean, that is a way and a half, really, to lose this game. And it seems like the curse of Mondays, Monday Blues, is a real deal.
It is blue.
Vitality.
It is actually Blue Monday today. Fun fact: it is statistically the most depressing day of the year. So if you are somebody who is prone to seasonal depression, anxiety, mental health disorders, etc., then we care about you.
Reach out.
We hope that you're doing well, and yes, indeed, reach out. If you are somebody who is not suffering from the Monday blues, reach out to somebody who may be.
Help them out.
Check up on your friends and family today. It's especially important. But no, today in particular, Vitality, that's a big defeat for them.
Yeah, you said Blue Monday, and I thought, wait a second, is this the day where we also venerate Blue, our dear friend commentator, John Mullen? But no.
Who is sick right now, by the way. Get better, John. He is he's battling an illness. I think it's just like the flu or something. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what they do in that state, regardless. But yeah, so far great from Rogue. Honestly, it was just utter domination. I don't even know what to ask and really be inquisitive about here.
Well, we have an interview ready, so we can pick the brains of Rogue, and go through from there. Hey, Rise, nice to see you. It's so great to see you.
Hey, Intero. Nice to see you too as well.
How are you? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm doing just fine. How about you?
I'm doing really, really well. First question for you. It's not even about you. What is going on with Vitality on Border? 7-1 loss to Empire, now a 7-1 loss to you as well.
I don't know. I don't think it's a Border problem. I think it's a Monday problem. Like, just playing Vitality on Monday, so should be an easy win, right?
I mean, it is kind of nice that they get Monday off. I mean, everybody wants to take Monday off. But no, did you deliberately take Vitality, or did you expect to take Vitality to Border? And if so, did their result against Empire weigh in or factor into that decision?
No, we did not intend to take them on Border. We expected to go on Consulate or Cafe. And at the last moment, we decided to not go for Cafe, actually. That's a personal opinion. I don't really like to go on Cafe in best of ones. And I mean, we were feeling pretty confident after the game against Empire, not because we drew against them, but because we had new strats, we had new stuff to show, and well, we just did the same stuff than we did against Empire, and it worked just pretty well.
Everybody's saving strats for the Invitational, man. It's G2. G2 won a world championship with that. I mean, everybody has to save strats, right? How is Rips feeling on this roster now? He has gradually been performing better in almost every single matchup, and he seemed to have one of his best games on your squad today. You in particular seem to be working very well in tandem with him. You swapped up a couple roles. Are things exactly where you want them to be now?
Well, he's doing great. He's doing really great. I mean, it's a real pleasure to work with a guy like that. He's like really kind. He's quiet at the beginning, but hey, he's trying to work on the social aspect and on the communication, on communication-wise. And in his role, he's very patient, and that's probably one of the things we needed the most right now, to have someone holding the flanks all time and be able to react on calls, and he's doing it great. So yeah, he's feeling pretty good in the roster, because I mean, we gave him the best role so he can fit in, and well, I don't know, it's just a pleasure to play with Rip, so eventually it has to work.
Now, you mentioned that he's a patient player, which actually works perfectly, because I wanted to talk about your aggressive plays, especially peeking doorways, swinging in and taking fights. Who was it? It was Corey in like the second round, just decides to go for broke, or the first round, and picks up 2 kills immediately after Bibu and Goga decide to try to come in through offices. You're an aggressive team, but knowing the way that Vitality plays, did you deliberately opt to be more aggressive in your opening picks in hopes of knocking them off their stride?
No, I think Corey's just monkey. Thing is, he's doing great. So he's doing great as a monkey. So that's the only reason why we keep him. And I think overall Border is a map that suits well the aggressions. And in defense, it's not the same. Like, we didn't have the same issues back then in defense than in attack. We needed more passiveness in attack, and in defense we just need to react more on the calls and take the opportunities when it comes. And even that, Rips is good at doing that, even being an anchor. And obviously, Corey is doing it all the time, so well, it has to work sometimes. And it did today, so pretty happy about it.
I would say it did more than work today because you had a very quick 7-1 matchup after what was a decently long day. So congratulations again. If I don't see you before Montreal, safe travels, all that jazz. I will see you in Montreal. Well, you might win another matchup or two before then. I might be able to interview then. But anything to say at the end of the interview here to your fans, the viewers, etc.?
Sure. I'm very, very happy and proud to offer the Rogue Nation something else than a draw. And this almost perfect victory is the best gift we could have done to them, because they've been so much supportive since we joined Rogue. So thank you Rogue Nation, and thank you Rogue as well. You're the best.
And I saw on social media as well, you're now a homeowner. Is that correct?
I'm not really an owner. I'm just a renter so far, but it's getting close. It's getting close.
But you got a place with place with your lovely boo. So if I and everybody else that's watching this can take to various social media platforms and pay you congratulations, that's a pretty huge accomplishment, man. Congrats, and congratulations on your victory today too.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, the feeling of moving into a place with your partner is definitely a big one. I personally can't wait for it. Maybe one day in the future. I'm sure you would as well with your pet koala. So I'm really looking forward to the housewarming party.
Koala's actually in Canada right now. I forgot.
You didn't bring them with them?
I forgot them. Yeah. They're on my little mic stand, my boom arm.
Well, I hope you move in together at some point.
My boomer arm. Speaking of Rips, we talked about him a bunch in the interview. He happens to be the player that we're going to give a nice designation to, and 1.62 with a 10-4. 10-4, soldier.
10-4 out the door.
10-4 out the door. 1.62 rating. He played those patient roles, as we talked about. He played flex on attack and more anchor roles on defense, putting in great work with the MP5 on Rook a number of rounds.
Mm-hmm. He can do all of that, of course, because Corey, as Rise was describing him, is the monkey on the team. So he can kind of see him, like crouch walk his way around the entire map.
There were a lot of questions that were asked by people on social media about Rips' performance coming onto this team in previous seasons. Alfama had big shoes to fill. He was a very well-liked player on the squad. He came in from Supremacy. He was a fragger. Then he was a support player. Just an all-around nice guy as well. And I think he rocks a turtleneck, so I kind of have a bias towards him. But at the same time, Rips came in, and he didn't exactly have the hottest start, but he has been getting progressively better as the season has been going on. And I mean, that bodes very well for Rogue's chances going on LAN, because keep in mind, this roster change happened after another disappointing LAN result in Tokonami. Is Rips going to be the difference maker? We got the scores for you today, just so you can see, if you're only tuning in, what happened in our previous results. And, well, it was a
7 on one side,
less on the other.
Yep.
3, 4, 4, 1. Your victors today, BDS, G2, Empire, and Rogue. They all pick up 3 big points, and we should have the standings for you as well. You can gesture towards them. Empire will once again top the charts, but look at who's in second. G2. Oh,
the Samurai is there right behind our Cavalier, Cataphract.
Yeah. Rogue is in third. BDS started the day in last place, and for a period of time, they vaulted up to second. They just tumbled down to fourth. It's all the same. Half the team started over, half the team started at 6 points. We'll bring in the next slide for you. And it's still 6 points, 6 points, and 6 points. Ford's lost today. Chaos lost today. Vitality lost today, but there's no movement. Na'Vi also lost today. They stay at 4 points. Things are starting to spread out, but we still got 9 more play days to go.
I mean, we just finished play number 5. 2 more are left.
That's it for this half.
To finish this half. It's crazy to think about it, but by this time, next Monday, we'll be done with EU for this half, and the only time you'll see us back here is after 6 Invitational.
Crazy to think that Montreal is so close. There are no events, period, that I look forward to as much as the 6 Invitational. We have had the opportunity to see things of what's going to happen and what is to come. Obviously, we're not going to break any non-disclosure agreements, but I can tell you that when they say this is going to be the biggest Rainbow Six esport event of all time, and probably the biggest Rainbow Six event of all time as well, I'm pumped, and I can't say that they're wrong.
100%. My birthday might be in December, but let's be honest.
It comes again in February.
It comes again in February. And yeah, Six Invitational is going to be a big celebration of the community, the competitive community as well, everybody at large. It's a get-together on its own of everybody that loves to play the game, to cosplay, even the ones, and I know you're watching, that like to still use the Lord Tachanka meme in 2020. You're also welcome.
No, you're not. Don't listen to him. You're not welcome. Stop using it. And stop saying cringe if you're older than 13 years old, for crying out loud. Like, don't do that. Anyway,
Don't know how to have fun.
the Six Invitational is billed as a love letter to Rainbow Six and to the community, and it certainly lives up to that billing. The Road to SI playlist as well is available on the weekends. So if you'd like, you just need to play it. That's it. It's
This Wednesday afternoon?
It's a lot of fun. That's it. It's back soon. You have a battle pass. There's a free component. It's free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff? And the other thing, too, is that if you buy the premium battle pass, by the time you're done with all of it, you've basically made almost all your money back. It is a very small difference because, well, you end up getting credits. But that's it for you and I. Always a pleasure to join you. Hickstar and Emzo will be doing the North American component in roughly 2-ish hours. Set your clocks. We'll see you then, because I'll be there watching it. I know he will be. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you in a couple hours.
Good night.